Okay, good morning, everyone. Let's take our seats. It's great to see you all. Thanks for being here on time in the morning, and so we can start at 9 a.m. Welcome. This is the second New Thinking Industrial Policy Conference. We had a very successful one last year. My name is Eric Verhoeven. I'm a faculty member here at Columbia in CEPA and in economics, and one of the organizers. Let me first, before I forget, otherwise I'll forget, I want to acknowledge a bunch of people, and then we'll say a little bit about the conference, and then pass over to Joe for some words of welcome. So the academic committee is, I'm going to have to put on my glasses. The academic committee is Bilge Erten. You can maybe raise your hand as you're there. There's Bilge. Martin Guzman. Yeah. Rekka Juhas couldn't make it. Niels Kupsok. Where's Niels? Okay. Nathan Lane should be arriving soon. Felipe Lobel. Where's Felipe? Juan Montesino couldn't make it. Andrew Schrank in the back. Joe Stiglitz here. Myself and Josh Whitford. Where's Josh? Is over there. Okay, thanks very much. The sponsors are we have the Center for Political Economy here at Columbia, and in particular, there's the Firms and Industrial Policy Lab, that IDEA Lab that Josh and I are co-organizing, the Initiative for Policy Dialogue, obviously led by Joe Stiglitz, the Center for Development Economics and Policy. It's a center at CEPA on development economics, and the Institute of Global Politics at CEPA are all co-authors. Before I forget, let me also acknowledge the great organizers of the conference. So one is Savannah Lucas. Savannah, where are you? Okay, thanks, Savannah. Olena Jennings is out, still checking name tags. Gabriella Plump is here, is going to be our timekeeper. Apparently a very tough timekeeper. Everyone needs to do everything that she says. Olga David is out there checking name tags as well. Okay, let me say a word or two about the motivation of the conference. It's not news that industrial policy is back in a big way. It's not going away, despite whatever happens in the next few days in the United States political system. But part of the motivation for having a conference like this is that we felt that the knowledge base for doing industrial policy remains underdeveloped, in part because, as Danny Roderick and others have pointed out, for a long time, the idea of industrial policy is kind of in the wilderness. It was hard to get traction around these issues. But now that on a political terms, industrial policy is back, we feel that there's still work to be done about strengthening that knowledge base in order to guide smart industrial policy. Joe is going to Joe has made important also theoretical contributions, and it's more, I think, in part, obviously, it's fleshing out. I should say, fleshing out the sort of the empirical basis for the design of industrial policy. Okay, what works and what doesn't, but also questions about the optimal design of policy are actually very important. We had a huge number of submissions, 221, a big increase even over last year. Happily, many people agree with us that it seems to be an important topic. We, as was the case last year, we're trying to be interdisciplinary. We're trying to get economists and sociologists and political scientists and lawyers and engineers to talk to each other. Please make an effort to do that. The organization of the conference reflects that, and please make an effort, in the hallways and in the lobby to have such conversations. It's my job to say a little bit about the rules, the guidelines. We're going to try and play by economics rules, or maybe like nice economics rules, in the sense that people can raise their hand during talks. And it will be the job of the moderators, and we're going to empower the moderators and the speakers to defer questions if they feel that it's interrupting. But we're going to try and have this sort of seminar style interaction. Please, I guess part of that for the economists in the room, who are maybe sometimes too eager to interrupt, think about whether your question is going to be answered shortly, and if it is, maybe hold off for a bit, because we're on a very tight time schedule. Okay, let me pass it over to Joe.
Okay, well, let me just say a word of welcome, and for me, the fact that industrial policy is back is sort of like a victory lap, because for some of us, we sort of kept doing it when we were told we weren't supposed to. And I'm sure all of you know the quip of one of my colleagues at Stanford, when I taught there, who became the first George Bush's chairman of the Council of Economic Advisors. He said it doesn't make any difference whether we produce potato chips or computer chips. And that was a summary of why we shouldn't get into industrial policies. There are the arguments that the government doesn't pick winners, and a whole litany of arguments, which I personally had to deal with, both when I was in the council, chairman of the Council of Economic Advisors, but even more strongly when I was chief economist of the World Bank. And we kept a valiant war going on, a subterranean war about keeping industrial policy alive in the developing countries, even if we failed within the advanced countries. And it was a constant battle. It went on after I left. Justin Lin became the chairman of chief economist of the World Bank after Nick Stern, and he put it at the center. But it was isolated to a particular extreme, and everybody expected Justin Lin to push it because he was from China, and that's what they do there. So, and China had been successful, but it was very difficult for the rest of the world to recognize that China had been successful through industrial policies. So, as Eric said, industrial policy is back, but we don't have the knowledge base really to fully understand when do we do it and how do we do it. And an important question, an advertisement for all of you to stay until the very end. Martin and I are going to be talking about some of the global implications that the United States can do industrial policy with more money than other countries. We had a structure that was designed to create a level playing field. Didn't work perfectly, but that was the rhetoric. And now we've given up the rhetoric of a level playing field. No one can have a $1.5 trillion program for industrial policy like the United States. And that means we have to really think the global context, and the effectiveness of industrial policy can't be seen in isolation. We live in a competitive world, and one of the two parties actually focuses on industrial policy in the context of competitiveness, and that means we have to take into account how they might respond. So this is all an advertisement to try to keep you until the very end when Martin and I are going to be talking about these issues, but also to say there are actually a very rich set of issues that are raised, all the way from project selection, project monitoring, termination of projects, and what I find as we looked through those large number of applications, I think we were very impressed with how fast the economics profession has responded to this new challenge, and responded trying to assess how we're doing and how we might do better in the areas that we've already entered. So I just have to congratulate you on what has been done and the efforts that have been put in so quickly to understand a new policy agenda. And I believe particularly if we have a reasoned government going forward, and I'm optimistic that we will, that these ideas will have an influence in the shaping of industrial policies going forward.
Okay. Great. All right. So let's have Josh Whiffer come up and introduce our first keynote speaker, Alondra Nelson.
Does this work? Yes. Okay. So it is my great pleasure to introduce actually my Alondra Nelson, who is, among other things, a former colleague here at Columbia, my former colleague in the sociology department. Then she was the dean of the social science, and we miss her terribly because here at Columbia she was an unequivocal force for good, first in faculty meetings, then meetings at the university at large. But then she moved on to Princeton, New Jersey, not to Princeton University, not to the University of Central New Jersey, but for advanced study. And from there she actually went on, and this is sort of the qualification which she's speaking today, down to DC, where she was Deputy Assistant to Biden, Acting Director of the White House Office of Science Technology Policy, where she worked on the Blueprint for AI Bill of Rights, issued guidance to expand taxpayer access to federally funded research, was an inaugural member of the Biden Cancer Cabinet, strengthened evidence-based policymaking, worked on equity, excellence in STEM, a bunch of stuff along those lines, including other things. After that, when she stepped down about a year and a half ago, she was named a member of the National Science Board that establishes policies of the National Science Foundation, advises Congress and the President. And a lot of her work is actually kind of at the intersection of industrial policy and regulation, two things that work back and forth with each other. A current area of interest for industrial policymakers is AI, and she's going to be speaking about the right way to regulate AI. So welcome, Dr. Alondra Nelson.
Can I use this or no? Or maybe, yeah. Try to, okay. So good morning, everyone. Josh, thank you for the introduction. Eric, Joe, Josh, thank you for the invitation and for having me. I am thrilled to be back at Columbia, where this is my longest professional relationship. I was on the faculty of Columbia for a decade, and there's a lot I miss about this wonderful community, these wonderful people, even as I was chagrined and saddened to come to a CEPA building today that was locked. Columbia's full name is Columbia in the City of New York. And I think it is a sad thing when a university cannot be a part of the community that it carries as its brand. Thanks so much to Savannah. You've already seen how invaluable she is to Elena, to Gabriella. Thank you. Special greetings to Andrew Schrank, who started on the tenure track with me at Yale 20-odd years ago, here somewhere. So it's just wonderful to be among colleagues. And a special hello to Eileen Barroso. Those of you who work at Columbia have seen her for many years. She told me this morning she's been here 39 years. She's our university photographer, and she is... we immediately gave each other a big hug because any event you ever go to at Columbia, Eileen is there, kind of looming around. She's this kind of omnipresent presence, and it was really wonderful to see. It was a wonderful treat. I've never gotten a shout out. Okay, so I am going to talk a little bit about the right way to regulate AI, which is the title of an article I wrote that was published in Foreign Affairs earlier this year. But I'm mostly going to try to talk about industrial policy as someone who is a sociologist of science and technology, not an economic sociologist like my dear friend Josh Whitford, not an economist, and someone who's also an interested party. So some of what I'll be talking to you about is about work that I did working for over 2 years, the first 2 years and 2 months in the Biden-Harris administration. So I have kind of reframed this to sort of give new industrial policy as modern American industrial policy, to sort of give it context and place. And a lot of what I'll be doing is sort of, I think, creating some context, particularly with regards to science and technology and innovation and the role that I think it plays. To the extent that new industrial policy is new, one of the new things is, I think, a real appreciation of science, technology, and innovation as both a sort of input and output to any kind of innovation economy or industrial strategy. So I'm going to begin with a quote from my former colleague Brian Deese, who is the NEC director. He uses the phrase modern American industrial strategy, and he says that it has a strong animating vision that runs across several laws that were passed by Congress during the Biden administration. He says that modern American industrial strategy identifies areas where relying on private industry on its own will not mobilize the investment necessary to achieve our core economic and national security interests. It then uses public investment to spur private investment and innovation. It encourages that investment to reach all regions and all communities, and it invests in workers, the people who will generate all this productivity and innovation. And I think that is different from, a definition of industrial strategy that Danny Roderick might use or others have used. So I think that would be worth talking about in the conversation, and I'll try to be
Malaysia,
quick.
and they say how quickly it is. Now, this is contrasting Tobias's presentation on the EU. How quickly you can get an investment application approved. It can be in a matter of months. There are one-stop agencies that bring everything together, and companies have, told us that this is actually fantastic. Of course, this is coming on the back of a very strong semiconductor back-end industry. Maybe I should have said that earlier. That has been there for a long time, and there is a bit of a local supply base as well to help it. There's been some grants since the 2000s, nothing like the amounts we would see in the global north. And I think it's also important to point out that Penang, which is a state in Malaysia that has the largest amount of electronics firms and semiconductor companies, it's pretty much the major hub, is basically has the only tool as allocating land. So they get investment applications and they decide if they allow for a company to set up their factory in a free trade zone. And in recent years, this has become a choosy policy, if you will, where they want to make sure that there's more knowledge-based work, more technologically advanced operations, more automation. So as I'm not an industrial policy researcher, perhaps this comes into the mix of how we want to define a constrained type of policy environment. So what does the semiconductor industry look like in Malaysia? So this is super important because it's actually quite substantial. 20% of semiconductors out of Malaysia are exported into the US. It is actually the top supplier of chips into the US, and this is because Malaysia hosts a lot of this back end, the assembly and test. This is the last thing that happens before a chip can actually be inserted into a final product. It's the sixth largest exporter worldwide. 13% of all global back end is actually located in Malaysia. And I think the most important story to take from all of this is that since COVID-19, and in the next slide I'm going to talk about COVID-19 and the US-China trade tensions, is the massive amount of investments that many companies have announced and are following through to increase their capacity in Malaysia. So Intel, Nexperia, you can see all of this on your own. And what's kind of interesting here is that this slide, which I've stole from the Malaysian, from somewhere in, the Malaysian Investment Development Agency, is that there are some local firms, but I think they've actually made them a bit bigger to look like there's a lot. There actually isn't. In the wafer fab, Silterra has been bought by a Chinese company, so it's no longer local. But this is the context that we're facing now, is that it is dominated by multinational corporations, obviously. So here is the interesting story, a bit of preliminary analysis. I'm just presenting kind of a bit of empirics. Is that Malaysia has always been a strong China plus one strategy. Hopefully I don't need to explain that too much, but for many, many years, and the government knows it, and lots of companies locate there because of this kind of neutral safe haven location. In some of our interviews over the summer, companies were telling us that Malaysia is the Switzerland when it comes to how it's being perceived as a safe location as part of supply chain resilience. And the Malaysian government knows this. It has passed at least a couple of policies that we've heard of that is trying to attract companies out of China or who are considering China but have their end markets in the US and the EU to come to Malaysia instead. And some examples of this is AT&S, Bosch, and ASNE. We also heard from companies that they're being told by their customers to no longer be in China or leave China or just be prepared in case the US protections get stronger. So add to that the automotive chip shortage during COVID-19, which has been traced to some Penang factory closures. I think it's ST Micro. I'd have to go in and look at this a little bit more. Really kind of woke up the industry itself, but also government, to do something about it. So what's happened for the very first time is that the Malaysian government has passed a strategy specifically for the semiconductor industry. It's called the National Semiconductor Strategy, which was announced in a haphazard way in May on the back of, I think, a regional semiconductor event. And this plan was put together very quickly with an advisory board of 10 companies, half of them local, half of them foreign. I think it's half and half. And the areas that they've picked up on to focus on is advanced packaging, so it's really interesting to hear Hassan talk about that as well, IC design and manufacturing equipment. And one of the points that was made was that this is not a protectionist policy. The Malaysian government really wants to distinguish itself from doing what the US and the EU is doing, which in their eyes is a protectionist move. It's just the reality of what developing countries are facing. And perhaps a couple of other points is to just say that for the first time, grants are being prioritized for front end and sort of foregoing the back end. And if there are tax incentives, which is their major policy tool still, being provided for the back end, it's going to be dependent on new technologies. Investment applications and grant applications are also bringing in, some of the kind of, regular things, such as making sure that these new investments are moving up the skills ladder, that there are higher salaries. There are some questions around whether this actually matches skills and salaries, or if it's just, it looks like higher skills on paper, but actually the work is still very much not high skilled. Making sure that there's university internships, local vendor programs. So I have 2 minutes left, and I'm going to end in this slide to really just kind of prompt some questions. It's a little bit preliminary, but to just kind of ask questions, as I'm not an industrial policy expert, like, what is it for? Why do we talk about it? Is it only, and now I'm kind of going backwards on my slide, but is it only about developing the industry, or is there more? And I think what complicates, for me, this question is, where do you get your industrial policy advice from? If it is from firms, and the most expert firms in the country are foreign firms, what are their objectives behind the advice? So we talked to several people who were on these advisory boards, and they were very proud of being able to tell the Malaysian government what to do. I don't know if this is a red flag. I think it is, but you're all the experts here. So, and I think also I've just put this very generic sort of global value chain map. Lots of things are missing from there. But just to think about what does this current context where the industry is restructuring, the states are coming back in a very big way. We have the trade tensions. What can Malaysia get out of this? Obviously, the China Plus One strategy, but also to be a bit more savvy in understanding how a value chain actually functions. So these arrows are very important. And I've drawn this kind of artificial red line. So below that red line is where Malaysia is placed. Of course, there are some front-end factories. I've shown that in that slide previously. But to maybe make the point that there is research that shows tier ones, and in this case, it is the semiconductor front ends, can be very strong players in shaping global value chains. It's not always just the lead firm or the final customer firm. So tier ones can shape their suppliers by cooperating with them, having certain types of demands, which can lead to consolidations in lower tiers, perhaps even more innovation. And this could be a good way to think about, like, where do you want as a government to steer this process now and into the future. And this could be the chance for the Malaysian government, for example, to be more proactive as opposed to continuing on this legacy of appeasement for foreign firms to enter, because they are entering Malaysia without very much work. Exactly, and then just maybe a couple of points to raise about this difficulty of local firms upgrading. One area that always gets talked about is regional value chains, and whether not competing with the foreign firms to the end markets of the EU and the US, there might actually be a better opportunity to compete for markets in the region. Okay, I'll stop at that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and thank you we've had two very disciplined panelists, and we'll now have Jeff Turk, who I'm sure will be disciplined as well, who will give us some cross-country comparative view of industrial policy subsidies around semiconductors.
Disciplined. I appreciate the faith. So I'm Jeff. This is a paper with Nathan here in the front row. I'm not sure if Reka is here, and then Penny and Julia. Julia's a graduate student on the market. I had the level to which she caught up and has been contributing to this project is frankly humbling. And so the usual kind of shout out, or maybe extraordinary shout out, to look at her. She's truly exceptional. Okay, so previous talks were about the US and Malaysia. I'm gonna present cross-country panel data. I'm gonna kind of lean in on data facts to kind of motivate things like what's happening in the semiconductor industry and why do we have things like chips. We've already talked about driver for economic growth, national security as being kind of arguments as to why we have these kinds of policies. A motivation or two motivations for this project are gonna be, we talk a lot about the importance of the industry. No one seems to kind of just present the data. So we're gonna go present a lot of data. And then related to that, this kind of notion of like, oh, we should be supporting this industry, and there's gonna be some sense of like, okay, why? Also data. And then lastly, we're gonna provide some evidence of learning by doing, and we're gonna write down an economic model to understand like the implications of this. So why are we doing this? We think this is important. What questions are we interested in? Are these policies justifiable in an economic context? Like, what are the implications of them? What are the cross-country implications of them? Should the WTO care? What am I gonna talk about today? I'm gonna give you some data facts, just what's happening in the industry, just kind of raw, untortured data. Evidence of cross-country incentives. So this is just gonna be what's happening in the data. Here's what's happening. So what's happening in the industry. Here's what's happening in the countries to actually support them. And then lastly, it's a little bit of kind of I'll spend a grand total of one slide talking about economic modeling to identify learning by doing. Okay, data facts. China's increasing the number of fabs. This is from the company called Semi. We have the universe of all fabs going back to the 90s. I'm gonna focus on early 2000s because that's where kind of all of our data sources overlap. Pretty stable number of fabs. So these are fabrication plants that are producing things. We also have R&D plants. This is not that. This is just stuff that's producing stuff. Fabrication plants that are producing stuff. Okay, more plants. Maybe they're small, no. Big impact on capacity. So is this how many wafers can I produce? How many chips can I produce in 200 millimeter wafer equivalents? So this is just how many chips are coming out of these places. A lot of capacity being built in China. Everything else, we've got increasing capacity, but nothing like China. Doing this is expensive. So we're lumping together all of the build a plant, put the equipment in, and also plant exists, we're adding equipment to it across time, and then looking at the different countries. A lot of money being spent, by China. Okay, so fine. China's growing, they're producing more stuff, it's really expensive. This is just raw spending. So like the point two is gonna be like, well, kind of can we get a feeling for how much of this is actually government subsidized? By the way, industry hates subsidized incentives. The government incentives. So kind of some sense of like, well, should we care? Like, those are kind of aggregate stuff. So I'm gonna go put on my like antitrust hat as an IO economist, and I'm gonna say, oh, let's just suppose that like we had something like the DOJ, and we're gonna look at this as an HHI kind of antitrust merger guidelines. So if you think about it by company, TSMC, concentration it's a very unconcentrated industry. Now I can cut this by much finer in terms of technology, but if you just look at that, very unconcentrated. If I look at regional, we see that, so this is by country, so this is where is the fab actually located. We see it's a very concentrated industry. So like rule of thumb here is like 1,800 and above, government says that's a concentrated industry. We hit 1,800 in like the early 2020s, maybe late 20-teens. Very concentrated industry geographically. This is one of the motivations behind chips and whatnot. It's like, look, there's a lot of this production happening in Taiwan, Malaysia, Singapore, China. Okay, so we've got this notion of a plant. What is a plant? What is a company? What do they do? Are they just producing one thing? No, they're producing a lot of things. Each plant is producing one thing, but each company owns many plants and they produce a lot of different stuff. So this is from TSMC's, just like a series of quarterly SEC filings where they actually talk about what % of their revenue comes from different technologies. So lower number equals faster. And we see that like at the beginning of time, they're just producing these really big chips. As they go and create new chips, they're not getting rid of the 5, that's like the Ring doorbell. They're still producing the kind of Ring doorbell. But when we get down to here, they're producing a lot of stuff, including the cutting edge stuff where the 5 nanometers isn't even meaningful because like you're so close together at 5 nanometers that the electron starts to jump the gateway. Okay, so TSMC and these companies are producing a lot of stuff. They're multi-product firms. What does China look like compared to Taiwan? Well, this looks like a classic leader-follower game. So I've organized these things in terms of most cutting edge. So think like stuff like NVIDIA with their Blackwell chips to Ring doorbells. And then the bars are the same way. I see purple here. I don't see purple here. China's producing a lot of fabrication facilities, has a lot of capacity, but these are all kind of in the extreme kind of Ring doorbells. They don't want to do that. They want to produce this. They're not. So the kind of open question is why not? Like what is this like industry? Is this something about government incentives? So then 2 more points. So this is from a different data source. We have wafer pricing data from this company called the Global Semiconductor Alliance. So these are, an observation is price, quantity, and then characteristics of the order, like technology, wafer size, and whatnot. And if I just go and I just take quantity, forget about the technology, I'm just gonna say like market share. China at the beginning, they're like 10%, middle digits. They're not producing a whole lot. By the end, they're producing a lot. So they're catching up. Now again, this is not conditioning on technology, but they're starting to produce more stuff. They've built capacity, they're producing more stuff, they're becoming a player. Here's the US. Malaysia's in the data too. Sorry, I put them in other. They're relatively small, but Singapore is very big. And then the big player on all of this is Taiwan. Taiwan and Taiwan Semiconductors were kind of where all this stuff started. Okay, last data fact. If I look at pricing data, so this is median prices by technology. This is kind of, imagine, it's not literally the Ring doorbell, but imagine a Ring doorbell, something that's been around for a long time. Taiwan's more expensive. We get price convergence in the long run. There's standard errors around. There's a lot of, there's a lot of stuff going on, but it's like, these are the medians. So you see convergence in prices. When you invent a new technology, who invents it? Taiwan or TSMC. They're all alone. Eventually China catches up. Where do they catch up? They're much lower priced. We still see a gap into the long run. We see convergence of prices. China's pretty flat. Taiwan's continues to change. Importantly, we don't see like a big, there's not like a big kind of regime shift as soon as Taiwan or China. These are still kind of differentiated goods. Okay, all that stuff was about industry. What are governments doing? So this is related to Nathan and Reika's work where they're gonna go through and look at all of the industrial policies around the world in the text. They developed an algorithm to pull all this stuff and identify what's the stuff from just semiconductors. So preview results, everyone's doing it. Everyone, all the major players, with the exception of Taiwan, interestingly, are doing stuff and being very active in providing incentives to policy. How are they doing it? Okay, so if we just do counts, just chips is one observation. So that's one thing in the bar. We see everyone's doing it. And again, interestingly, let's go back. Whew. We don't see Taiwan here, which is, I think, a super interesting kind of, Taiwan started as an industrial policy. Taiwan Semiconductor did. If I think about dollars, got a lot of numbers here. China's pretty big. This is actually investment in a venture capital fund called the Big Fund. They need like a focus group to work on their naming. And then this is all kind of provincial policies, which dwarfs it. The interesting thing here is everyone's doing it and everyone's doing it in different ways. Why are they doing that? That's like its own kind of interesting kind of question. Like why, but like the neat thing is, I know I'm like, as an economist, I get very excited when government or any individuals kind of look at something and say, I'm going to go kind of respond to my environment and do things a different way. So presumably they're doing it to match their settings, or perhaps maybe to skirt rules. Okay, so what else are we going to find? We're going to see a lot of policy activism. We're going to see that subsidies are the dominant form of support, but there are a lot of different ways of offering support. So last thing, so we've got industry growing, industries consolidating, we've got decreasing in prices, price convergence, leader-follower game, governments are actively involved in this. We want to be able to untangle all of these things and say, so what? So what should the WTO do? What are actionable recommendations we can do about the world? So in my one slide, I'm going to say, so what we do is we write down a model of fab competition. Fabs are going to make take it or leave it offers to buyers, so buyers NVIDIA, fabrication facility TSMC. They're going to go and say, we're going to go buy 90 nanometer chips or 5 nanometer chips at a particular wafer size, and there's a price, and that's going to be conditional on all sorts of characteristics. We're going to discipline, so this is just the kind of the theory. We're going to discipline the model with the wafer pricing data. We're going to allow for all sorts of things you probably were thinking in your head, what about quality differences? You just put up China. Well, maybe China chips just aren't very good. Turns out they're better. Like in terms, we have yield information, you can show like actually the yields on Chinese chips coming from Chinese factories are above other factories. So what are we going to find? We're going to write down a model and estimate it, using data. So of course the model is going to match the data in characteristics we care about. It's going to generate those price curves. We're then going to do some external validation, say like, look at TSMC, do the margins match up? And here the analog to our model is the gross margin. Yeah, it's actually really good. Like kind of shockingly, like if I put it up there, you'd be like, I think you rigged that. I didn't. Interestingly, the model is going to say that they're giving up a lot of money to price low. Why do we price low? If learning by doing, I price low, move down the demand curve, drives up demand, I do a lot of stuff, I learn from that, so the next time my costs go down, that provides me a comparative advantage. Or if I think that there's future demand that's kind of popping, gives me a margin advantage. So we're going to see that these forces are really big. Why? Because in the data, all of the price sequences are doing what I showed you. They're all starting high, driving down low, regardless of if there's competition or not. And then lastly, because we have the data so rich, we're going to look at learning by doing inside the firm, TSMC, across locations. We're going to see it's pretty small, 4.7%. Like learning by doing this kind of story all came from semiconductors, and there it was in the 60s through BSG. Well, at Fairchild, yeah. And so there the number was 20%. Now there was no econometrics. There was like, it seems like we're saving about this. So this is quite a bit lower, and this is lower than Irwin and Klenow. Interestingly, so then we're going to look at technology pair, still pretty small. Interestingly, we're going to see a lot of cross-country impacts. And we're going to spend a lot of time in the paper thinking about why is that? And we think that's because of the fact that this whole network is integrated together. And that places like this company we bought the data from are playing the role of helping each other learn how to harmonize their systems together. Now, why do we care about that? Well, one, it's kind of interesting to know how the world works. But also, if the industry is all interacting, and different countries are all subsidizing, and there's learning by doing, that means when the US CHIPS Act gets introduced and says, we're going to go give a bunch of money, they're actually benefiting from policy in China or in Europe that's also providing incentive to build plants to grow faster. They're getting this kind of free lunch learning. And so then there's this sense of, well, if you're the WTO, maybe you kind of think about these complementarities and how these are actually playing off each other. So that's the kind of the whirlwind tour of the paper. Happy to talk much more. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Everybody's staying pretty much on time. So what we're going to do is take 3 or 4 questions, and then we'll go back to the panel. We'll cannibalize a little bit of the next break. So I've got Eric, Sue, and then the next hand I saw was, I don't know your name, but striped shirt. Yes, Jeff. Okay, that's the first 3. We'll start to Eric, please. Here, you have mine. I'll get another one.
Thanks so much. These are great. I was thinking a lot about the expertise versus bias trade-off, both when Hassan was talking, when Gail was talking, and also in the context of embedded autonomy. Basically, when I mean expertise by bias, like who are the people in the government agency who are making these decisions? And on the one hand, and how close are they to the industry? It's very important that they have knowledge of the industry. Typically, that's people who've been insiders, on the private side at some point, and then, but you worry that maybe they're a little too cozy with and so how do you combine both, people who are knowledgeable and people who are independent?
Actually, one of the people in a tiny way was me. I actually I was a reviewer for that strategy department, that strategy document you mentioned when I was at the White House. But I had a question actually for both Hassan and Gail, just sort of digging in, maybe this is too deep, but thinking about the theory of friendshoring and the packaging. Is there a way of sort of positive sum where we're like both promoting innovation in packaging in the US, we're continuing employment in Malaysia, not dooming them to labor-intensive production forever? Anyway, how does the positive sum theory play out, or can it?
My question concerns manpower, and it's, I guess, primarily for Hassan, but I'd be interested in everybody's answer. I'll just say quickly that I was at a company called Infinera. We built the only greenfield fab built in Silicon Valley in the 21st century. And I know the core engineering team very well. By the way, we did an IPO. We all made a lot of money, which is nice. Of the core engineering team, I would say 20% were American, and the rest were from places like Singapore, India, China, Morocco, Turkey. And so the question is, the point Professor Stiglitz raised, the most important thing in semiconductors is not the silicon, it's the people. And is the US government doing enough, or what is it doing, to encourage young people to study those dry STEM subjects like chemistry, material sciences, and so on, that make up the fundamental bedrock of an industry?
Okay, let's give some quick answers, and then or actually, should we I'll get all the questions and give you guys a chance to say what you want at the end, because that way we get more questions. I have Joe and one in the back there. Okay, Joe. That's right behind you.
So I had two questions. One on the issue of expertise, which I think is a really difficult one. But the Malaysian government has many sources of expertise. One of them is they have Khazanah, which is a big investment fund. And that investment fund invests in a whole variety of things. And one of their functions as basically a sovereign wealth fund is to absorb information which they use for public purpose and translate. So one of the broad questions is, I think we ought to be thinking in industrial policy about the whole framework by which information gets absorbed. And among the tools is government co-investment in projects, sometimes abroad, for absorbing information, and obviously China has done that. The second question relates to the discussion of, that you pointed out, massive subsidies for this sector. And this is maybe too hypothetical and theoretical, but if you had perfect capital markets with learning by doing and no cross-sector spillovers, there'd really be no justification. The industry would understand that it pays to produce more. The marginal cost, the marginal value of production is not just the sales you get today, but the reduction in your future costs. So the question is this an industry ripoff of the rest of us, or is there a real market failure that you're addressing?
Okay, no, there's one more microphone got passed to the back, and then we'll give it back to you guys, because that's the way the time's going to go. Please.
Hi, my name is Gustavo. I have a question for Hassan. So I have been studying R&D subsidy programs in different countries, this is the first time that I have a policymaker on the room that I can ask some questions to. So I will ask to you some questions that I received multiple times during my talks. It's the following. The success of an R&D subsidy program really depends on to whom you are allocating those subsidies to. And one of the main goals, I think, in designing this program is you want to subsidize firms that otherwise, without the subsidy, wouldn't implement that program, that project. Otherwise, if the firm would implement regardless of the subsidy, you are just giving money to the private sector. And I guess you don't want to do that. So my question is, how do you design the program such that you target these marginal firms that would only implement the project because of the subsidy, and how do you select them when you see a ton of applications, 600 different applications? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So we're officially at time, but we started a little bit late, so I'm going to go. We'll go in the same order, and you can take the questions as you. I'll give you both, each of you, a few minutes to speak. Take whichever questions you want, because I can't control that. That clock is fast.
We got
Great.
4 minutes by my watch. Yeah.
Oh, okay, great.
Okay, so
let's do a round, and then if we have more time, we'll go.
Okay, I'm not going to promise I remember every question because I forgot to bring up a notepad, but you guys both talked about expertise. So first of all, I'm going to say this. That's technically my job, okay? And I don't think anyone in the industry thinks I'm their pal. I'm pretty mean to them. Okay, that's what I try to be. Is I don't want them to come in here and feel cozy with me. But there is a real problem. No, it's a genuine problem with like the folks who know the industry well are the folks who've been working in the industry. And so we actually have a lot of folks who've come from the industry that, you know, for example, were at Intel or Global Foundries for a long time, and we have ethics rules that recuse them from being able to do that type of work. But I would say broadly, if you looked within the Department of Commerce prior to the passage of the CHIPS and Science Act, how many people had come from the semiconductor industry and worked there? It was a rounding error, right? So there's two. One, when you start up a program like this, you have to bring in people. They're going to come from industry because that's where the knowledge exists. The question that I think is a tougher one is how do you maintain that capability? Because I think we all expect that there's going to be cycles, right? We're going to do a CHIPS Act. We're probably not going to do one every single 3 years. We may, but that creates a different problem. So that's one thing to consider. I'm gonna jump around for a moment. But there were a couple questions on what does it take for success, right? With regards to, I think both Sue, you kind of asked about this with regards to friendshoring, and then you also asked about this with regards to success. So when we look at, like, would that project have happened without our funding? Well, you can look empirically. Even US headquartered firms, you might say, oh, you're giving a ton of money to Intel or Micron. Go look at where the fabs they've built in the last decade are. They were not in the United States, even if they were US headquartered firms. Certainly TSMC was not building facilities in the United States. It was building them in Taiwan, as Jeff sort of showed us with great detail. But the majority of Micron's manufacturing capacity is in Japan and Taiwan. The newest fab that Intel has brought on to manufacturing is in Ireland. Right? So you can see that, ex ante, we can see that they were making decisions that they were not going to build these facilities in the United States until the cost structure was improved. And then we do a lot of work, you know, evaluating, as I sort of walk through the specific criteria, and I'm happy to talk about more on, like, will this project be successful? Lastly, I'm going to touch on friendshoring so I don't take too much of the mic. I'd go look at, the secretary has made comments about this, right? Where we are trying to understand in an industry like packaging that's undergoing a technological shift from conventional to advanced that changes the capital versus labor share, trying to understand where can the United States play in a sustainable manner, right? It does not make sense to invest in heavily labor intensive industries in the United States because we'll never compete on price with China. Jeff showed that, right? They will outcompete us on price. But where there is friendshoring capability is that we are learning there are locales where they have a willingness to do a lot of the work that Malaysia did, for example, right? Being able to get a project up and running has a lot of economic value to a firm. If I want to go to a new location and I've never built something there, do the roads work? Do the airplanes work? Do the utilities work? Will I be able to find people? Reducing that uncertainty changes a lot of their economic calculus. Because right now, when they go look at it, you might on a dollar per dollar basis have lower wages, but if it's going to take me 4 extra years to build all the utilities and infrastructure, then my return profile doesn't look as good because I started to sink money into it. So I do think there are elements where we can play that and help countries understand what it takes to get projects moving faster. And you saw examples from Gail's work where Malaysia implemented that stuff.
Okay, I think maybe I will talk about the expertise a little bit. I mean, at least in the case of Malaysia, I don't think I've ever met a policy person who would say the industry hates us. It's a very friendly, cozy relationship.
I'll be very
Yeah,
clear.
yeah. I mean,
It's a personal thing.
okay, I think this was the point that I was trying to make in terms of how the industry has started in Malaysia, which was about appeasement. It was about attracting them and to give them a lot, and that legacy continues to exist. And there isn't really that much expertise in ministries or in like government agencies, and there's a lot of advisory groups, board members, et cetera, that come directly from companies. Of course, as you said, that's where the knowledge is. But I guess the question I have in mind is, what are the long-term objectives for the Malaysian government, for its people, for its environment, for its economy? And do these companies know that? And are they giving advice from that perspective? I think this, to me, is the final question of, is it good to always rely on foreign firms? And then the next difficult question is, well, how do you build this expertise within the Malaysian government, for example, when you don't have, the types of research institutes or the universities like you have in Europe or here that is having PhDs like Hassan, for example. And I just wanted to point to one thing about Khazanah. I mean, the two companies that they helped, I think it was Silterra and Inari as well, Tobias? I don't know. Those are wafer fabrication companies which are failing, bought over. I mean, there just hasn't been this ability for local companies to compete with foreign firms. This is just a lifelong problem when you have foreign firms that are so big, so good, doing everything really well, and you hope that suppliers can come in, but they will never compete with them. This is a problem. This is a difficulty of moving up in the value chain. And so thinking about regional markets, et cetera, could be helpful. I don't really know how to answer the friendshoring question, but I thought it was interesting to see that Intel has opened a very big advanced packaging plant in Penang, and it's now becoming a policy priority for the government because advanced packaging is back end, but it's like front end because it requires very expensive equipment, and then there's a little more skills development, et cetera. And maybe then I'll just move to the skills question, which is a big one in Malaysia. I think it's a big one everywhere. We heard it this morning. How do you have more STEM graduates? I mean, when I was little, they also said that. How do you have more STEM graduates? I guess it's a lifelong problem for eternity. In the case of Malaysia, at least, there is an influx of low-skilled foreign workers, but not high-skilled. They're trying to build this up through the local universities, and it's clearly not working. I mean, there's no universities that are like in Singapore, for example, that have very good departments, et cetera. We have companies like Intel going into departments and trying to train students, run courses. But you can't compete with neighboring countries, like even with China, in terms of their graduates. So there is this problem of trying to get skills, and I don't know if I can say very much more about it, but it is a problem. Yeah.
Minutes, 2 minutes ago, so we got 8 minutes. So we can answer, and then we can maybe take a couple more questions. Yeah, go.
Professor Stiglitz's question is the one I think about constantly. So I don't know, maybe drank the Kool-Aid and really believe that markets tend to work unless proven otherwise. And so this is something I think a lot about is like, what's the market failure, absent the learning by doing stuff. One thing that we're like kind of my dream, kind of where I want to take this project is to start. The measurement exercise is too strong, but to some sense to say like how important are these subsidies? So if like in a world without subsidies as a counterfactual, what does the network look like? And to try to back out, well, if they're spending this much to get this, like kind of what are the implications of that? How does that vary across countries? There's a lot of kind of heroic leaps of faith that you have to take in terms of like information that people have and whatnot. But I think that's like understanding these things to me seems like a fundamental question. I do worry that like, in some sense you can back out the residual, but it's a residual and it's like, okay, what does that explain? If I can't say it's a market failure, then it's national security. And there's like some sense of like, I don't know what is national security. So I don't know if that's a good answer or not. It is when I tend to not like residuals as kind of I tried everything else and this is what I got. So that's like the first thing. The thing that actually so that's the first thing that keeps me up at night, but in kind of an excited way. Like, like, oh, what can we do? The one that keeps me up at night is like, maybe this is a colossal mistake, is the, what if this isn't, what if, so we as part of this project, we talked to Cheng Tai-Sheh, who's he's a professor at Booth, but he also an economic advisor to Taiwan. And so one of the comments he said with TSMC locating in Arizona that they're experiencing is that American workers just don't have it's not just being skilled in STEM disciplines, it's having the willingness to work methodically, repeatedly. So just, you're doing the same thing at a high degree of precision. So the thing that keeps me up at night is, what if that is not something that can be taught, but if that is something that's cultural? And there's some sense that like, maybe Americans just aren't good at this. And like, that's the part that like, you can't teach that. And so like, that's the part that like, so if someone wants to tell me I'm wrong on that, that would make me very happy. So, yeah, that'd be great.
No, so I'd love to respond to this one. So, I want a couple of thoughts to think about, right? With Professor Stiglitz. Before I worked in this, I worked in the solar industry, right? And China today, everyone says, has, correct me, like somewhere between 3x global demand in their capacity, right? So I think we have to ask this question, like, what is the world getting for this? What does the world get if we create a bunch of new semiconductor fabs that end up being underutilized, but probably in the long term we find a utilization for them because we will digitize more and more things? That's one question I think about, is one answer. The second one I really want to answer is, we heard a lot about this, that American workers can't make chips and we don't work hard. I think most folks here probably work in America and they work very, very long hours doing very tedious things like checking the citations on their research papers, right? Almost as tedious as working in a fab. And we've had news in the last 2 weeks that Arizona's TSMC facility has higher yields than they did in Taiwan. Right? So I fully expect that firms, like the CHIPS Act is also a massive FDI program. We don't talk about it that way. No one talks about it that way. I haven't heard the word FDI talked about the CHIPS Act once in this room today, but it is an FDI program because two of the largest investments are by Samsung and TSMC. So there obviously, when German firms go to Malaysia, there are cultural differences in how they work. When US firms went to China, there were cultural differences in how they work. We are now seeing FDI work in an opposite direction. Some people say globalization is dying. I think it's just changing. And so when that happens, there are naturally frictions in accommodation. I don't think it's like, as humans, we will learn to do the work. But there will be frictions as we learn to do the work from a different culture. Right? So that one I think is important to touch on. Sorry.
Okay, I'm going to give the mic back to the audience for a couple last words, because why not? Because we have 2 minutes left. So I have a hand right here. Here, take my mic, and then I'll just give you another one.
So I'm Chinese Malaysian, growing up next to semiconductor plants. So my questions become more personal. So I want to understand, you guys talk about industrial policy as if it is standalone to explain the success of semiconductor industry in Malaysia. How about trade policy? How about FDI policy? For the longest time, what we are emphasizing in Malaysia is actually the FDI policy and the role of attracting semiconductor plants, FDI firms. The role is to increase employment and to access the US and EU market. Certainly not to serve the local market, because there's no capacity to absorb all these things. So the know-how comes from FDI firm, using the local labor to absorb the unemployment in order to access the US market or the EU market, mainly the US market. So there's a big role of FDI in playing here. So we don't talk about industrial policy standalone, but if you talk about industrial policy in Malaysia, you have to talk about the failure of auto industry in Malaysia, which is a big industrial policy that also national car policy that do not rely on FDI and leads to failure. So there is a distinction there that perhaps one of you can touch on. Finally, when you talk about success of Taiwan and China in semiconductor industries, how much of the increase in Chinese export or the production of chips is actually driven by FDI firms from Taiwan? Perhaps when the technology in Taiwan is mature, they move to China to use the labor. So can you actually tease out the differences between the rise in China, part of it is actually driven by Taiwanese firm investing in China.
Okay, and that is time. So you can ask the, that is a conversation that will take place in the coffee break because we have to have another paper session in about 10 minutes.
We're going to take a very short break, about 5 minutes, so please come
5
very
minutes,
quickly
get
back.
your coffee and come back.
Thank you.
So, okay. Okay. Thank you.
Hey, thank you, everyone. Thank you, everyone. We're going to have our group presenting industrial policy, past and present. These are going to be, these are econ papers. These are long-run econ papers. I'm not going to give too much of a spiel just for the sake of time and letting these presenters go. We will do like we just did prior. We'll take questions at the end and collect them when everyone's done. So we'll do after each. You want to do? Do you have a preference? Let's do each then. Thank you. Key point. So without further ado, Andrew, please.
Wonderful. Thank you so much to the organizers for including our paper on the program. This is an empirical macroeconomics paper estimating the aggregate returns to U.S. government-funded R&D. This is joint work with Carl Mertens at the Dallas Fed, so the usual disclaimers apply. U.S. productivity growth has slowed markedly since the late 1960s. And productivity growth has slowed around much of the world. And this is a cause for concern because economists think about productivity growth as reflecting technological progress. It fuels long-run increases in living standard. This first figure shows the average growth rate of business sector total factor productivity, which essentially measures business sector output net of all business sector inputs to production. And you can see that this TFP growth averages about 2% a year in the early post-war sample, and then slows after the late 1960s. And since the early 70s, TFP growth has averaged roughly 1% a year. Less well known is that this slowdown in TFP growth eerily coincides with a big reduction in how much the US government has been investing in R&D. This next version of the figure superimposes the growth rate of two capital stocks. We've got the government R&D capital stock in the solid orange line and the public infrastructure capital stock in the dashed orange line, both scaled on the right axis. And you can see this early post-war period with high TFP growth is also an era of very rapid accumulation in government R&D capital. Now, these capital stocks reflect all present and past expenditure on R&D, adjusted for depreciation of past investments. The causality is a little bit tricky here, though, because you also see much faster growth in public infrastructure in the early post-war sample. And there's a large body of literature showing that public infrastructure investment has big productivity spillovers as well. So the objective of this paper is to try to identify the causal effect of government R&D capital on US TFP growth. And to do that, we're going to control for this alternative influence from public infrastructure. Now, the contribution of this paper is estimating the causal effects of government R&D spending on business sector TFP. We're going to exploit a new source of exogenous variation in federal appropriations for R&D spending. And I should clarify that throughout, I'm going to use the term government R&D to refer to work funded by the government, but not necessarily performed by the government. So this includes a lot of R&D spending by Congress. It's actually performed by universities, by the private sector, national labs, and so on. We're going to run medium-run local projections and do a structural estimation of elasticities and rates of return for government-funded R&D. The punchline of the paper is that the returns to non-defense R&D are really, really high. We find that these non-defense R&D appropriation shocks boost productivity growth and a range of measures of innovative activity. Based on our preferred estimate of a production function elasticity of government R&D capital, we find that government R&D can account for about 20 to 25% of all post-war productivity growth in the United States. And the economic returns to government R&D are roughly 140 to 240%. Now, that's much higher than consensus estimates for private returns to privately funded R&D. But to give you a little bit of a context for the magnitude of results, Arnaud Dievre, who's in the audience, has a really nice job market paper using CompuStat data and looking at patent spillovers, completely different methodological approach to a similar question, finds also a very large contribution from declining government R&D investment to a slowdown in U.S. productivity growth. Jones and Summers have a nice paper looking at the social returns to total R&D spending for the United States. They calculate that the total return to U.S. R&D expenditure is about 67%. Our time series framework maps really nicely into this literature on social returns from the U.S. perspective. And we find a higher return to non-defense R&D and likely a lower return to defense R&D. And broadly, we think our estimates square with their findings quite nicely. Why study government R&D in particular? I probably don't need to motivate this for this particular crowd, unlike a typical macro seminar. But just so we're all on the same wavelength, it's been known back since the 1950s that there's a market failure with R&D. The private sector is going to underinvest in basic research because of knowledge spillovers. It's really hard to monetize the returns to basic research. Now, as a matter of empirics, this theory's been right. The government has been investing more in basic research and less on development than the private sector for the entire post-war sample. And until recently, the government was investing more in both basic and applied research than the private sector. Now, we have a ton of micro-evidence suggesting that government R&D programs for different federal agencies have positive spillovers. And this literature typically looks at patents or industry-specific spillovers. So there's a lot of evidence suggesting that government R&D programs have a positive effect, but it's very difficult to map this literature into aggregate effects. There's a smaller literature on sort of macro aggregate social returns to government-funded R&D, but data limitations have made it really hard to study government R&D at the macro level. So we're going to sort of take the agencies that have been studied at more of a micro approach and try to study all of their effects simultaneously in a time series framework. And the identifying variation for this paper comes from a companion narrative analysis of federal R&D appropriations. Now, going into the project, we're worried about reverse causality. There's a long history of the government increasing R&D spending in response to demand shocks or supply shocks that would decrease measured productivity, and that would downwardly bias estimates of the effect of government R&D on productivity. So you could think of creating the Energy Research and Development Administration and then Department of Energy in response to the oil shocks in the 70s. We had big R&D spending provisions in our last two major fiscal stimulus bills during the Great Recession and COVID. Ex post, it turned out to not matter much. The policy variation is just overwhelmingly not cyclically motivated, but we did the work regardless. So we analyzed the appropriations history for the 5 major R&D agencies of the federal government: the Department of Defense, Department of Energy, NASA, NIH, and the National Science Foundation, which collectively account for roughly 90% of all federal R&D spending for the entire post-war sample. This figure shows federal R&D outlays as a share of GDP. And you can see that the Department of Defense in blue has historically accounted for the largest share of federal R&D spending. Pink is NASA, a very, very large share during the Cold War. The darker red is the National Institutes of Health, which has been a growing share. All right, so there's some variation across agencies. What this graph really underscores is that we used to spend a lot more on federal R&D back during the height of the Cold War, and federal R&D spending as a share of the economy has trended sharply downwards since the late 1960s. Okay. To identify these exogenous shocks to federal R&D appropriations, we are going to start by building a data set of all federal appropriations for each of these agencies, line by line from budget account data in the appendices to the US budget. And then we're going to look at significant policy changes, so just narrow the scope and only look at policy changes where there's a really big year-over-year change in inflation-adjusted appropriations. And then for those more important changes, we're going to analyze congressional documents and a whole bunch of primary and secondary sources to try to infer legislative intent and understand why policymakers were significantly changing R&D spending for each of these agencies. Based on this reading, we're going to classify each of the appropriation changes as either exogenous to short-run macroeconomic considerations or endogenous to the business cycle. The exogenous shocks are meant to have a causal interpretation after conditioning on an appropriate set of additional macroeconomic controls. In the fiscal policy literature, it's well known that timing is really important. It's also really hard to infer legislative intent from expenditures. So we use appropriations data because you can pinpoint the timing of news about changes in appropriations, and it's much easier to understand why policymakers are changing funding levels. Oh, in total, we analyzed 257 appropriation changes by agency and fiscal year. There's a ton of identifying variation, but it also makes this a slog using the appropriations process. But I had a wonderful team of 5 RAs at Middlebury College helping me with this during the pandemic. Just so you can get a sense of the kind of policy variation we're looking at, this is the front page of the New York Times from October 5th, 1957, the day before the Soviet Union had shot Sputnik up. And this terrified the US defense policy world. The launch vehicle for Sputnik is essentially an ICBM, which we were trying to develop but hadn't deployed yet. Congress responded very quickly and with a lot of money. Within a year, we've created both NASA and ARPA, which became DARPA, and throw a ton of money at R&D. These are all policy changes that we classified as exogenous to the business cycle. It's motivated by geopolitical national security concerns. I'm going to focus overwhelmingly on our headline results based on changes in non-defense R&D spending. This figure shows the non-defense R&D appropriation shocks, so the year-over-year change in inflation-adjusted appropriations depicted in real dollars per capita, just for scaling. The blue bars show all of the policy events we classify as exogenous, which we'll use as instrumental variables in our paper. The red bars show all the policy changes classified as endogenous, or that are too small for us to bother analyzing. When push came to shove, about 80% of the policy changes are classified as exogenous. We just don't use R&D policy to systematically respond to recessions the way we do tax policy. These blue bars can be used in appropriately specified regressions to study the causal effect of government-funded R&D. Whoa. I promise you, this is an appropriately specified regression framework. So we're going to run, I'll just describe this verbally. We're going to run Jorda-style local projections or direct forecasting regressions, looking at a cumulative change of the variable of interest on the left-hand side, YT, such as total factor productivity, over varying horizons. And we're going to run the same regression for 60 quarters, looking at different cumulative responses of the outcome variable, like productivity. The object of interest is this gamma H, on ZTI. ZTI are the R&D appropriation shocks, and gamma H is going to trace out the impulse response of these R&D appropriation shocks on TFP or other variables of interest. We are always going to include lagged controls for the left-hand side variable. The appropriations are autocorrelated, so we'll include controls for all past cumulated appropriations. Just a bigger information set than looking at the exogenous shocks. And we'll have a vector of lagged macroeconomic controls to address other cyclical, any cyclical variation we haven't mopped up, and other variables with predictive content for long-run productivity, like R&D capital stocks, both public and private, stock market indices for relevant sectors. Now, the impulse responses that I'm about to show you are all identified up to a scale factor. So everything I'm going to show you, you can think of as reflecting the response that would be associated with a 1% peak increase in the government R&D capital stock. And I'm first going to show you the response of the government R&D capital stock, which is indicative of relevance. So here, on the left-hand side, we have the response of government R&D capital to the non-defense shocks, which are aggregated up from the NIH, NASA, NSF, and the non-nuclear functions of the Department of Energy. On the right, we have the response of government R&D capital to the defense shocks, Department of Defense plus the nuclear side of DOE. The blue line shows a baseline specification with all of our additional lagged macro controls. The red line shows a simple version without the additional vector XT, just controls of the dependent variable and lagged appropriations. Both are plotted with 95% confidence bands, and you can see that the additional macro controls aren't changing the point estimates whatsoever. They're just making the inference more precise. You can see that the government R&D capital stock peaks after about 7 or 8 years after the date zero change in appropriations. That's true for both defense and non-defense. So we have a useful instrument that's able to predict variation in the government R&D capital stock for both. Now, the similarity breaks down there. For the non-defense R&D appropriation shocks, we see a very gradual but with time, highly significant and persistent increase in U.S. total factor productivity. After 15 years, we see U.S. productivity rise by about 0.2%, which is indicative that changes in congressional appropriations for federal R&D spending are really juicing U.S. productivity growth. On the right-hand side, we don't see any evidence of a longer-run productivity effect from the defense R&D appropriation shocks, despite a lot of action with the government R&D capital stock. Now, TFP is just one variable, so I'm going to show you some evidence that these R&D appropriation shocks on the non-defense side are kicking off a host of innovative activity and all sorts of measures of productivity. So we see an increase in labor productivity, again, somewhat gradual, highly persistent. That's just output per hours worked. We see an increase in potential output. This is a CBO measure. Productivity, or TFP, is a big input to the non-inflationary level of output you can produce. And we're seeing a permanent level shift up in the non-inflationary potential of the US economy. We see an increase in indices of economically valuable patents at a longer run horizon, so occurring more in line with when we see the productivity spillovers. This is my favorite figure from the whole paper. We see a big and highly significant increase in the number of new PhDs in STEM fields at a lag of about 7 to 8 years, which is consistent with the time it would take a student to finish their degree after their PI secures a newly appropriated grant from a federal agency. More immediately, we see an increase in the number of R&D workers who are employed. Right? This sort of leads the increase in productivity and patents, and also an increase in the number of new technology books. So you could think of a whole bunch of inputs and outputs to the knowledge production function all being kicked off by these non-defense R&D appropriation shocks. All right. So for the second part of the paper, we're going to estimate, we want to understand the historical contribution of these non-defense R&D appropriation shocks to US productivity growth and the aggregate rates of return. So we're going to turn to a structural estimation of production function elasticities of government R&D capital and rates of return. And just a refresher for anyone who hasn't heard the term elasticity in a while, elasticity just measures the responsiveness of one variable to another. The production function elasticity is going to be looking at the percentage response in output from productivity growth to a 1% increase in the government R&D capital stock. So we're going to start by writing down an augmented Cobb-Douglas production function where we add public capital, right, which is not a business sector input. Public capital stocks haven't been accounted for in the measurement of business sector TFP. And we're going to add QT, which is the log of public infrastructure capital, and KT, the government R&D capital stock. And these terms, eta and phi, are the production function elasticities of public infrastructure capital and government R&D capital, respectively. Now, our R&D appropriation shocks, at least on the non-defense side, predict a little bit of an increase in private R&D capital, but not much, about 19 cents on the dollar. And private R&D capital should be fully accounted for in the measurement of TFP. What isn't accounted for is this public infrastructure capital stock, and our appropriation shocks predict a much larger increase in public infrastructure, right? A lot of the increase in R&D occurs at roughly the same time as we're building the national highway system. And we're going to net out this alternative contribution from public infrastructure. We're going to take point estimates for the elasticity of public infrastructure capital from the literature. So 3 different values from a survey by Valerie Ramey and a midpoint estimate that the CBO currently uses of 0.08, and separately apply each of those elasticities to the actual growth in public infrastructure capital, net out that contribution, and then use a residual or an adjusted measure of TFP for all of our estimation. And our structural estimation is going to be estimating on the left-hand side the change in TFP in response to, or a change in adjusted TFP, net of this contribution from public infrastructure, in response to the public R&D capital stock. What we're trying to recover is this parameter phi for the elasticity, production function elasticity of government R&D capital. For the estimation, we use the system projections on instrumental variables framework of Lewis and Mertens. And the way to think about this is kind of a simultaneous instrumental variable approach where we're using the R&D appropriation shocks as an instrument for the government R&D capital stock, that first impulse response I showed you, and also using it as an instrument for the adjusted TFP series. The SPIV estimator is a GMM estimator in the impulse response space. And essentially, we're regressing the impulse response of TFP on the impulse response of public R&D capital. And the value phi is going to capture the best fit between those two impulse responses. And it captures significance in a single point estimate, or you don't have to evaluate impulse responses over various horizons. This is our first main table of results showing estimates for the government R&D, production function elasticity of government R&D capital. The top row 1 shows our preferred specification using the non-defense R&D appropriation shocks to instrument for the total government R&D capital stock. We get an elasticity of 0.11, meaning that if you increase government R&D capital by 1%, you increase US TFP by 0.11%. Our assumptions about the elasticity of public infrastructure don't really matter. You can scale that up or scale that down. It's not going to change the estimated elasticities of public infrastructure or public R&D capital. A lot of our identifying variation on the non-defense side comes from the space race, but we can drop NASA entirely and just look at changes to NIH, NSF, and the Department of Energy, and the elasticities actually go up. If you use all of the identifying variation, just estimate this as an OLS regression, ignoring the exogenous, endogenous classification, you get fairly similar results, slightly lower. There's just not that much policy variation that we've stripped out that would be downwardly biasing results. There are a whole bunch of different specifications. The last thing I want to note on this slide, this second column here estimates the elasticities to defense R&D capital, and you can see that all of the estimates for the defense side are imprecisely estimated, and most of them are negative, which is in stark contrast, highly precisely estimated, statistically significant, and positive responses on the non-defense side. Okay. Once you have that elasticity, you can apply it to the actual growth rate in government R&D capital and back out the contribution of public investment in infrastructure and public investment in R&D to US productivity growth since World War II. And that's what we're doing in this figure. This black line shows the growth in business sector TFP from that first figure. And then the shaded areas underneath, in blue, we've got the contribution from government R&D capital, and in red, the contribution from public infrastructure. Here, we're assuming no contribution from defense R&D, just the non-defense side. It's a little bit hard to eyeball that from the figure on the left. The table on the right shows average TFP growth across 4 different eras for the US economy, and then a breakout of the contribution of public infrastructure capital and public R&D capital in each of those eras, depending on our assumption about the influence of public infrastructure. You can see that R&D capital in our preferred specification pretty consistently accounts for 20 to 25% of TFP growth in the United States, and that the decline in government R&D capital after the 1960s can account for about a quarter of the slowdown in US productivity growth since the late 1960s. The other thing to note here, we're getting a pretty comparable contribution to US productivity growth from public infrastructure and R&D capital. The R&D capital stock is an order of magnitude smaller, though. We've just invested way less in R&D than public infrastructure, yet you're getting a comparable contribution to US productivity from both. This is the second main table looking at rates of return to government R&D capital. It's a slightly modified SPIV estimation equation. Here, we're looking at the aggregate rate of return, so dollar value of US output driven by productivity from an increase in government R&D capital. Our preferred estimate is 1.71, or a 171% gross rate of return, meaning if you increase the government R&D capital stock by $1, you would get $1.71 in US output from productivity. You can also use the elasticities to back of the envelope rates of return. Both methodologies have very, very similar implications. And so across all of the specifications, the aggregate rates of return on US R&D capital range from about 140% to 240%. Again, much higher than estimates for private returns to privately funded R&D, but there's a big difference, both methodologically. Our time series approach picks up much broader spillovers for the entire US economy. Okay. I've spent most of today talking about our headline results for the rates of return to non-defense R&D appropriations. a lot of folks, at least in macro seminars, seem really surprised that we don't find any kick from defense R&D. So I want to close today just by talking a little bit about why we think that is. Right, we're not picking up significant responses of productivity or other measures of innovation to these defense R&D appropriation shocks, at least over a 15-year horizon. I think a lot of people have ARPANET and GPS in their minds for why defense R&D should have big spillovers too. So why do we think that is? Well, first and foremost, a lot of what the military does is classified. And classifying work is intended to impede knowledge spillovers, which is what you'd pick up with productivity. Now, that doesn't mean that there aren't productivity spillovers. They might occur at a much longer lag than what we're able to study with 75 years of quarterly time series data. Right, so in 150 years, if you redo this paper, maybe you find something at 25, 30 years. You just have to wait for work to be declassified. There's also a big change in the difference in the composition of what kind of R&D is being funded. The Defense Department overwhelmingly invests in weapons development. So $1 of defense R&D has about 86 cents on the dollar for weapons development, developing ballistic missile, nuclear-powered submarines. And they spend way less on basic research and applied research than the non-defense agencies. Non-defense agencies across the board are pretty evenly split. Once you net out the Department of Defense, it's about a third on basic, a third on applied, and a third on development. Some of the agencies we study, like the NSF, are closer to 85, 90% basic research. Now, the last caveat to our paper and our work is that our methodology can't be backdated to World War II. The federal budget just deliberately omitted all data about defense procurement and the defense budget in the wartime. It's both practically impossible for them, and even if it had been feasible, they wouldn't have wanted enemy combatants to know what we were spending money on, right? So there's just a dearth of data. We can't do this. There's some other nice papers, work by Gross and Sampat in particular, showing that government R&D investments during World War II had very persistent spillover effects and would be expected to have a big effect on productivity. And that first graph, this last graph I showed you, there's a lot of US productivity growth in the immediate aftermath of World War II that we're not explaining with non-defense R&D capital. The government essentially did not invest anything in non-defense R&D before World War II. So to the extent that we certainly have an instrument that works for the government R&D capital stock with these non-defense shocks, we're not able to pick up any significant results on the defense side. We might have more precise estimates if we could have backdated this, but we're just missing that identifying variation from the Department of Defense during World War II. So that's not to say that defense R&D is useless. It surely contributes to our national security, but it certainly doesn't seem to be driving U.S. productivity growth in the same way that non-defense R&D investments seem to be. And again, to recap, our preferred estimate is non-defense R&D has a rate of return of 140 to 250% in gross terms, which implies massive historical underfunding of non-defense government R&D. All right, thank you.
Quick question.
Very quickly, very quickly. I'll let you you pick.
Go for it.
I mean, maybe you haven't yet looked into the historical process, but weren't economists defending non-defense R&D at the time when it went down? Like, why did it go down if it's so evident? No, not evidently. You did a lot of work. But when it is so economically beneficial, was it wrong thinking? Was it policy? Was it politicians? What's going on? Why does the US stop something that is so beneficial?
That's a great question. I'd say that we don't have good evidence until very recently that there is a real benefit. The space race was incredibly controversial. There were a lot of people who thought that putting a man on the moon was a huge waste of resources and we should have been investing more in people on Earth. NASA's budget starts getting hacked away even before we land on the moon. A lot of the policy variation aren't just these big innovation pushes that we heard Chris talk about. It's things like the Budget Sequestration Act, the Budget Control Act of 2011 and the sequestration cuts. R&D spending is often the first thing on the chopping block. You can't fire federal employees. There's a lot of federal spending. The federal budget's a slow ship to turn. There's a lot of federal spending you can't cut. giving fewer grants to universities is really easy in a pinch. So whenever you take a hatchet to the non-defense discretionary budget, R&D spending falls. Similarly, when we had concerns about the federal budget being inflationary in the late 60s, early 70s, non-defense R&D falls precipitously. Defense R&D tends to be sort of protected more from fiscal austerity than non-defense R&D. It's a great question.
Fantastic. We'll cap it off there. And Luis.
Now? Okay. Very well. So good afternoon, everyone. I am very excited to be here today. I'm going to be presenting Innovation Spurt, evidence from South Korea's big R&D push, which is my job market paper, and it's called to work with Chan Kim, who is a classmate at the University of Maryland. So the question that we ask in this paper is, how does innovation policy affect research output and economic outcomes? Naturally, we are not the first ones to ask this question. There are various literatures in different disciplines that provide governments with motives to intervene markets to address market failures. So what is more of an open question is what works and what doesn't, right? And in particular, in economics at least, there is very little literature on on large coordinated R&D programs. So what we do in this paper is we study the G7 program, which was South Korea's first mission-oriented R&D program. So this was a large program. It invested over $7 billion between 1992 and 2001 and mobilized over 100,000 researchers. The mission was to reach frontier level, G7 country level, hence the name, capabilities in selected technologies by the 2000s. So why did South Korean policymakers want to engage in this sort of adventure? Well, the thing is that they identified that they needed to compete in higher value-added markets, right? So by the early 1990s, South Korean exports essentially stagnated. And there is some consensus among South Korean economists that the reason behind that was that after the return to democracy in 1987, there was an explosion in labor costs. So in order to keep up competing, they needed to engage with different sorts of products or higher value added products, okay? Naturally, there are some hurdles along the way when one wants to do that. Essentially, there were two types of hurdles. In the case of technologies that had immediate commercial applications, like a high definition television or some specific type of semiconductor, the problem was that the research projects that needed to be implemented were too large and too risky for individual firms to pursue on their own. So there was a coordination failure, so to speak. There are technologies in which there were huge externalities, right? So you can think of a nuclear reactor that has very large national security and environmental externalities. So when that happens, there is this very large gap between the private return to R&D and the public return, right? So this is like a natural case of a suboptimal provision of a public good. So what the program did was to provide a research subsidy, which would solve those issues. There is nothing new there, I guess. What is special about this program is that the approach to project selection was centralized, and there were public research institutes that managed the projects on a daily basis. Okay, so this is not like a decentralized tax credit, for example, in which firms choose which technologies to pursue independently. It's the government telling them, we're going to engage with these projects, come over, right? So there was a unit that was created to run the program. It was named the G7 Program Unit, and it opened like a call for applications within the government, and ministries of all kinds presented 74 candidate projects. 23 were selected. Okay, of those 23 that were selected, only 18 were funded. Okay, and the reason for that was that after being selected, there was a budget shock that reduced the program's overall budget. So you're going to ask, okay, which were the projects, well, mega projects. So on the left, you're going to see the mega projects that were supported at the end. So you are going to see like very well-known like South Korean successes, like a flat panel display, a high-definition television, and so on. And less known successes like a nuclear reactor, right? For example, today South Korea exports these nuclear technologies to the Middle East and now increasingly to Europe, right? And on the right-hand side, what you're going to see are the selected but unfunded megaprojects. And later on, as I'm going to talk in more detail later, what we do, very high level, is we use these projects, as our treatment projects. And we're going to use these selected but unfunded megaprojects as control projects. Okay? So specifically in the paper, what we do is we use newly digitized files from archival sources, patenting and export data to study how patenting and exports in program-targeted technological classes evolved between 1980 and 2015. I'm going to show you an example of what a technological class is precisely in a few slides, but you can think of it as a broad, very loosely speaking. Okay? We had two challenges when implementing this paper. The first one was a data challenge. So we have a lot of data on patenting exports, which we essentially download from the internet. There's nothing fancy there. But we were able to compile a lot of historical data, particularly program reports that detail each research project's activities, goals, and so on. Now, the problem is that these two things don't talk to each other. We have 6,000 pages of PDFs from one hand and a lot of CSV files in the other. So the way to make these two speak to each other, like many things these days, is a language model. Okay? And to address selection concerns, which are a salient concern in this type of policies, we use these mega projects that were selected but not funded. What we find is that by the 10th year after receiving program support, program-targeted technological classes doubled their quality weight patenting output and tripled their real exports relative to control classes. The dynamics of those effects are very different. So what we see is that there is like an increase in patenting that happens almost immediately after a technological class is supported. But for exports, we really find muted effects for 3 years. And we start like picking up some effects 5 years after a technological class was supported. So that's a lot, right? So then when we ask like about the economics and the mechanisms that are driving the program's effect, we find that technological classes with less concentrated scientific output before the program observe greater effects, which suggests that spillovers are an important driver of program effects. Then we will want to make a cost-benefit analysis, and we find a 21% internal rate of return and a cost-benefit ratio of 3.3, which implies that the program was a very cost-effective intervention. Conclude that the program shifted the direction in which the South Korean economy innovated, and this had important economic consequences. Okay? So the outcomes that we look at are future citation weight patenting. We do this because there are many patents that are probably useless. So the way in which the literature deals with quality is to weight every patent by the citation it gets. And we also look at exports. And we look at the country technological class level. Okay, so I'm going to show you both within Korea and across country evidence in a couple of slides. So we look at data between 1980 and 2015, and we get data from USPTO, our income, and UN Comtrade. So here's an example of technological class. So you're thinking of something like a car, like a motor vehicle. This is the level at which we look at patenting, and this is the level at which we look at exports, and that's just because of a data availability issue. Okay? When it comes to a treatment, as I was hinting at before, there is a wealth of textual information that we get for about 4,800 G7 program related projects. So I showed you 23 mega projects. Each project had some like smaller research projects, right? So in total we had 4,800, right? We got this through something like a Freedom of Information Act request. It was in a basement in South Korea's National Research Foundation, but we got it. And that was very exciting, but the problem is that we don't observe the technical class that was targeted by each research project. So that's a problem because we can't run econometrics, essentially, no? So the challenge is, okay, how do we map this textual information into technical classes? And the answer is a language model, okay? So what we do is we input each project's goal and description of activities in this model that we didn't develop. That is called IPCCAT, that was developed by the World International Patent Organization to help resource-constrained patent offices classify inventions into technical classes. So you can think of 2 PhD students as the most resource-constrained patent office in the planet, right? So we take advantage of this like technology, and what we get after we do this is a list of technological classes that relate to each project. So this is the typical record that we get. So this is for a network device. We get the project's name, the researchers, the firms involved, the time span of the project, the subsidies, the private contributions, and the description of activities. What we don't have here is a list with the technological class that each project targets. The language model gives us that. Okay? So when it comes to empirics, we exploit that high potential mega projects were selected but were not funded, right? And these projects went through the whole selection process. They were selected by the program experts, which used as an input a survey that was sent to experts in government and academia. But given the budget shock, they couldn't be supported. So what happened was that the South Korean government tried to fund these large projects, the aircraft, the high-speed maritime ship, the natural language processing technology, but it didn't find a way to do so. Okay, and so we find evidence that spawns our identification strategy. So as I'm going to show you in a few slides, there are no trends in patenting or exports. This means that targeted and controlled technical classes were performing pretty much, they had similar trends before the program targeted a technological class. I'm not going to show you the next 2 bullet points, just in the interest of time. But we find that targeting is not informative of underlying economic characteristics like capital intensity, output per worker, and so on. Like that's in the paper. If you want to talk more about it, come talk to me. And finally, our results do not change when we exclude superstar technological classes, right? So if we exclude like semiconductors, cars, like technological classes that were performing very well before the program, our baseline results do not change. Okay? And I'm going to show you results for Korea and across country. And as you're going to see, like results do not change much. Okay, so I'll go very briefly over the econometrics. First, I'm going to show you our outcomes. So it's going to be patenting. This is the inverse hyperbolic sign transformation, which is something that produces like how spanned is the data and this outcome, similar to a log transformation. And we're going to look every year at the change in patenting relative to the year before any technological class was supported. Okay, pretty much the same for the treatment. For exports is exactly the same thing. The only difference is that we look at 3-digit level technological classes, again, because of that data availability. So these are our main estimating equation. There is a summation that should be there somewhere, but essentially on the left, what you have is the inverse hyperbolic sign, the change in the IHS of patents in a given year after a technological class was supported relative to the year before it was supported by the program. On the right-hand side, you are going to see this variable here, which is the change in the treatment status, and is the one that I'm going to report. And we're going to control for some things. So there are some fixed effects that account for demand shocks, differential trends across sector that relax a bit, that could threaten like our identification strategy. And we also control for pre-existing patent insurers, okay? Just to make sure that we are not just picking up like some policymakers' preference for sectors that already patent a lot or export a lot. In the case of exports, it's pretty much the same thing. The only difference, again, is the level of aggregation at which we do the analysis. Here we are going to use, like in both cases, a local projection differences in difference approach, which is akin to the local projections method that Andrew talked about. So after all that, let me show you the results. So on the top panel, you are going to see patenting, right? So here to note is that first, there are no differential trends before the program. And once the program supports a technological class, patenting starts like going up and going up pretty quickly. So these point estimates imply that by the 10th year after a technological class was supported, patenting doubled in targeted classes relative to control classes. At the bottom, you're going to see exports. And here, as I was hinting at before, we really take a long time to pick up like effects, no? And I mean, that I think makes all the sense. Like, you patent a technology, you take it to a product line, you have to market it. Until all that happens, that typically takes a lot of time. What I think it's interesting and a bit concerning is that if you think of industrial policy and the political economy of industrial policy, is that it takes a lot of time to get the returns, right? So there is like a political economy problem because you support some sectors and you see the fruits of that. Well, you don't see the fruit of that essentially. Now, if you are like for your presidential term, it's the person that takes office after you who is going to see the returns, right? So that's a problem. Okay, so then we use the cross-country sample. So this is pretty much the same empirical specification. The difference is that we have observations from many countries around the world, and we include a series of fixed effects at the country level that imply like a different point of comparison. Like in the previous set of results that I show you, the point of comparison were essentially these technological classes that were not supported at the end, right? Here, the point of comparison is, or are going to be, technological classes that were supported, but in other countries, okay? So we are sort of changing the comparison point and see how robust our results are to that. And what we find is that it's very much the same story. Like, there are very few differences in terms of point estimates. They're pretty much the same. I had to check 4 times that I was, not getting the same, the image from the previous slide here. But what this is telling us is that our results are robust to that change in point of comparison. Okay. So here is something about mechanisms. Okay, about the economics of the program. What we do here is we compute the citation shares for each technological class the 5 years before the program was active, right? So for example, if there's just one company patenting, say Samsung, that's going to be a very concentrated citation share, right? It's 100%. If there are more companies, the HHI is going to be lower. What we find is that the technological classes that had lower concentration, like a lower concentration index in terms of citation shares, did much better, right? Here I am reporting like changes for a one interquartile range change in the HHI, which is 6,380, which is a very large change. But the main point is that this differential effect is like 3/4 of the baseline program estimate. So what this is telling us is that knowledge networks before the program really were important. Okay, so that's I guess something useful for policymakers when designing this type of program. Okay, so I think that's in some sense a bit of a fairy tale so far, right? So what if these findings came at a huge cost, right? So even if these results are very large, if they're not much when you compare it to a cost, maybe it's not a very good idea to implement the program. What we do is to run a cost-benefit analysis, sort of a back-of-the-envelope calculation. Okay, so we're going to count benefits for 15 years after a technological class was targeted, and we are going to take a method from the literature to value patents. Okay, so what we do is first we get a number of program attributable patents from our reduced form estimates, and then we are going to get a patent valuation using this method, right? So what the method does essentially is to look at the stock market capitalization of a patent grantee after it's official that it has been granted a patent, right? And that is a market-based estimate of the value of the patent, right? And we adjust, of course, for market benchmark returns, and that gives us a patent value for every patent related to a publicly traded South Korean company, okay? And this is using South Korean stock market data. Once we have that, we compute the median of patent valuations for each treated technological class every year, right? And when we multiply the results from those previous two steps, we get a Korean won valuation of those program benefits, okay? So we include some costs, right? So first, there are the R&D expenditures. So we observe that directly from the program files I showed you before, and we include opportunity costs, okay? And for government expenditures, we assume that the South Korean government could have spent that money in higher education, right? And the social return to higher education in South Korea, according to the literature, in the 1990s was 7.5% per year. And for the private contributions, we compute a measure of return on equity, and we assume that that private investment would accrue that benefit. That is 9% per year. Okay, we take all the values to Korean won and discount them using a 5% discount rate. And what we find is that the benefits were 3.3 times the costs, and the internal rate of return was 21%. Okay, so the program was a highly cost-effective intervention. Okay, so we conclude that the program shifted the direction in which the South Korean economy innovated. There was a large persistent impact on quality weight patenting. The effects were very quick and were larger in technological classes that had less concentration in terms of scientific production. That shift had a relevant impact on the real economy. However, those effects took some time to materialize, right? So remember, we don't find any effect 3 years after after a technological class was supported. And it was, at the end of the day, a highly cost-effective intervention, right? So benefits were more than 3 times the cost, and internal rate of return, roughly 21%.
Thank you so much, Luis. Very, very quickly, one quick question. I'll let you. Looks like we have a candidate here.
Yeah, I think actually you're underestimating the effect quite a bit because you're looking at the value of patenting, which is not the same as the value of the innovation. From the private side, you're missing the value of, well, the non-patented innovation, which would already have been put potentially in the value of the firm. And of course, you're also missing like the social, the additional social benefits that you may have. So the returns are probably much, much higher.
Right. So yeah. So this was like intended to be like sort of a lower bound, no? Yeah, absolutely. So, like, given the estimates that we get, we internalize like the within sector externalities. That's in what we get, but we are like sort of muting the across sector spillovers. Yeah, absolutely.
I mean, I would say that's correct, except there's also a business dealing effect that comes in, and so that could, it could be that this patent just allows that firm maybe to get epsilon better than some other firm and steal its business. So we can't really say from the stock return whether it's an over or an underestimate, I would think.
Mm-hmm.
Let's leave it right there, I think, just so we can, have Andrea. Thank you so much.
Yeah, no worries. All right. Thanks a lot for having me here. Thanks. I'm Andrea Cerrato. I work at the Boston Fed, so my views are not the views of the Boston Fed. Let me jump on the paper right away. So this paper studies long-term aggregate effects of a large-scale regional development program implemented in Italy and with the objective of industrializing the south of the country. So this is basically an industrialization program aimed at putting manufacturing in the South, which after World War II in 1950, at the beginning of the program, was mostly an agricultural type of economy. So this is a massive program. The size of the program is about $450 billion in 2010 prices. This is equivalent to 6 times the GDP of the South at baseline, so in 1950. And about 3.5 times the Marshall Plan, despite the Marshall Plan targeting the whole Western European territory. So you should think about this as a very prolonged and very large program targeting one part of a country, half of the country actually, having arguably general equilibrium effects on the rest of the country, and enacted in a period in which income per capita differences between the center-north of the country, the non-targeted part of the country, and the south were particularly large. And so these differences were basically triggering massive labor reallocation from the south to the center-north. So you can think about this program having maybe large local effects in making the local economy of the south switching from an agricultural-based economy to a manufacturing-based economy, but potentially also high crowding out effects by reallocating factors of production, namely labor and capital, from relatively more productive places of the country to relatively less productive places of the country, right? So this is the logic of the paper, and I'm going to try to combine some use form evidence of the impact of these investments in local economies in the South with a multi-region model. So I will combine these two parts in the paper, and I try to calibrate my model disciplined by my reduced form estimates to get a sense of regional and aggregate effects of this policy on manufacturing production, industrial production, which is the main targeted sector of the program. Right, so let me talk a little bit about the reduced form estimates. So I use data, administrative data collected from historical archives, covering the universe of geolocalized projects for the whole period covering 1950 to 1992, have information on the type of project, the approval date, the cost, and the location. And then I use some other administrative documents to inform my identification strategy. Then for outcome variables, I combine municipality level and province level decennial census data, mostly covering labor market outcomes, demographic characteristics, and importantly, at the province level, I'm also able to measure migration matrices covering the whole period from 1950 to 2011. Basically, those data are telling me how much of these investments were keeping people in the targeted areas rather than making them move in the counterfactual. And sectoral value-added data. So I have results also on output at the province level. Right, this is the time series of the investments enacted by Cassa per il Mezzogiorno, which is this big fund that implemented the investments. As you can see, it starts from 1950, ends in 1992. On the y-axis, you have billions of 2010 euros. So these are all fairly significant amount of money. I've done the breakdown here between public infrastructure investments and firm grants. These are the two main ingredients of the program. Program starts in the first 7 years mostly with public infrastructure investments, and I will be more specific about what that means. Then from 1957 on, it's also paired with firm grants, and I'm also going to be more specific about this later. This is the breakdown of public infrastructure investments. So I'll invite you to just focus mostly on the first three items. So the first and largely the most funded item is water and electricity provision. Second is roads, waste management. So you could think about these main items as being the real necessities for manufacturing activity to take place. And so being public goods that are mostly aimed at fostering manufacturing activity. Let me tell you a little bit about institutional features that inform my identification strategy at the local level. So as I said, combination of infrastructure investments and firm grants. Firm grants are supposed to cover 20% of installation costs for firms to locate their activity in the south of the country, and 10% of machinery costs purchased to start up production. And the type of variation that I'm going to use across municipalities located in the south, so within the jurisdiction, it's basically coming from this establishment of industrial development areas. So these are clusters of municipalities that are established between 1960 and 1974 and become eligible to a 50% co-financing of manufacturing-oriented infrastructure investments. And over this period, there are 48 consortia made of 879 municipalities that are established. So this gives me basically identifying variation for the effects of these investments. I'm going to show you today the first of these three identification strategies that I use. I'm basically going to just compare municipalities part of IDAs with municipalities that are not part of an IDA, matching on pretreatment trends and characteristics. So of course, this has issues with selection and unobservables, but you need to believe a bit that these results are correct as they match qualitatively also the other two identification strategies that deal with that problem more thoroughly. And so what I'm going to do specifically is basically matching one-to-one each IDA municipality with a non-IDA municipality on 14 covariates, including 1951 characteristics and trends between 1951 and 1961. Then I'm going to compare their evolution over time up to 2011. And in a I don't know why, must be something with LaTeX, yeah. So this is basically just a sum of the coefficients. These are all dynamic coefficients of the usual diff and diff specification, controlling for municipality fixed effects and time fixed effects. This is the map of municipalities located in IDAs versus matched control municipalities located outside IDAs, just to give you a sense of what's the jurisdiction of the program and which municipalities I'm comparing with other municipalities. And here are the first stage results, let's say. So I'm basically using IDA adoption as an instrument for the allocation of funds. Here are the flows, averages for treatment and control groups. Here are the cumulative investments over the whole period. And these are just the diff and diff coefficients below. And so you can see that investments are on parallel trends. And of course, IDA municipalities are endowed with much more investments in each decade. And cumulatively, they get, at the end of the program, around 10,000 euros per capita more in public investments. Okay? This is what you need to have in mind when thinking about the size of the shock I'm exploiting for identification. And here is basically the baseline results on the main variable of interest, which is manufacturing employment, and on a bunch of other outcome variables that I can see and measure in the data. So you can see here, what's interesting is that my treatment and control groups are fairly aligned in this decade between the 50s and the 70s, where manufacturing employment increases dramatically in Italy. But then there is this gap that starts emerging after the implementation of the investments, and actually grows quite a bit over time, displaying persistent effects even after the end of the program in 1992. Right? So basically, at the local level, I find evidence of fairly large and persistent effects of this program on manufacturing employment. Interestingly, I find also, start to interpret this result on services. Some would interpret that as spillover effects from manufacturing to services, just demand externalities to the services sector. Some other could also think that these are also direct effects of these investments, as you can think that infrastructures might also benefit the services sector. So just as a matter of fact, all my analysis today is going to focus on the manufacturing sector, but I also find these positive effects on the services sector. So keep it in the back of your mind when thinking about aggregate results later. So interestingly, I find, of course, positive effects on total employment, as you can see there. And importantly, positive effects on population. So this is the first piece of data that basically sort of suggests that local employment gains come from migration flows from other places, because you can see here there are important population gains in these places. So one thing you can think about, okay, we are moving factors of production, in particular capital and labor, from other places to these places that are targeted. And so this is not really capturing the treatment effect of the policy, but something more than that, right? So we want to sort of take into account the fact that we are keeping labor and capital from other regions of the country. And then, just as a sort of important check, I find basically zero effect on agriculture, which is not targeted by the program. So this is sort of confirming that most of the program was actually targeting manufacturing employment. And small and positive effect on local employment rates at the municipality level. Right, so these are coefficients. Sorry? Yeah, go ahead.
Can I ask a question?
Go ahead.
Listen, isn't it good news for you that you don't see agricultural employment relatively going up?
It's good news, yes.
I mean, if it was just stealing of the population or stealing of resources, you would have seen something in that last year. What would you rather know?
I mean, if the type of reallocation you're thinking about goes from agriculture to manufacturing within the municipality, yes. What I'm finding in the data is actually that this happens more from places to places rather than from sector to sector within a place. Yes, this is how you interpret the results. So these are basically the estimates that I get from the diff in diff. The interpretation of these estimates is basically, this is the semi-elasticity of manufacturing employment to public investments. The interpretation is that 1,000 euros per capita more in public investments increase manufacturing employment by 3.1% in one municipality. And of course, if you scale this coefficient by the size of the first stage, so this 10,000 euros per capita, you get the 30% increase in manufacturing employment that I see in the diff in diff in the long run, okay? All right, so this is a slide on alternative identification. I have two other identification strategies that sort of confirm the same results. Let me go faster for the sake of timing. I extend this analysis at the province level, so at the more aggregate level, motivated by three reasons. First, I want to have a sense of whether within province crowding out effects are important. So if these population gains that I see at the local level are coming within the same province or farther away. Second, I want to have a sense instead of whether these population gains come from cross-province spillovers. So if people are moving from other provinces to provinces, and I can estimate that through my migration metrics. And then I also want to check whether effects on value added actually mimic the effects that I have on employment, to be sure that these are not just huge subsidies to local employments, but they are actually transformed into actual value added increasing in these places. So to do that, of course, this specification requires a little bit more assumption because I'm using provinces, so a higher level of geographical granularity. And here I'm basically comparing provinces in the south with provinces in the north that are not subject to these investments. And I'm controlling for some baseline characteristics that are correlated with manufacturing activities. So the employment share of manufacturing in 1951, the share of illiterate population, and as well as the size of the province to begin with. And I'm just estimating the same type of regressions at the province level. And these are the estimates that I get at the province level relative to the municipality level. And the kind of thing that strikes here is that I find very similar effects, despite being a little bit more noisy. In terms of qualitatively and quantitatively, they are lined up pretty well. In particular, I want you to focus a little bit on this 1.8% increase in local population. So basically, here I'm finding that within province spillover effects are not very large, but there are important cross-province spillover effects with population gains, relative population gains, showing up also in province-level data. Okay. So basically, I use my migration matrix to decompose these local population gains into gains that come from higher in-migration in more targeted provinces coming from the rest of the south, or lower out-migration to the center-north, to the rest of the country. And so I find that internal migration flows explain about half of the local population gains that I estimate, and part of it comes from higher in-migration from the south, and part of it comes from lower out-migration to the north. And so these are the type of crowding out effects I want to capture in my aggregate analysis, because of course, other places are worse off as a result of this policy. And finally, the province-level analysis concludes with these results on value added that sort of confirm that the estimates I get on local employment are very similar to the one I get on value added. So you can think about this effect, basically these investments increasing the size of local economies, both in terms of employment and in terms of value added at the expense of other provinces. Okay. Let me talk briefly about the model. So to make sense of these estimates in a coherent sort of framework, I develop a multi-region, one-sector model, growth model of the manufacturing sector in Italy. In this model, workers are homogeneous first, so they are not differentiated by skill in any way. They are hand-to-mouth. They supply labor inelastically, and they choose location. So they are responsible for the labor allocation across provinces. Landlords instead are immobile. They don't move across provinces. They save and consume, and they are responsible in the aggregate economy for capital accumulation and the capital allocation across regions. And you should think about factors of production mobility to be perfect in this model. The reason for that is that there are some empirical results that point to this sort of like free mobility of labor across places, in particular zero effects on local employment rates and positive but non-significant effects on local value added per worker and local value added per capita. Okay, so the idea here is that in the long run, people move across provinces to arbitrage away these differences in output per worker. Okay? This is the production function I assume at the local level. There is ZIT, which is basically local TFP, private capital, K, a fixed factor of production, F, and local labor, LIT. And then I'm going to introduce in this model two ingredients that make these investments, these public investments, locally targeted, potentially very beneficial. So public capital and agglomeration economies. So these two ingredients allow for the possibility of increasing returns to scale as a result of public investments. And I need this factor of production, this fixed factor of production in the production function to be there to rule out unlikely equilibria in the model in which basically all the workers locate in the same location, which is something that we don't see in the data. So you need to discipline a bit what you see empirically in this model. So for the sake of simplicity here, I'm assuming that public capital allocation is exogenous across regions, as of course could think about other type of crowding out effects that come completely through the fiscal functioning of this, right? If you want to make investments at some point, you'll probably need to tax someone. And in this model, this sort of crowding out effects is ruled out for the moment. So here is the way I model local productivity. Local productivity is a function of a fixed factor at the local level, Zi, a time trend, theta t, and then it's a function of local public capital, the stock of public capital, KITP, and the agglomeration economies. So this is basically saying that local productivity is a function of the density of manufacturing employment in the past decade. Okay, so the idea is that if I install manufacturing production somewhere, I increase the density of manufacturing employment in this place, and productivity in the future is going to be dependent on this density. This is a way, it's sort of a way to capture in a reduced form all the type of, agglomeration forces that you can think about, right? Learning by doing, as we discussed before, knowledge spillovers, demand externalities, anything you can think about would be capturing this gamma I coefficient. So if you reduce the model to a two-region model, for simplicity, like the south and the north of the country, you have this nice expression for the aggregate effect, so the change in aggregate manufacturing output as a result of regional investments. So this DKPS is regional public investments in the south. So this aggregate effect is going to be a function of a direct productivity effect there that is basically increasing, it's actually decreasing in the public capital to output ratio, meaning that if you are already endowed with a high endowment of public capital, then these investments are going to have decreasing returns. Right? So this is to capture the idea that maybe one reason to invest in the south of the country is that infrastructures are less developed there, and so you might get higher returns from investing there than investing in the rest of the country. Then, of course, there is this crowding in effect at the local level that comes from employment gains as a result of public investments, output per worker at baseline in the south, and the size of these agglomeration economies, gamma S, that you can see here in the expression. And finally, you have instead crowding out effects coming out of employment losses in the rest of the country as a result of the investments, and as well output per worker and the size of agglomeration economies in the rest of the country. So here I'm allowing, basically, for, let's say, market imperfections to be present a bit everywhere, right? You might want, in this case, you might get very persistent effects of public investments because agglomeration economies are important in the south. But of course, you could decide to allocate these investments in another part of the country, and agglomeration economies would be present also there. And so you need to take that into account when reasoning about long-term aggregate effects of the policy. So this is basically the type of exercise that I'm gonna perform. And what I do here is basically combining calibration and estimation from my reduced form estimates to get an estimate of these aggregate effects and compare them to the cost of the program. So I directly measure from the data output in the south, output in the north, employment in the south, and employment in the north. I calibrate two parameters in the model, alpha, which is the capital share at 0.3, standard value, and beta, this share of the fixed factor of production is 0.47. I take that number from Klein and Moretti 2014, basically reflecting a local labor demand elasticity of 1.5, which is assumed to be like kind of a standard value in the literature. And so to get an estimate of these aggregate effects, I have this remaining parameter to be estimated, gamma S, gamma N, the semi-elasticity of local productivity to public investments, and then, of course, the amount of jobs created by the program locally and the amount of jobs losses as a result of the program in the rest of the country. So the first step is basically to estimate agglomeration elasticities in the north and in the south, so in the targeted region versus the non-targeted region. I'm sorry that the formula is not very clear, but I basically take this structural equation given by the model from equilibrium regional employment and estimate it to get an estimate of gamma I over beta. I control for heterogeneous time trends that depend on baseline characteristics, and I instrument the 1 period lag with a 2 period lag of manufacturing density. This is basically implying that the identifying assumption here is that manufacturing productivity shocks are independent over a 20-year horizon. So this is just to get a sense of whether increasing density in one place by 1% increases employment in the next decade by how much? Differentially in the south and in the north, right? So it's kind of a shortcut measure of agglomeration economies in the two places. And so what I find here is basically evidence of heterogeneous agglomeration elasticities in the targeted region relative to the non-targeted region. So I find stronger agglomeration economies in the part of the country that is not affected by the program. And actually, this could motivate the reason why, to begin with, one part of the country is more productive than the other, right? Maybe agglomeration economies are heterogeneous, and this, those reinforce productivity in one place rather than the other. However, the two coefficients are positive in both places, right? So the idea is that there are agglomeration economies a bit everywhere. It's just that somewhere they are stronger than in other places. And so by combining this estimate with the calibration of beta, I get an estimate for gamma S and gamma N. Yeah. Finally, I use my other estimates from the reduced form analysis, namely the semi-elasticity of local employment to public capital, the calibrated beta, and the just estimated gamma I, to retrieve the semi-elasticity of local productivity to investments. And I find that a 1,000 euro per capita increase in investments increases local productivity by about 0.9%. This is the type of number you should think in mind, you should have in mind. And then I use my estimates for the impact of the investments on migration flows to discipline employment losses and employment gains in the targeted versus non-targeted areas of the country. So basically what I find here, assuming a 3% real annual discount rate on both costs and benefits, is that I find a local, a regional multiplier in the south that is about 1.7, and an aggregate multiplier that is lower, it's about 1.2, basically reflecting this fact that part of this local growth comes at the expense of the rest of the country. So the multiplier is still higher than 1, the program is cost effective, but this 0.5 change between the regional and aggregate multiplier is sort of like sizable, and you want to take it into account when performing a policy evaluation of these long-term effects. Interestingly, I also find a large impact on the reallocation of workers across macro regions. Basically, what's implied by my estimates is that there is a decrease in 800,000 units of migrants from the south to the center north over this period. The baseline, what happens in reality is that 5 million people reallocated from the south to the north over this period. And so this is also a sizable decrease in net migration outflows from the south to the north. And interestingly, I also find that in the counterfactual, manufacturing employment in the south would be below post-World War II levels without this big program. Finally, what I do is performing a very simple counterfactual analysis that requires two fairly strong assumptions. But the main takeaway is that even if these long-run multipliers are higher than 1, this doesn't mean that this policy is optimally performed in some sense. So basically, this counterfactual simulates long-run multipliers coming from a place-blind allocation of resources, meaning that I distribute public resources evenly across regions. And the implied aggregate multiplier that I find in this simulation is 1.6, which is larger than the 1.2 I estimate for the program. So these are just the distribution of gains and costs of the program between the south, the rest of the country, the aggregate, and the costs. And this is the distribution of the place-blind counterfactual allocation. So just to conclude, I study one of the largest big push of the past century, basically enacted to address the large south versus center-north divide in post-World War II Italy. I find sizable and persistent regional effects that push the southern economy out of an agricultural-based economy into a manufacturing-based economy. I find evidence of self-sustaining productivity gains, making the case for the presence of agglomeration economies, and I estimate an aggregate multiplier of a regional multiplier of about 1.7. However, I find evidence also of sizable crowding out effects, and when I take them into account, I find an aggregate multiplier of about 1.2. Finally, I also find that an alternative place-blind allocation of resources would have larger effects on output in the long run. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We do have some time for some questions, so by all means, I'll let you choose. Go.
Yeah, thank you. This is really interesting. So I was just wondering, given that you find that there's no change in the agricultural employment and it's basically workers coming from these other municipalities, I mean, I was wondering, because the South at the time was less industrialized and supposedly should have a surplus labor in agriculture. Like, why were these workers not mobilized to take up low-skilled jobs in manufacturing? And what was the incentive, like, for people from North that are like wealthier regions, supposed to have better jobs, to actually move to the South? I might have missed it, but I just thought interesting.
Very good question, actually. Let me clarify. So basically, these estimates in which I find zero effects on agricultural employment come from within province and within municipality. So you, in the model and in reality, you still get reallocation from agriculture to manufacturing that come from cross-province migration. So basically, what happens is that people are moving from, let's say, more agricultural intensive provinces to more manufacturing intensive provinces, and that basically induces reallocation across sectors that goes beyond the province versus municipality level analysis. So this is one thing. The other thing is that I don't find evidence indeed that northern workers move to the south as a result of the policy. I find evidence that southern workers are less likely to move to the north. So that's the mechanism that shows up in the population gain analysis. Yeah, correct. Yeah, thanks. Yeah.
Thank you. My name is Bilgehan. My question is, how do you differentiate between different kinds of investment? Is 1,000 euros investment per capita spent on a port construction same with same amount spent on road construction?
Good point. So of course, given this, it would be nice to estimate effects of different infrastructure investments on employment and output. Given the identification strategy that I have, this is not possible. So you should think about these effects as basically an average effect of whatever combination of these public investments was done at the local level. Of course, it's very hard to perform this analysis because you would need to have sort of like an instrument for each type of investment, and it's empirically very, very demanding. So yeah, I'm not gonna speculate more on like relative effects of different infrastructure investments there. But the composition of these investments is basically combining both firm grants and infrastructure. And so just to get a sense, firm grants account to about, I think, 3/5 of total public investments. So you can think about this as being in large part also firm grants. Yeah.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, very good macro study. It's excellent. Just the two questions maybe. One is, I would assume that before you invest massively 3 times the Marshall Plan in industrialization, you would. I'm surprised they didn't invest in agriculture before you, and why that? What was the logic behind that? And also, the people who did migrate from the south to the north, were they from the agricultural part? What part of the sector were they? Thank you.
So good question. Actually, there is a whole other part of the investments that target agriculture productivity, which is not the subject of this study. Was part of the same plan, but was targeting different places, clearly because more agriculturally oriented places are different than more manufacturing. So the important thing about my result is that the location of this manufacturing oriented investment is orthogonal to the agricultural oriented investment, given that I find 0 effects on agricultural employment. And about the composition of workers migrating from the south to the north, there's a lot of sectoral reallocation involved in that migration. So there's a lot of agricultural workers from the south that move to factories in the north over this period. Yeah, sorry. Yeah.
It's time.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone.
Welcome back. We have 2 excellent papers on this panel.
How do I? Hello? Yeah, that works? Okay, thank you. Two excellent papers. Philip Barteska from Harvard is going to talk about bureaucrats and the Korean export miracle, and Jing Kai from Maryland is going to talk about firm-to-firm referrals. And now I'm going to turn it over to Philip. Thank you. The time? Talk about the time? We're going to talk 20 minutes for each speaker, followed by 10 minutes for Q&A, speaker by speaker. So 20-10, 20-10. Thank you, and please be terse, okay? Because we want lots of time for conversation. Philip.
All right, hopefully this works, it seems to be. Great, so I'll be talking about bureaucrats and the Korean export miracle, joint work with Jay Lee. And yeah, let me dive in. So a big motivation, as a few people mentioned today, is that industrial policy is back, where we have in economics a few studies that look at the economic mechanisms behind successful or less successful industrial policy, or to how to optimally design industrial policies. What we often don't consider, or what we don't have good evidence of, is if countries have the capacity to implement a given industrial policy. So here I am asking, does industrial policy's effect depend on the capacity with which it is implemented? And yeah, so in doing that, the literature that I'm most closely relating to is the one on bureaucratic capacity and economic development. And here the questions are, does this bureaucratic capacity matter for industrial policies, for more economic policies, and also in the particular case of a growth miracle? So the growth miracle I'll be talking about is South Korea, which in 1960 was poorer than most of sub-Saharan Africa, and today it has about the same per capita income as France, while economic growth was going up a lot across the board, exports grew particularly fast. So here you can see South Korean exports per capita relative to US exports per capita, which was at about 1/100th in the late 1950s, and then it grew to reach parity in the 1990s with the US. And looking at some other countries, you can see there's nothing kind of mechanical about this occurring during this time period. So while all this is going on the left-hand side, so to speak, the government was doing a bunch of industrial and export promotion policies. And what I'm doing here is I'm not going to focus on the particular effect of any one of these policies. Instead, what I'm doing is I'm zooming in on one policy and studying how much the people behind that policy matter. And in doing so, I'm linking economic effects to individuals. How much does this policy's effect depend on individual bureaucrats? And so I'm building on research by about Kramatz and Margolis, Bertrand and Shoa, who studied the role of individual managers in the performance of organization, or sparked that literature. And that's really what I'm looking at as well. Just that my bureaucrats or my managers are intent on implementing an industrial policy. So this is the roadmap for the talk. I'm going to spend quite a bit of time talking about the setting that allows me to identify how implementing capacity changes the policy's effect. Then there are three results. I'm going to spend almost all my time on the large differences in exports that I find due to individual bureaucrats. And I'll very briefly give you the one-slide version of the other two results. Yeah, and so when you are thinking about how implementing capacity changes a policy's effect, to quantify that, you need to face a couple of central challenges. The first one is that you need variation in implementing capacity while holding fixed the policy that you're studying. So you may want the same policy implemented in many different locations. But then, of course, locations differ by many characteristics, among other things, economic conditions. So a second thing that you want is you want variation in implementing capacity while also holding fixed the location in which the policy is being implemented. And a natural source of this type of variation occurs when you have individual bureaucrats centrally responsible for this policy in each location, and these guys move over time. And yeah, so you need enough of those bureaucrats to move, and you need ideally also one-to-one mapping of bureaucrats to the main outcome targeted by this policy. And if you're even more ambitious, then you want this outcome to be closely linked to economic growth. So the setting that I believe satisfies these conditions is overseas export promotion by the Korea Trade Promotion Agency. So let me first show you the many locations in which this policy is being implemented. So here you can see the rollout of this policy, which mainly happened during the 1960s and 1970s. And essentially, once a country lights up, for almost all of these countries, it remains. The policy continues to be implemented in all of these countries until the end of this time period that I've shown you here. Now, each of these offices has the same single goal, and that is to increase Korean exports to the particular country where the office is located. They also pursue this via 3 buckets of activities that are also roughly the same across those different countries and over time. So one is to write reports on market demand. So the essence of one report could be, right now is a good time to sell batteries to the United States. The essence of another type of report could be, if you want to sell dress shirts to the United States, you should fold them in a different way to make them look bigger, because that's what the customer wants. The second part of this is to find new trade partners, so to reach out to potential importers in the US, for example, to a car manufacturer and say, you've been importing batteries from Japan over the last 15 years, so wouldn't you like to try importing those from South Korea as well? And then these are being reported to potential Korean exporters. The last one is to facilitate that Korean firms attend international trade fairs. And those 3 activities essentially exist between 1965 and 2001. So while you have this policy being implemented in many different countries and many different locations over time, in each location you have variation in terms of who is responsible for this. So here you see the newspaper clippings that announce that Manager B1 is appointed to head the London office in 1981, Manager B2 is appointed to head the London office in 1984, Manager B3 is appointed to head the London office in 1987. These guys stay with the organization for a long period of time, so these managers, these particular ones, are also observed in other locations managing those specific offices, and you can see that even those 3 bureaucrats, throughout their career, they already connect 8 of the countries in the data that I'm looking at, and that's important for statistical power then. So to preview the results, the main one is that 1 standard deviation increase in manager ability increases exports by 37%, and this uses variation from the rotation of these bureaucrats tasked with exports to each country. And the key assumption here is that the appointments of these bureaucrats are quasi-random with respect to underlying export trends. The second result is the policy's average effect. So you can think about this as variation around this average effect. And the average effect happens to be around 38%, which uses the staggered rollout of these offices to countries over time. And then the key assumption here is that these office openings don't target growing markets. The last result that I usually have least time to talk about is, which is why I'm preempting it, is that bureaucrat experience shapes what products benefit from this policy. So if you use import demand shocks in a bureaucrat's first appointment, let's say during your first appointment you are exposed to an import demand shock in batteries rather than cars. The country that you're appointed to happens to start importing a lot more batteries from other countries. You might be working more on batteries because of that. And what I find is that, well, this raises Korean exports of batteries in your next appointment. And the interpretation of that is that capacity of this organization, of the state, of the bureaucracy, grows endogenously depending on what those bureaucrats are working on. This is a pretty positive story, potentially, but another way of referring to endogenous capacity growth is to call it path dependence. Because if those bureaucrats are working on something that was very promising, say, in the 1960s, that may not be very promising or very important to the Korean state, to the Korean economy in the 1970s or 80s. I also want to briefly talk about the effect size. So the important takeaway that I would really like you to remember is that this policy looks like it is ineffective if it is implemented by bureaucrats that are 1 standard deviation below average, despite having a pretty large average effect. So kind of the capacity with which it's implemented, in this case the specific bureaucrat, really seems to matter. I also want to mention these effects are pretty large, but you should definitely see them in the context of South Korean export growth over this time period. So we saw this 50-fold increase in exports per capita relative to the US. You can also look at annual export growth, which is just massive. So please take that into account when you think about these effect sizes. Another way of quantifying the effect size is not to look at this 37% increase, but the more common AKM classification, where we look at how much do individuals matter versus organizations. So in this case, bureaucrats versus countries. These bureaucrats explain only about 1/7 of this variation, which is a bit less than in some other studies of both how much managers matter, both in the public sector and in the private sector. But of course, the outcome is a bit more distant from the typical manager. So let me talk about these differences between bureaucrats. So these are identified from an AKM model. So we're explaining some outcome variable using a fixed effect for bureaucrat B, who is appointed, who is managing the office in country C in year T. Then you have a country fixed effect, gamma C, and you have a product year fixed effect, which essentially takes out all the variation that is common to Korean exports across all countries in 1979. So for example, any kind of policies that you can think of that the Korean government is pursuing that don't differ by destination country, they could potentially be soaked up by this type of fixed effect. And then two important things about when these bureaucrat fixed effects can be identified is that, first of all, the bureaucrat and country effects are only identified within the largest set of countries and bureaucrats. You couldn't make any comparison between bureaucrats that don't have any link between them by other bureaucrat moves, basically. And then the key assumption is that the ability of the bureaucrat that is in country C in year T is orthogonal to the error term up here, which you could call trends in underlying exports. This allows for a pretty rich pattern of sorting. There are a number of David Card papers that discuss this at great length. For example, it allows for better bureaucrats being sent to countries with higher fixed effects. That wouldn't be violating these identifying assumptions. And yeah, just to be clear regarding the export data, the sample here contains all country years that have a bureaucrat managing them between 1965 and 2000. There are no gaps in this panel. And yeah, so export are measured at the 4-digit product level using the World Trade Flows database that has been mentioned by another paper today. And then I'm using an inverse hyperbolic sine transformation, also as another paper has done. I'm doing some robustness around that. Basically, it doesn't matter so much which transformation you're using there. You just want to account for the zeros because there are zeros in the data. It doesn't matter so much in the sense of do bureaucrats matter. Of course, it matters for the, if you have a different outcome, you have a different effect. So then the next thing that you could do is you can run this regression and just plot the raw fixed effects that you get out of it. And then you could be comparing a bureaucrat that's at the 25th percentile, and you can compare those to a bureaucrat that's at the 50th percentile, and you could jump to the conclusion that increasing a bureaucrat's ability from the 25th to the 50th percentile gives you whatever the difference between those two is on the y-axis in terms of additional exports. Now, if I was just doing that, you should have a couple of concerns. The first one is I haven't shown you anything that this identifying assumption is true. I'm going to do that on the next slide. And the second one is that the bureaucrat fixed effects are estimated with error. They may be unbiased if these are indeed orthogonal, but they would be estimated with error. And then when you take the variance of that, so quadratic form, you're going to overstate how important those bureaucrats are. This bias is pretty well understood. It's inversely related to the connectivity of the country bureaucrat graph. And the solution that we are going to follow is by Patrick Klein and co-authors, which requires estimating the bias that you would get from using just the variance of the estimated bureaucrat abilities. If you were just using that to get an estimate of the variation in bureaucrat ability. So one important restriction on the Klein et al. Approach is that it requires you to have a leave one out connected set of countries and bureaucrats. That's a stricter requirement than just a connected set, which is what you would need to just get an estimate of all those bureaucrat fixed effects. And what's pretty nice is because you're observing 35 years of these offices operating, and many of these offices are in fact open for 20 plus years, right? You saw that in 1981, most of these offices were open. So in 20 plus years, the average office gets about 7 different bureaucrats, right? So you get a lot of movers there, and the leave one out connected set actually contains 75 out of those 87 countries, or 93% of those appointments here. And if you follow the Klein et al. Correction, then you arrive at this result that a 1 standard deviation increase in ability gives you a 37% increase in exports. Alternatively, you could do a shrinkage estimator. It would give roughly comparable results. So why do I believe that appointments are indeed orthogonal to underlying export trends? 2 important reasons are related to this 3-yearly rotation of these bureaucrats. What the 3-yearly rotation means is that you cannot perfectly time when you send a specific bureaucrat to a specific destination country. If you did try, you would induce differential pretrends. So let's suppose that the UK saw greatly increasing potential for Korean exports in 1983. And because of that, you're sending a great bureaucrat there, not in 1983 because you can't, but in 1984. And if this constraint ever binds, then you would expect to see differential pre-trends between between countries that are about to get a better bureaucrat and countries that are about to get a worse bureaucrat. And what you can see in the data, if you divide these bureaucrat transitions into bottom, middle, and top tercile transitions, is that middle and top tercile transitions look parallel to bottom tercile transitions before the change between the two bureaucrats. And then you see kind of an accumulating effect over the next couple of years after the new bureaucrat moves in. And so a second part that you get from this 3-yearly rotation that's a bit less common is that losing a bureaucrat is also determined 3 years ahead of time, right? By appointing you to the UK in 1984, I'm already determining that you are going to leave the UK in 1987. So if, let's say, you're appointed to the UK in 1984 at all related to any underlying trends, then I would expect that gaining your appointment has a stronger effect, a spurious one, than losing an excellent bureaucrat. And what you can see in the data is that the effect of, so when you divide up the effect of the bureaucrat-bureaucrat transition into the effect of the new bureaucrat coming in and the old bureaucrat leaving, then those look extremely symmetric. A third consideration is one that is more qualitative, and that is that it does appear plausible to me that co-trust targets are indeed likely uncorrelated with this time-varying exports, with these export trends. And that is because they may be very strategic. They may be sending good bureaucrats to statically important countries, right? The US and Japan are always by far the most important destination markets, just as an example. There's nothing that can happen to demand in Germany, the UK, etc., to make them as important as the US and Japan. And similarly, there's nothing that can happen to Greece as an export destination market that can make it similarly important as those larger European countries. And from qualitative interviews, we also know that there are a number of other constraints in appointing those bureaucrats, what languages they speak, how desirable certain locations are. They're trying to institute some sort of fairness. You don't get sent to the UK, to the US, to Japan. You might be sent to a less attractive country from the bureaucrat perspective. There are a number of other constraints, but let me not go into that. There are a number of additional checks that we do that I'm happy to talk about, but let me spend more time talking about the mechanism. So one result that we have is that it seems like these good bureaucrats tap into import demand. That is interesting because these offices' tasks are essentially come down to connecting import demand and export supply. So what I'm doing here, I showed you the event study with different tercile transitions, and here I'm interacting this with product-specific demand in any given country year, right? So how much demand is there? How much growth is there in France's imports of cars from countries that are not South Korea? And what you can see is that this interaction, it also looks pretty parallel before the bureaucrat comes in, and then you see a jump up in line with kind of the difference in those bureaucrat fixed effects. And the effect size here is pretty hard to interpret, so I can tell you that this comes down to an increase in the reaction to demand conditions by about 28%. And this interaction explains much of the bureaucrat effect, but not all of it. I also want to say, and this has more perhaps of a policy implication, I'm happy to talk about that it does look like ineffective bureaucrats are not reappointed. So here I'm plotting residualized exports during a bureaucrat's first appointment, and I'm doing this for bureaucrats that only ever have one appointment and for bureaucrats that have more than one appointment ever. And what you can really see, or what is really striking, is that you have this fat left tail for bureaucrats that only ever see one appointment. And yeah, you can do a regression regarding this. It's very statistically significant, but of course, I didn't know this ahead of time. So take it with a grain of salt. And I mean, potentially this is an optimal organizational response to a setting where you have high uncertainty about bureaucrat ability and you're maximizing kind of a well-defined left-hand side variable. Then it may be optimal to run some low-stakes projects to select out low performers. And again, I would love to talk more about it, but let me just give you the one-slide version of the other two results. So this is the results regarding the office openings. You can see that previous to the office opening, trends look parallel. After the opening, exports grow by around 38% if you take the effects in years 9, 10, or 11, if you average those. These office openings also don't target growing markets. I have another slide regarding that in another presentation. And these openings do seem to instead target predetermined gravity variables. So within Europe, you can think of those countries as essentially being all at the same distance to South Korea, to a first-order approximation. And what really matters is predetermined market size. So market size in 1962 really predicts when you get your office opening. The last result is regarding bureaucrat experience. Like I said, I'm looking for this quasi-random component of experience, the change in import demand during your first appointment to France. And then I see that upon your appointment or your next appointment to the UK, products that see, because of your appointment, an increase in experience, see an increase in exports by about 3%. And these experience effects are concentrated, again, in products with demand growth, if you include this interaction. And that's it. So I think I mostly managed to keep to the time. So the main conclusion is that industrial policy's effect depends on the capacity with which it's implemented, at least for certain types of policies. Another thing is that good and bad potential managers or bureaucrats do seem to exist everywhere. So it's not the case that I'm finding these Korean bureaucrats are all great. I'm finding variation around it, which may go against some priors. Putting the good ones in key positions does seem to be something that matters for economic growth, and in tasks with uncertainty, selecting out the bad bureaucrats may be key. And let me take 20 seconds for this. So what I do observe is that the first appointments are generally to countries that are less important to South Korea regarding two measures that I have in the paper. And so it does seem in line with them pursuing a strategy similar to that. Yeah, I think the experience results are interesting as well, but I think I've already talked about those. And yeah, I just want to reiterate that I hope the main contribution here is to establish a link between state capacity and industrial policy that we didn't previously have. Thank you very much.
So we're going to take a few questions, give Phil a chance to respond, and then hopefully we'll have time for a second half. Let's start here.
Hi. Sorry. Yeah, thank you very much. Now, this whole issue of capacity, bureaucratic capacity in industrial policy has many dimensions, as you know. One of the reasons that, say, the East Asian Miracle Study argued that other countries should not emulate the East Asian example is because they don't have the bureaucratic capacity. What you're saying is there are good and bad bureaucrats in almost all civil services, so there's no. Then the other argument, of course, is that of Ha-Joon Chang, which is that learning by doing in actual industrial capacity implementation. So bureaucrats learn by doing with industrial policy. And you have many examples of countries which started off being very successful and then falling off with industrial policy, and that is not to do with the bureaucratic capacity changing, but something else changes, policy changes. Okay? So, thank you.
Okay, let's go here, and then Salo, and let's try to keep these quick.
So as a bureaucrat, I love the finding that bureaucrats can impact program success. The question I had is, do you see anything, it builds on that question, in the data where how they train and organize the bureaucrat selection process over time changes? Because in 2 years, we've changed dramatically who we look for and who we hire. So I would imagine over 35 years, they start selecting a different type of person.
Can I go? Over here. Yes, so over the past 6 months, a year, I've coincidentally been working very closely with Brazilian Trade Promotion Agency. And don't quote me on this, but to a large extent, they are like glorified travel agents. They take Brazilian firms abroad or take foreign buyers to Brazil. So my question here, from your perspective, what does it mean to be a good chief of station for a Korean trade firm? What do they do, or what do the good ones do, or what is it that the bad ones don't do?
Trying to manage a few things here at once. Okay, first of all, there are many dimensions of capacity to implement an industrial policy, surely. I'm zooming in on one that you may or may not have ex ante thought is the most important one. it is one that is studyable, that where I do find variation, right? So that is kind of the main reason why I'm studying it. And I do think it's important to have a result that shows that kind of this type of variation does indeed matter. Now I do have, so you did mention that there is a narrative that other countries don't have the same type of capacity as South Korea did, and that's why they shouldn't follow the same type of policies, potentially. Yeah, so I mean, my paper doesn't make any comparison about like how well South Korea is doing this versus other countries, right? I can tell you that they're not doing poorly because on average you see an effect, and then also they seem to be selecting out the bad guys. Those seem positive things. On the other hand, I mean, I have read quite a bit of qualitative work written contemporaneously about Korea in the 1960s, for example, which doesn't scream out this is a high capacity environment. So it's not, so I think it is not entirely obvious that South Korea was a high capacity environment that was going to be successful at any policy that they would have thrown at the economy at that point in time. And so perhaps that's also why I think it is perhaps somewhat surprising that we find such big differences between Korean bureaucrats compared to some narratives of the Korean bureaucracy just being super efficient overall. Yeah, bureaucrats learning by doing in implementing industrial policy. I suppose the last result does speak to that being relevant. I mean, a limitation there is that, of course, I'm looking at quasi-random variation, and then I'm finding a much smaller effect of experience than I find in terms of the differences between bureaucrats, the pre-existing differences. But of course, I'm only finding the effect of that quasi-random variation, right? I cannot tell you what would be the case if you had kind of the overall. Okay. One caveat regarding kind of the bureaucrat experience result is that I'm making within bureaucrat comparisons, right? So bureaucrats shift kind of what type of exports they are supporting towards ones that they are already familiar with, towards products that they are already familiar with. So it doesn't, yeah. So it's a result that bureaucrat experience matters rather than driving everything, I suppose. So, okay, do I see how bureaucrats train and organize, or do I see how the organization trains and organizes these bureaucrats, or how they're selected over time, how that changes? So the short answer is that I don't have a ton of information about that. One thing that I do have is I have some data on which manager coincides with which subordinates in an office. That data doesn't exist for every bureaucrat or for every office every year. It exists for some offices for a lot of years, and for some years for a lot of offices. But that's a bit of a limitation there. I could do some descriptives regarding that, and that's something that has been on my mind. But yeah, I don't have an answer as of right now. You could, of course, also look at some more intermediate outcomes in terms of the reports that are written or the firms that show up at the trade fairs that those guys organize. Those are all possible, and we're looking into that. It's not entirely clear what you would expect better bureaucrats to do differently from the less good ones. So, okay, glorified travel agents. So it is something that I've heard, and I think there are some, I vaguely remember some newspaper articles in South Korea also criticizing KOTRA from that perspective. And one interpretation of the results is, one incredible speculation would be that the worst ones are travel agents and the better ones are not, perhaps. One thing that I think is also worth noting is that these offices are pretty large that KOTRA has in other countries. So I've been to a few of their offices. They're really, in some of those, there are dozens of people, which is, I think, on a different scale than some other countries. Dozens of people, yeah. And I think that answers the questions mostly, hopefully.
Are there more questions? There, and we'll go one at a time at this point because we're pretty pressed for time. So let's be as efficient as possible.
I mean, one thing that's really interesting is that they're actually rewarding the good bureaucrats, and they're actually not reappointing the bad ones, and that drives a lot of the results. What is it about a Korea that would do something like that, as opposed to a World Bank where they did a similar kind of decomposition, and they didn't find that they were giving more loans to the better performers?
Yeah, I think, so I don't know is the short answer, right? This is going to be speculation. But of course, one thing that's pretty nice about this type of organization is that you have a pretty clearly defined outcome variable. Now, that isn't only the case with KOTRA, but I mean, Korea as a whole was targeting exports for a long time period, and that gives kind of the I don't know, the entire state apparatus a pretty measurable mission perhaps to achieve, and that makes this possible. I also want to caveat that, so I don't see that they're firing the bad performers. I see that they no longer get appointed as the country managers of one of these offices, right? So it may well be that just the organization, well, it's an equilibrium outcome, right? I can't tell you whether it's the bureaucrats that realize they're not performing particularly well and they don't actually like this job, and so they're doing something else. And perhaps just one last caveat is also that I think the type of ability that makes you good at this job isn't necessarily something that makes you very good at many other jobs, right? So potentially, yeah, so that is one important caveat, I think.
We have time for one more very quick question. Is that Nikhil?
Thanks so much. I'm super interested in how if you see any like exposure effects from being exposed to good bureaucrats persisting in your data, where, you know, if you encounter a good bureaucrat, do you have a higher likelihood of becoming a good bureaucrat yourself?
Yeah, so basically that would require to see like managers and subordinates at the same time. So because that is kind of selected when I do observe it, I haven't looked into it, but yeah, it's definitely very interesting. I mean, yeah. I'm not sure like whether, I need to think about whether there's any bias that is induced by kind of which of those relationships I do and don't observe, basically.
Thank you, Philip. And now we will turn it over to Jing.
Okay, thanks for having me. So today I'm going to talk about firm-to-firm referrals, and this is a joint work with Wei Ling at the Chinese University of Hong Kong and Adam Seidel at CU. So we know that suppliers and clients are central to the functioning of firms. But in many cases, business partnerships may not form efficiently because of various types of frictions. So for example, some firms may be reluctant to search for new partners because they underestimate the value of search. And even among those who are willing to search, they may not have the information on who can be the alternatives. And moreover, it usually requires trust between two firms in order for them to start trading with each other. But trust can take a long time to form. So because of those frictions, good quality firms may be like stuck with low quality partners, limiting their capacity to reach their growth potential. And in contrast, low quality firms may inefficiently survive and grow. And such problems can be particularly salient in low-income countries because of the poor infrastructure or weak contracts enforcement. So although we know those search and matching frictions may constrain industry performance, but we know very little about the nature of them. So for example, what are the impacts of different types of frictions on firm performance? What are the mechanisms? And whether any policy interventions can be used to solve those issues. So in this project, we use a randomized control trial with a majority of firms in the industry in China, in which we randomized firm-to-firm referrals between suppliers and clients. And based on this design, we studied the impact of the referral intervention on both firms' transaction networks and their performance. So this project built on a growing literature studying the impact of market access on firm performance. So early work in this literature documents that firms in low-income countries are reluctant to switch to alternative partners, even if local alternatives are available. Then some of the follow-up work used natural experiments, and they find that communication infrastructure, such as by introducing cell phones or high-speed train lines, could potentially reduce the search friction. And then some other work use field experiments and find that exogenously expand firms' network, either online or offline, could reduce the frictions in information sharing. And lastly, another line of research look into this issue in the context of international trade and find that selling abroad or to multinationals could improve firm performance. So what's new in this paper is that we study intervention that directly targeted at making new linkages, and we look at some new outcomes such as firms' business network, upgrading, and welfare. And we also try to provide evidence for various types of frictions in the same framework. So firstly, let me give you some background. So we work with industry producing the Chinese brush pen. If you have never seen this, it looks like this. So it was used for writing in Asian China, but it's still a popular product today. Like people use that for calligraphy or drawing. So we work with a leading location of production, which accounts for more than 70% of production of this product in China. So this is one county, which includes 2 urban areas, like urban towns, and 9 rural villages. So from their administrative data and door-to-door visits, we get a full list of firms in this industry. So broadly, the supply chain has 3 layers, including the raw material providers who sell the materials, so such as different types of hairs to make the brush part, or like wood or bamboo or jade for the handle part. And then there's like input suppliers who mainly produce either the brush head or the handle. And lastly, there's final good producers who purchase the head and handle from those input suppliers, assemble them, and sell them to final consumers. So in this experiment, we focus on the second 2 layers, and we call those who produce head and handle the supplier, and those who do assembly and sell the final product, the clients. So here are some photos of a workshop producing the brush part. So this process is kind of complicated, like including more than 20 steps in total. But briefly, like people soak the hair first, and then like wash them, and then like cut the bad ones, and then dry it. And this is a workshop producing the handle. Like people normally use some very simple machinery for this part. And this is a workshop for assembly. They usually have a store to sell the final product. So we did 5 rounds of surveys in this industry, partly for this project and for another one. And we used the 3rd baseline, which was right before we conduct the referral intervention for the baseline of this analysis. And we also did 2 rounds of follow-up surveys. But in all those rounds of surveys, we collected data on firm performance, such as sales, profit, price. And also we purchased a sample of products from each firm. And then we asked some local experts to evaluate the quality of different products on different dimensions. In addition to that, we also covered data on firm-to-firm transactions, where we asked each firm to list all their main suppliers and clients. And then for each of them, we asked for the number of transactions, value of the transaction, and satisfaction with them one by one. So our main intervention is to refer potential partners to randomly selected firms. So how do we do this? There are some like 2 main variations here regarding how we create the referral and how we make it. So the first variation is on how we make the referral. So the simple version, which we call the unscreened referral, is just based on product information. So we figure out, like for each client firm, what kind of things do they need to purchase, and then we just randomly pick some suppliers who are selling such product as the referred suppliers. But in the screened referral, we use their baseline network information to make the referral. And specifically, for each firm, we firstly list out all their competitors based on the similarity in the location, the product, and the price. And then we further list all the suppliers of each of their competitor. So for example, if there is a supplier who is working with many of your competitors but not you yet, then this would be a good candidate for the referral. But we also have algorithm to ensure no firms get too few or too many referrals. And the second variation is whether we provide subsidy for the first transaction so that they get some motivation to start the relationship. So there is a one group is like we just provide the information of the referred partner, like what is their address, what is their contact information. But in another version with subsidy, we also offer like 50% subsidy for the first transaction up to 1,500 RMB. This is around $200 US for every transaction, but they have to use this subsidy in 2 months. So this is what the referral coupons look like. So the upper one is like just the information referral, and you can scan this QR code to get contact with this referred business. And the lower one is what we use for the subsidized referral, where it states here that this is 50% coupon, only valid for 2 months. So how exactly we do it? So we firstly divide both suppliers and clients into the subsidy versus unsubsidy group. So you can see it from this figure. Like both clients and suppliers are divided to the supplier treatment or the control versus information treatment. And for those in the supplier, in the subsidy treatment, each client receives 3 referrals as the supplier. And 2 of them are screened referral, and 1 of them is unscreened referral. And for the control and information treatment, we do the same thing. And for the information treatment, we just made the referral without any subsidy. And for the control group, we did not actually make the referral, but we constructed referral using the same algorithm in order to use them as a benchmark for some link level analysis. So to summarize our experimental design, we have variations on both the link level and firm level. And on link level, people may get screened subsidized referral, unscreened subsidized referral, only information, or like hypothetical referral. And on the firm level, some received subsidies for the first transaction, and some did not receive subsidy. And this is just some summary statistics. We can see that those firms have existed in the market for like more than 20 years. The client firms are bigger than the suppliers. Okay, so this first table reports the take-up of the subsidized coupon. So we see that the take-up is high, like everybody loves money. 60% of the firms who received the subsidized coupon used at least one of them. And overall, almost 50% of the coupons were used. And we don't observe any difference between the screened versus unscreened coupon take-up at this stage. But then what we are more interested at is like whether they continue transacting with those referred partners even after subsidies were removed. So this is what this table is reporting, where like the data is from using the follow-up surveys. So for example, in the first column, link is a dummy variable if the referred links had at least 1 transaction during the follow-up surveys. So we see that compared with the hypothetical referrals which we never made, the referral or the subsidy could increase the probability of continued transaction for 45% for the screened subsidy and almost 30% for the unscreened subsidy. So we observe a difference between the screened versus unscreened group here because maybe like over time, firms may figure out like some firms may be a good match for them, especially among the screened referrals. But then this could crowd out some of their pre-existing links. So this table shows that, we used the sample of the pre-existing links, and then the results here basically shows if one side of the link were in the referral treatment, then that could reduce the likelihood of continued relationship by almost 20%. So this suggests there are some like partner stealing because of the referral treatment. And then we further look at like what types of links are more likely to be like discontinued. And this table shows that people are more likely to discontinue relationship with those like partners they are less satisfied with, smaller suppliers, and also those who do not have a kinship relationship with them. So this suggests that crowding out are mostly for like links with less good quality, which suggests that overall the referral improved the quality of link allocation. So then, So results so far suggest that the subsidy treatment created a new link. They also crowded out some old links, and the information treatment does not seem to have any effect. So then we turn to firm level analysis, where in this table we look at the impact on some main firm level performance indicators. So we look at suppliers and clients separately, and from panel A, we see that relative to the control suppliers, the treated suppliers experienced 24% more growth in sales. There's also a big impact on profits, where profits increased by more than 20%. We don't see impact on operating cost, but those treated firms are employing more labor and they are working more. So this suggests that that's definitely like increase in business activities among the treated suppliers. Then column 6 and 7 report the impact on partners. So it's probably not surprising that there's a positive effect because they got the referrals. But this also suggests that although there's crowding out effect, but it does not really like offset the treated effect. Like overall, people are having more partners. And the last column shows there's a positive impact on satisfaction. So this is another result suggesting that the overall pool of partners got improved after the treatment. Then turning to the clients, we don't see any significant impacts here. But I mean, the treatment could be effective for a subset of clients. So this is what we look into in this table, where we separated clients into two groups based on their response to a baseline question, asking whether they have the capacity and aspiration to grow. So then we divide those clients into growth-oriented or non-growth-oriented companies, and we see that if treatment has a big effect on the growth-oriented producers. So there are two concerns with this result. The first one could be like a spillover effect, right? And there can be both positive and negative spillovers. So negative spillovers can be because of business dealing, while positive spillover could be like, so for example, if the suppliers improved quality or clients are expanding, then it could also benefit their supply chain. So to test this, we control for the share of partners treated. But we see that including this exposure variable does not seem to influence the results for either the supplier or the growth-oriented suppliers significantly. And the second concern could be like this is driven by an experimental demand effect. Since we gave them some money, so they might think like they're expected to perform better. But we perform similar impacts on some other indicators, like whether how much they use their phone, because most of the transactions are made by phone, and also based on the enumerator's observation on the firm's performance in the field, we see similar pattern of positive impacts of the treatment. So next, we look into some intermediate outcomes in order to get at mechanisms. So in this table, we first look at the quality, price variety, and product variety and price. So columns 1 to 4 shows that traded firms are spending more effort in checking quality, and their quality improved in all those dimensions. The traded suppliers are also more likely to expand to a second product. And while for clients, again, the results is more significant for the growth-oriented clients, where we see that there's also a quality improvement. They're 12 percentage points more likely to have a second product, and the price also increased. So this suggested like one mechanism, which is that suppliers increase quality and clients expand in more expensive and higher quality second product. And the second mechanism is that we look at whether the treatment somehow changed people's kind of belief about the benefit of searching for new partners. So in this table, we show that treated suppliers, they after the intervention, they have, when we ask them, like, how much do you perceive like you're going to experience some profit growth if you find a new client? And we see a big and positive effect on that. They're also spending more time on searching for new clients. And as a result, they have a higher number of like non-referred new partners. And the same results holds for the growth-oriented client firms. So this in general suggests that treated firms seem to value the searching more, and they indeed search more. Okay, so the mechanisms suggested here are, firstly, there's complementary upgrading by suppliers and clients, and beliefs about new partners also change, so that firms end up searching more and find more new partners. So then we organize like the types of frictions into 3. So firstly, we did not find any evidence for the search friction, since giving information does not work. Then we did find some evidence for the valuation friction, since that people seem to underestimate the benefit of search. And lastly, there can be like contacting friction, as mentioned in the firm survey, in that they kind of lack of ways to approach the potential partners. So just very quickly, to test that, we offered another marketing offer in which we try to generate a flyer for all firms and then like do the marketing by themselves for them. And we see that this treatment is about 30% as effective as the referral treatment. So this suggests that there's still room for policies to improve the firm-to-firm market access. So thank you.
Couple of questions. Eric?
Yeah, so very interesting results on the product upgrading. I guess I'm interested to know more about the mechanism. It's not, is it just that, you know, when firms, they get cash, they expand, and there's like scale costs or scale economies, I guess, of producing quality, and so the bigger you are, the more higher quality you're going to produce, or is there something else going on? If it's just kind of random matching, it wasn't clear to me why product quality would necessarily go up in response to this.
Well, it could be because, like, so for example, the new clients, they kind of request for higher quality goods, or like for clients, right? Their previous suppliers, the quality of product they're producing maybe not as high as the referred suppliers, right? So this is why like those new partnership could change the quality itself. Yeah.
My question is, I do not know how big the location you have. Do you, when you screen or pair the supplier with the clients, do you ask whether they know of each other? Perhaps the location is so small that everyone knows each other. The fact that they are not connected before is because self-selection, that they either have reason not to do business before.
Yeah, that's a very good question. So this is one county, but you know, counties in China are also big. But we did ask them like whether they know each of the referred partners, but answer is most times no. And this is actually the motivation for the local government to work with us, because they realize this information asymmetry problem in the local areas, and they actually try to organize market events, like encourage people to take sample to a central area of the county, but it did not work very well.
Thank you. Super interesting. I'm wondering if you can say some more about why
the reason for those pessimistic beliefs in the first place, right? You would expect these people to know, or these firms to know that, you know, if you do advertisement and those type of things, you will find, you know, new clients, et cetera, et cetera. Why is this not happening in the first place before the intervention? Yeah.
Yeah, so it could be because like they think their current partners are good, and they underestimate the average quality of the partners they have never worked before. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, so I was wondering a bit more about the asymmetry. And so that kind of suggests that perhaps the buying clients are more homogeneous. They seem to have like less bargaining power. Is this a way to think about your result?
Yeah, that's a very good question. So, so firstly, we did observe some quite significant effects among a subgroup of clients who wants to grow. And if we compare the clients who have or do not have growth aspiration, we see that those who are willing to grow are smaller. So maybe because like those bigger clients, they don't really have the capacity to grow. So for example, it might be difficult to hire like enough number, like more employees in the local area, or they cannot manage a bigger store. Yeah. Mm.
Josh, did you? No. Is there a question in the back? Yeah.
Yeah, this is great. Thanks so much. I'm curious how you primed people on the like potential suppliers you were giving them. Did you say, hey, in the networked versus non-networked case, did you make clear why you were giving them this specific supplier? And then similarly, how did you, did you say, hey, I'm a university from the University of researcher from the University of Maryland? Like, how did you give them context for why this was a legitimate suggestion?
Yeah, so we actually never mentioned the difference in like how we generate those referrals. So we did not say like those are screened and those maybe have higher quality and those are non-screened. We just say like in order to support the growth of firms in the industry, we work with the local government, and we think those are some potential partners you can work with. Yeah, without any other like explanation on the how we construct referrals itself.
Okay, we have time for one more question. There's another question? No? Okay. We will start promptly in 10 minutes. Thank you, Eric.
It's my great pleasure to introduce Danny Roderick. He doesn't need an introduction, but let me say a couple of words just before he takes over. He is the Ford Foundation Professor of Political Economy at Harvard's Kennedy School of Government. The main thing I want to say is Danny, along with several other people, including Joe and others, but displayed tremendous intellectual courage, I think, in continuing to draw attention to these issues, continuing to think about industrial policy, about the need for industrial policy, about how to design it, about to thinking sort of broadly about the issues that are faced in creating such policies and in implementing such policies. And so it was quite inspiring to me, even as a graduate student, thinking about what direction I was going to go, reading Danny's work, when there were not, honestly, there is not very many people working on these issues. And for that, I'm grateful. And I think that's probably true. I would guess that's true about many people in the audience. All right, so Danny, please take it away. I hope your slides will not be garbled.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Eric. That was very, very nice of you. I have to say that this has been a great day, actually. So I do want to thank Eric and Joe and everybody else who had a hand in putting together this conference and the various sessions and the speakers. It's really been an amazing combination of detailed empirical work, and that also spanning various disciplines and everything from conceptual stuff to very detailed considerations of the practice of industrial policy. How do you do it? The politics. So it's really been quite an instructive day for me. So again, thank you, the organizers. And this has also the advantage that at least some of the usual preaching I need to do when I'm talking about industrial policy to audiences where economists predominate, as I guess this one still is. I can sort of cut it short, and so since I'm, standing between sort of you and dinner right now, so I think maybe this will be a little bit shorter. I will start with what seems to have been the obligatory slide with almost all presentations that people say either industrial policy is back or they say industrial policy never disappeared. So my version of the slide is that industrial policy actually never really disappeared. It has a very long history. That is true, of course, in the United States, and it really goes back to all the way to the founding of the Republic. Of course, Alexander Hamilton's advocacy of tariffs on manufacturing was really one of the most articulate statements of infant industry protection for countries that are falling behind. His policies were not adopted at the time. It took a civil war for the United States really to put up tariffs. But there has been quite a history of experimentation with different kinds of industrial policy in the United States. I like to go back, for example, the land grant college system in the United States of the, that were established with the Morrill Acts in 1862 and later. It's even though it was an extraordinarily inventive system of encouraging productivity upgrade in agriculture by provision of land to the states that would then use to set up farms and businesses, and the transfer of technology, the use of agricultural extension, investment in training. And it was extremely important. And it's also relevant to my story in a different way, too, because one of the themes that I want you to take from my talk is that really when we think about industrial policy, let's not focus too much on exclusively, at least, on manufacturing, and that both in agriculture and services there are similar opportunities for productive upgrading that, in fact, if anything, probably are becoming more important over time for reasons that I'll get back to. And even in more recent times, if you think about, Reagan, of course, said the state was the problem, or the government was the problem rather than the solution. But of course, he was the one who engaged in protection against the Japanese imports on steels and cars, and with the VERs. Pinochet, we think about sort of the apostle of neoliberal market-friendly policies. He engaged in extensive subsidization of forestry in Chile. Margaret Thatcher went to Japan begging for investment and seeing how she could attract foreign investment from Japanese companies into Britain. So I think what's really different is less that there is a lot of industrial policy going on today, and more that it's being done self-consciously. So that the difference now is you have policymakers sort of shouting out from the rooftops that that's really what they're engaged in, and it's okay, that's a good thing. And I think that gives us an opportunity to sort of engage in thinking and reflecting about sort of how this thing should be done, how it should work. And I think this is why I think it's important and exciting. Now, we've been talking about industrial policy. I haven't heard anybody actually define what we mean by industrial policy. And I will define what I mean by industrial policy. And I think I should say that for reasons that I've already stated, that it's not really necessarily about manufacturing. Sometimes I prefer to use the term, which I think the Inter-American Development Bank first used, which is productive development policies, which I think is better. But what I mean by whether I say industrial policy or productive development policy, I'm referring to government policies that explicitly target the transformation of the structure or productivity of economic activity in pursuit of some public goal. And of course, what's almost always implicit in this is that there's a kind of a choice in where the priorities are going to be placed, that we're going to be engaging or supporting certain types of activities, and implicitly, never explicitly stated, not others. And that's probably why the controversy is governments making choices of these kinds. So I think from that perspective, what's not industrial policy, obviously policies that are explicitly horizontal, both in terms of their impact, in terms of their intention, as well as their impact, policies that do not have any obvious effect on the structure of economic activity, such as broad macroeconomic policies, broad social policy, obviously would not fall. But I would also exclude policies that might have ultimately some effect on the structure of economic activity, but are not explicitly targeting structural change. So, an across-the-board R&D subsidy, for example, would not necessarily consider that an industrial policy, even though, of course, it would have effects through increasing the supply of innovation and so forth. Similarly, with just subsidizing education in STEM and so forth. So that would be just to be upfront about what I mean by that. It has to do something about trying to alter the structure of economic activity, the structure and also the productive structure of economic activity. Now, I'm going to take as my role the broad caricature of industrial policy that I think until recently was being held, that the economists thought of industrial policy in particular ways. And this is going to already feel a little bit anachronistic, because so much of what we've been talking about today really shows already that we're going beyond this traditional understanding of industrial policy that economists have had. So one is, in terms of objective, I think typically the predominant focus has been on internalizing learning or innovation spillovers that people usually think, whether it comes in the form of infant industry promotion, or it's in the promoting technology-intense sectors and so forth. The emphasis has tended to be on innovation and on and learning spillovers. And therefore, the remedy that people have talked about is really just focusing on subsidies. So it's almost like industrial policy is almost always in people's mind, synonymous with subsidization or incentives of a financial kind. It could be tax incentives and so forth. And that the sectoral focus of industrial policies is almost exclusively, again, in association-wise, in terms of is on manufacturing and high-tech sectors in particular. And of course, then there is the usual discussion in economics, which is largely a lot of hand-waving, which is that the risks of there are two major risks in the conduct of industrial policy. Viewed in this way. One is an informational issue, the other is a political issue. The informational issue is that governments cannot identify where these learning spillovers exist too well, so they cannot pick winners in that way, and that's one major category of risk. The other category of risk is actually that even in principle, governments had the ability to identify where these externalities or spillovers are, that they would be subject to political pressure and lobbying, and they would be acting in behest of large or powerful firms rather than necessarily addressing this particular market failure. Solyndra, of course, is an example, and I'll return to Solyndra in a couple of seconds as a recent example of how industrial policy can go wrong, apparently for that reason. And with that with these risks in mind, then I think the kind of informal literature in economics and political economy about what kind of prerequisites need to be present for countries to be able to engage industrial policy successfully is that governments need to have good information, and then in order to be able to avoid capture from firms, that they need to keep firms at arm's length. And that they need to be able to enforce relatively strict conditionality and discipline on their firms. And the East Asian example has been used typically about how sort of a kind of capacity that other governments do not have. That supposedly East Asian governments had this capacity to discipline their firms, whereas other countries do not. And this, of course, has come up in our discussion of Philip's paper earlier. Okay, and then in terms of the evidence, until very recently, of course, most economists said that, well, the evidence we have shows that industrial policy rarely works. And up until relatively recently, really like 6 to 8 years ago, I think almost all the empirical evidence that existed in respectable journals showed that industrial policy in this sense did not work. Even in cases like Japan and Korea, which sort of informal anecdotal evidence would suggest that industrial policy actually appeared to have worked better than in other countries where it was much more obviously, supposedly, a failure. Now, this last one obviously is clearly out of date. We've already heard so many papers that sort of suggest that that industrial policy, at the very least, we can find lots of instances of industrial policy that it is at least effective. Of course, now we're seeing papers that we've seen also today that are doing much more explicit social cost-benefit analysis. But if you apply simply the standard of effectiveness, which is that industrial policy really produced a structural change in the direction that was desired, so that's a kind of a sort of lower threshold for sort of the desirability of industrial policy. But even there, I think the evidence seemed to show the opposite until recently. So. And so the literature actually today is, I'll mention a few other papers as I go on, but has changed so much, the empirical literature on industrial policy, in terms of showing sort of this wide evidence, sort of range of evidence from a number of different places about its effectiveness, that I always almost now worry that sort of the selection effect that probably earlier operated in terms of keeping out papers that potentially showed a positive effect being screened out of journals. Now we might be having the opposite, that it might be difficult to publish a paper that shows negative effects. But there is, it's remarkable. But so I don't need to say much more about how the evidence actually sort of should move our priors much more in the direction of effectiveness in a lot of different contexts. But I want to focus much more on sort of the rest of this slide and argue that this caricature, admittedly, is now changing with a different understanding and different set of circumstances. And just to summarize my talk, what I'm going to say in terms of this list is, first, I will want to expand the objectives. I think there is a broader range. I'll provide an alternative characterization of the set of objectives that are much broader. In terms of policy instruments and remedies, I'm going to suggest that, in fact, they go way beyond subsidies. And I think this has been a bit of a blind spot for economists because subsidies are easy to capture and measure, well, much easier than many of the other types of interventions that I'll talk about, but that a lot of effective industrial policy is really other things besides subsidies. Third, I'll mention in terms of our focus on manufacturing, national champions, high-tech sectors, and so forth. I think, again, we need to pay much greater attention to services. This is an issue that came up earlier. So I think it's sort of that's one reason that I prefer the term productive development policy to industrial policy, that I think that's another, I think, blind spot in the conduct of industrial policy today, whether it's in the United States or it's in Europe or India for that matter. I think an excessive focus on manufacturing and not looking for important important opportunities in services, and I'll highlight the importance of that. And then in terms of prerequisites and how do you manage, how do you do the governance of industrial policy, I'm going to suggest that what's on here is a very bad model of what actually governments do when they're successful. Instead of we know that a lot of successful industrial policy is carried out in the context of very inadequate, very poor information, instead of governments maintaining arm's length relationships with firms. It actually entails significant iterative collaboration with firms on a back and forth, partly, in fact, to acquire information about where problems are and how to solve them and whether policies are working. And instead of very strict hard conditionality, a la sort of a caricature of East Asia, the East Asian hard state, in fact, most effective industrial policies has really much more of a soft kind of conditionality, some targets, some expected behavioral outcomes, but often sort of revised iteratively as long as firms showing sort of good faith efforts. So that's really, in some sense, the summary of my talk. In terms of a broader conception of industrial policy. But let me sort of immediately jump into what I think, to me, is really the most important and significant success of industrial policy of the last 15 years. And this is what industrial policy in China has achieved in terms of the completely unexpected collapse in the price of renewables, solar and wind in particular, and then subsequently EVs and batteries and so forth. Nobody really expected this decline to be so rapid, now to the point where today, essentially for newly installed capacity for power generation, solar and wind are cheaper than fossil fuels. This is also the most significant gain we have achieved on the climate transition front. Anything that might have been achieved on carbon pricing and so forth, I think is really, to date, is outweighed by the impact of this. And it's interesting because early on, China was not a leader in this industry. The United States and Germany and other countries in the US started out with much better technologies. And even in terms of industrial policy, it was more, Germany and Spain and the US, for example, they were the leaders in terms of subsidizing renewables, but they sort of gradually moved out for a variety of different reasons, just as China went into this in a very, very big way. And so what we have is what I've said here, sort of heavy subsidies, but it really was, as I'm going to say in a second, is a really much broader range of instruments. But what we can measure and observe are the subsidies that have led to an increase in capacity, that have produced sort of learning by doing and traveling down learning costs, producing reductions in costs and then price and then expansion of market and then capacity expansion, and sort of this kind of virtuous cycle that has not just benefited China, it's benefited the world as a whole through this decline in the price of renewables. So that's a fantastic sort of gift that Chinese industrial policies have given the world in terms of this green transition. Now, China's green industrial policies, as I've suggested, have been much richer than subsidies. You can't just understand how China achieved this simply by looking at subsidies. That really would be missing a lot of it. So there was, of course, other kinds of financial incentives like directed credit and so forth, but there was public investment in R&D infrastructure. There was government procurement policies. There were demonstration programs set up in different parts of the country. There was extensive use of public venture capital, the use of regulatory changes, and a kind of very explicit self-conscious experimentation that there would be plans set up from the top. Municipalities would go on. There would be sort of report back. You would learn what was going on, and there was a process of learning and iteration and revision that was the product of an ongoing relationship between national level policies and then everything that was happening subnationally, in particular sort of the provinces and the municipalities running their own programs. And this collaborative approach between on the one hand, the sort of the central government and the local governments, and on the other hand, between these governments at various levels and business and the investors and the private sector, was really sort of, it was a very different model of doing industrial policy than you would think if you just look, for example, at like the way that economists would analyze this is by just looking at sort of measuring the subsidies and figuring out whether there were any sort of spillovers. Now, you find, as this recent paper does, that you had significant within municipality spillovers in the subsidies from solar panels, but it was really more than just subsidies. It was a lot others, and it's an issue I'll come back to towards the end of my talk. There's also something interesting here about the political economy of green industrial policies, because you might sort of want to say, why would a country produce, sort of do something that will produce such positive spillovers to the rest of the world? Sort of what has stood in, what has blocked action on the climate front was precisely that everybody wants to be a free rider. So I think what's different with green industrial policies, and the reason that we've been able to make some progress there, whereas progress on carbon pricing has been significantly more limited, is that it's basically these programs you can combine the climate, the green transition objective with a variety of others where the benefits are much more directly national. So obviously the Chinese government viewed these industrial policies not just from the standpoint of climate and the green transition, but also as essentially getting a head start in what they considered would be the industries of the future. So therefore, there were significant national commercial competitiveness gains that was attached for that. And of course, the other reason that green industrial policies are useful from a political economy standpoint in this context is that unlike carbon pricing or carbon taxation, which is a tax, hurts people, green industrial policies are a subsidy. They actually, provide benefits. And I think this has been an important difference as to why on this very important front, the green transition, green industrial policies have been so much more promising that they essentially are carrots instead of sticks. They produce winners, immediate gainers. And therefore, through creating winners early on, they are able to potentially in the future affect the underlying political economy by creating more support for policies that would directly focus on decarbonization and raise the price of carbon. We've seen this in China, where there has been a slight refocus on directly on decarbonization in recent years. We're seeing that also in subtle ways, I think, in the United States, where the EPA is now able to pass regulations on utilities and sort of their use of sort of need to phase out coal-fired power plants in ways that would have been politically impossible 2 years ago, because the IRA now provides huge subsidies for carbon capture. So with these huge subsidies on carbon capture, it becomes easier for utilities to actually, or at least politically more difficult for them to resist phasing out or at least sort of doing carbon capture on these power plants. So, and we see it elsewhere too. If you look at, for example, the relative weight of lobbying on energy policy for fossil fuel companies versus renewable companies. Like you go back something like 10 years ago, the lobbying spent, the lobbying dollars spent by renewable companies was tiny compared to fossil fuel companies. Now today, they've reached about something like half It's not all the way there, but it's becoming a kind of a countervailing lobby, allowing a broader range of policies to be pursued. So, I'm making this point both because I think the green transition is important in and of itself, but also because in the context of our current conversation on industrial policy, it's a very good example of how industrial policies can also serve a kind of a second best role in a context where first best instruments elsewhere, such as carbon pricing, may not be available. So I think going back then to the sort of set of objectives that industrial policy should pursue, I would add to the technological and other externalities sort of three other objectives. So one has to do with coordination failures. That is, government has a role to sort of bring, ensure that complementary investments, whether it's sort of on the demand side or where there's input-output linkages and so forth, in the presence of scale effects and so forth, could be important. Government has a role in terms of providing missing public inputs. Now, this is important because when we think about public inputs, we usually think about infrastructure and things like that. We think as horizontal policies. But of course, many of these things like infrastructure or education, you need to target it to specific economic activities or to specific locations. So this need to actually choose makes these inputs often akin to providing incentives, because you're providing essentially very specialized workforce skills, or you're investing in a particular type of infrastructure, or you're engaging in changing sector-specific legal or administrative frameworks. And then finally, of course, these second best factors that come into play, as in the green industrial policies that I've just talked about. And therefore, when you think about sort of what is the optimal policy, when you have all these sort of broader kinds of market failures that industrial policy is targeting, then it really is much more than subsidies. It's much richer, and each one of these will call for a somewhat different type of instrument, right? A coordination failure you don't want to address through subsidies, or sort of a shortage of workforce training in a particular skill category you don't necessarily want to address by subsidizing or providing tax incentive to firms. But also, of course, as we've discussed, I think these first best policies also have to be tempered by political administrative considerations that are highly context specific. So in that context, sort of having sketched such a encouraging picture of green industrial policies in China and how they were tremendous and so forth, and granted, even there, of course, presumably there were lots of individual failures. But what about the failures? What do sort of these big failures like Solyndra teach us? As I'm sure many of you will remember, Solyndra was a big political embarrassment for the Obama administration. It was sort of the landmark. It was supposed to be the Obama administration sort of landmark, green transition policy, sort of these loan guarantees to firms engaged in green industries. And Solyndra happened to be the first beneficiary of this loan guarantee program that the Obama administration provided, and then 2 years subsequently failed miserably, and sort of the company executives were dragged in front of Congress. There was a big investigation, and Obama had to sort of walk back his support for this. Now, what do we learn for this? I think so this kind of experience is typically used to then argue that, look, obviously governments cannot pick winners. Here's a wonderful example of that. But I think people often forget that Solyndra was part of a range of very similar loan guarantees that were issued to many other companies as well. Around the same time, only about a year after Solyndra, I think, Tesla benefited from a similar loan guarantee from the Department of Energy at a very critical time for the company, and of course, it just became the behemoth that it is now. So I think obviously sort of these programs have to be evaluated as portfolios. You have to look at sort of what you're doing around, across the board, and not just pick on individual winners or losers. So Solyndra really was a failure only to the extent that the loan guarantee should have been avoided with what was known ex ante, and maybe it should have been, but that it was allowed to persist for too long. And I think the political failure here, I think, was that instead of selling this program as a portfolio, the government basically, instead of going to the American public and saying, look, we know that these are these are startups, these are new technologies, we're trying they'll try all kinds of different things, not all of them will be successful. Obama actually went and to Solyndra and made a big speech, touting this company as sort of in the vanguard of this program. And of course, that's precisely the wrong way of presenting this program and focusing on one of the programs. Okay, so I'm just going to skip a couple because, as I said, we're all on the same page. I don't need to do more preaching on that front. But let me move to now a very different domain of industrial policy, because that points us to some of the other new elements that I think we need to incorporate. And this is sort of another variant of industrial policy, which are called place-based policies, because they're largely sort of focusing on regions which may be left behind or sort of have suffered. We've seen examples of that here in the presentation on the south of Italy. It turns out, of course, there have been a number of studies in the southern part of Italy, and of course, a very nice paper on the UK, which have used a variety of identification, diff and diff, synthetic control, or IV, and so forth, to identify the causal effect of subsidies on local employment, local investment, and local economic growth. And the surprising thing in this literature is that if you were to sort of ask people, which two European countries do you think where industrial policies have been a failure? And of course, it wouldn't be long before people would mention the UK and Italian policies with respect to the South. And yet we're learning that these policies were actually quite effective in certain domains. But the other part, again, I think these studies are focusing on subsidies. The other interesting work that has been done on these local economic development policies and place-based policies really don't focus necessarily on subsidies and tax incentives per se, but focus on the sort of local economic development or coalitions or cross-sectoral coalitions that really focus on generating what I've called earlier sort of customized public inputs to promote economic activity and productive upgrading. Some of the best work on this has been done by Tim Bartik in the US context. And I noticed that I've left the reference to his work out, but it's Tim Bartik. This chart is taken from Tim Bartik. And Tim Bartik has shown a couple of important things that I think has broad international relevance. One is that that a lot of success really depends on being able to provide these customized business services or inputs. Bartik focuses mostly on manufacturing, so what he's talking about is sort of manufacturing extension services, customized workforce training, the provision of technology or the provision of green fields. And secondly, he argues that, in fact, compared to these services, whether it's the provision of particular infrastructure or workforce training or manufacturing extension, that actually subsidies are much less cost-effective, that you have to pay much more in subsidy to generate one one job. Now, having mentioned jobs, and in fact, a lot of these, place-based policies primarily focus on jobs because it's the disappearance of good jobs or the scarcity of good jobs in these regions that often is the motive for these place-based policies. I think we need to sort of maybe step back, think also a little bit about sort of how does an industrial policy actually work to promote good jobs. Now, I think this is an important objective in and of itself because of, again, the recent literature in economics and other fields that has shown that the sort of deteriorating local labor market conditions and what I call sort of the disappearance or the scarcity of good jobs, whether it's because of trade shocks or because it's automation, or in Europe, austerity shocks. These disturbances have been linked to a variety of social and political ills, that when people lose jobs, it's not just a personal income downfall, it's a loss of social recognition, it's a loss of meaning, and then we have a variety of social and political consequences. And you can think about this as essentially as pointing to a different type of externality, which is that good jobs provide local, if you will, good job externalities, that is sort of, in terms of providing social and political environments that promote a middle class and broader democratic values. Now, I think the role that industrial policy can play is essentially to think about how good jobs can be created as a complement to labor, sort of supply side interventions in labor markets. So when we think about sort of good jobs going missing, our immediate, as economists, our response is, so let's invest in training, let's invest in education. But I think good jobs have a sort of good jobs focused industrial policies have a complementary a role to play. And these policies are actually focusing on sort of increasing demand for the type of workers that exist in certain local labor markets. They focus on providing these services and productivity increasing interventions with respect to firms, particularly small and medium-sized enterprises. And what I think is especially important for the use of industrial policy towards this end of expanding good jobs, that it cannot be focused on manufacturing. This is, that sort of manufacturing is a smaller and smaller part of the labor absorptive capacity of the economy, even though, as we've heard, the Biden administration has spent, tens, if not, sort of hundreds of billions of dollars through the IRA on subsidies and various types of manufacturing, and manufacturing construction investment has increased significantly. The share of employment, manufacturing employment and total employment has steadily declined. So it's like an almost inevitable fact that the vast majority of future jobs in the US economy, in fact, elsewhere as well, is going to be created in services. So you have if you want to create good jobs, more productive jobs, you will have to act on the productivity margin in services and labor absorbing services. And I don't think there's any possibility of reversing this decline in manufacturing employment. So if we look at competitors of the United States that have been significantly more successful at competing in world markets in manufacturing. So let's look at South Korea, for example. The share of real value added in GDP has actually gone up significantly and then has managed to remain constant, so there's no decline, but the share of employment has plummeted. And so this disconnect is even in China, China in the last 10, 15 years has lost as many manufacturing workers as all manufacturing workers that exist in the United States and Germany combined. And you wouldn't see it in their exports of manufacturing statistics or industrial output statistics. So there's no way that if you are targeting good jobs and thinking of industrial policy in the context of job creation, that you can do it with a manufactured-oriented subsidy. Manufacturer-oriented industrial policy. I would add another important dimension here in terms of what's important, and this is going back to some of the issues that we discussed with Alondra Nelson in the very first session about sort of the endogeneity of the direction of technological change that I think that we need to also consider how we can invest in technologies that are labor friendly, just like, sort of green technologies is a priority for investment, or the DoD invests in defense-related technologies. We can think about how we can invest in technologies that essentially, either by increasing the tasks that the lower skilled workers can do, or directly increasing the productivity, allowing them to do the jobs of more skilled workers than them, that these, sort of explicit labor-friendly investments in labor-friendly technologies, I think, should be a priority for the future. And there are examples of this in a variety of labor-absorbing services, whether it's long-term care, it's retail, or in education, that by providing appropriate technologies to less educated workers, you can actually enable them to be more productive. And since these are the labor-absorbing sectors of the economy, this is going to be, I think, an important direction for industrial policies broadly. Again, productive development policies. So here I would suggest that maybe you will remember Alondra talked about ARPA-H, which is sort of this new agency modeled after DARPA, which is really focusing on health and biomedical sciences and so forth. I think we really need an ARPA-W as well, which is sort of an agency that's focusing on frontier technologies that are explicitly designed to be more worker-friendly. All right. I think there's a version of this for developing countries as well, which I'm not going to go into because I've run out of time. But the version of this is that developing countries are going through their own process of sort of premature deindustrialization. The jobs there, again, also will be in labor-absorbing services. So we have a variety of experiments that need to be scaled up and multiplied about how we can engage in small and medium-sized enterprises, predominantly in services, to increase productivity of workers there. All right, so let me just finish by going back to my slide, which is how sort of this caricature of industrial policy is changing. And I'm going to leave this here because essentially a summary of some of the points that I've tried to make relative to this, compared to the caricature of industrial policy that many of us carry in our minds. And that's it. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Danny. So we do have some time for questions. Danny has to run to the airport after what he's done, but we do have at least, we can take at least 10 minutes, I guess, to discuss. So maybe I'll choose. Oh my goodness. Okay. Let's start here. And okay, Felipe, Joe, Niels. Okay. I'm sorry for this. Then I'll have to switch back. But yeah, Felipe, go first. Oh, and Kate. Yeah.
Thanks for the great keynote. I have a question. Really in the beginning, you were defining what is industrial policy. I think this is an important... Okay. And that's for academics thinking about the space is something that's important to have clear in mind, the definition. And in my mind, that's not totally fleshed out. As you said, what is not industrial policy? And you mentioned subsidies, R&D subsidies in general, should not be classified as industrial policies. And then in the next slide, you have Pigouvian subsidies, which is a sort of tax incentives. And we had earlier Josh mentioning that in the US, most of industrial policy is done through the IRS, which is sort of taxes. And Joe and others have worked on showing the importance of taxes affecting real economic choices. So later in the talk, you mentioned that.
Can I clarify that just very quickly? Yes. Because I think it might be helpful. So I think of an across-the-board R&D subsidy, right? That does not specify where the R&D is made. I think that's, in my sense, that would not be industrial policy, it would be horizontal. But the IRA says you get the tax subsidy only if you're investing in renewables or green industries and so forth, or so subsidies for labor. Friendly technology. So as long when you're specifying the direction of technological change, I think then you're making these choices, and I think that would fall under my definition of industrial policy. But I think most countries have baseline R&D kind of a tax incentive that is generally neutral.
Danny, should we take several, or do you want to go one by one? Yes.
I'll pick.
As they come, I see. Okay. All right. So Kate, let's go Kate next to try and get some gender balance in our
Thank you very much. Kate McNamara, Georgetown University. Thank you so much for this incredible tour de force of where we are right now. Just one quick note. When I think about industrial policy as a political scientist, the thing that really strikes me is the political visibility of it, right? So which gets to your sort of, making sort of general policies that affect everyone in the same way versus this sort of very political, visible choice about the common interests and values that are going to be pursued through whatever the market structure efforts are. But anyhow, I'm not going to tell you what industrial policy is. My question is about, you teach at the Kennedy School, I teach in the School of Foreign Service. We have many people here who are engaged in educational activities. How do we think about educating the next generations going forward? What are the sort of ways we might think about sort of the role of public policy education, given the standard was a much more orthodox and narrow view of sort of how, let the economy work, laissez-faire, everything. Can you talk a bit about that? Give me some help on that.
Oh, wow. Yeah, I mean, I hate to don't get me started on that. I mean, I think, people hate me, but they'll hate you even more for keeping them away from dinner. Let me just answer your first question instead, and we can have that conversation separately. I think that's right, but often, as in the case of, as in my example of Solyndra and President Obama, that's sometimes the fault of the politicians themselves. It was President Obama who went there and planted the flag right on top of, Solyndra's plant. There are many other things that don't become politically salient. A great example in the U.S. is DARPA, right? Very few people, and it's been incredibly successful and just operates totally under sort of, so it has not become politicized at all. So I think it's possible.
Yeah, when I think of industrial policy, I think about two other things. It's not just sectoral allocation, it's also the choice of technology and promoting technology consistent with your view of public investment. And when I think about developing countries, one of the things with the end of export-led, with manufacturing export-led growth, there's going to, if you're raising living standards, it's going to have to focus on agriculture, at least for large fractions of the population. So having industrial policies increasing productive capacities in agriculture seem to be an important instrument. The second thing is when I think of, at the other extreme, when I think of the healthcare and the care sector you mentioned, the issue here is not so much productivity, but the way the whole sector is organized. You have very productive nurses that are saving our lives that are not paid very well. So it's the exercise of market power, it's the regulatory, it's the rules that lead to people who are very productive but don't get paid. So I think part of industrial policy we ought to be thinking of more broadly as restructuring the entire economy. And part of that then also, in terms of your remedies, we know that capital markets don't work perfectly, and that was one of the reasons why credit availability was such an important tool in East Asia. And to go to the question about our teaching, the Pigouvian remedy is only an optimal remedy if there's only one market failure, which is the one. We know that, and yet we have lots of people who continue to say it's optimal to have 3.5 degrees global warming because there's only one market failure, and that's because global warming.
Yeah, I'm totally with you on your third point. Just very briefly on the others, on the need for organizational change. So I think you're absolutely right on the example of nurses and many other cases. So I think you need both. You need both organizational changes, like you didn't get the whole nurse practitioner profession arise until there were regulatory changes and so forth, and people invested in those training programs. But it's also the case that there were new technologies that enabled nurses to do the kinds of things that previously only more trained physicians could do. And now, of course, with AI and these digital technologies, there are many tools that you can give to relatively less trained care workers that they can perform tasks that they're currently not allowed to perform. So I think it's a combination of both the new technologies and organizational changes that will allow them to do that. On agriculture, of course, I agree with you, but the reason I didn't emphasize perhaps agriculture so much is there are lots of opportunities in agriculture, but it's very difficult to see agriculture as a labor-absorbing sector. So in fact, the more successful you are with raising productivity, as has happened in Latin America with soy and many of your non-traditional exports, the more rapidly people will be leaving agriculture. It's very capital intensive. And so you're stuck with this issue that you and I have written about, which is that the workers will have to be, the jobs will be in services. And agriculture is good and use those things, but if you want to create a middle class, you want people to be moving to more productive jobs, that will have to be in services, so which is an entirely different challenge. Yeah.
Let's take three next again, just to get a little. I'm going to go all the other side of the room, Andrew, and then I'll come over here to.
Thank you. I'm broadly sympathetic, but I'm wondering the following. You make the case for industrial policy that's softer rather than disciplinary, with back and forth between the public and private sectors. But your leading example of a successful industrial policy is China's green transition, which rests upon what Human Rights Watch has called a green fist, where they have committed massive abuses of the human rights of coal producers and consumers, expropriated farmers and repressed their protests, forced labor, et cetera, all of which contributes to their bargaining leverage when they bargain with the renewable firms. And I'm wondering whether that is a soft industrial policy or a disciplinary industrial policy.
I have to take this now. No, I mean, look, I'm against, let me be clear, I'm against any industrial policy that just is, that necessitates or even creates as a byproduct human rights. I don't think this would be a right way to characterize how this cost declines in renewables in China has happened. But I understand where you're getting from, and I'm totally sympathetic to sort of these human rights concerns about China. But I don't think they're sort of necessarily have to coincide. Yeah. Sorry, I don't want to take.
Okay, Juan Carlos. Can we give him a microphone? Can someone give him a microphone? Here.
Hi. I have a question similar to Joe's, which is you defined industrial policy in terms of structural change. And my question is the extent to which structural change is defined in terms of vertical sectors, or you allow also for a horizontal definition of structure where you mostly upgrade quality or other forms of productivity upgrading within sectors.
And then is it Andrew over there? Yeah, here in the back. And I'm sorry that I know there's lots of hands. I'm not going to be able to get to everyone, so I'm sorry for being.
Hi. So you really eloquently explained to us what it is, industrial policy, why we need it, and where it needs to go. But I have a more basic question. Why now? Why are we doing this now? You said it has always been around, but it has certainly been ramped up in the last 3 to 5 years around the globe, right? And I don't see anything new in the ideas. Like, people have supported green industrial policies since 2000. South Korea has been doing it since 2007, 2008. Why do we see this push for industrial policy now? What's the story that drives this moment?
Thank you for a great talk. A question about the impact of information market failures on the conduct of effective industrial policy and what to do about it. So 3 quick examples. One is the U.S. has a inconsistent system of measuring the number of jobs by industry. So BLS says there's 200,000 people making chips in America, and the Census Bureau says there's 100,000. It's a difference of two. And over 2,000 firms versus 790 firms. That's issue one. Issue two is, if you're a 17-year-old at home and you're graduating high school, you got to make a decision about what you're going to do next. most of us went to a four-year school, but a lot of people now are thinking about non-degree credentials, and they have no clue how to make a decision at 17 that has irreversible consequences when you're 25. So all these efforts need people with skilled technical abilities. And so how do you address that aspect of labor market information failure? And then the last is that in workforce development, there are now 70 federal programs that train people to be part of the skilled technical workforce. And they're not coordinating. Every agency now gets its own workforce program. Federal Communications Commission, Department of Energy, Department of Transportation. And so there's a network failure. Because these people are all trying to learn from, none of them have any experience in this, and they're not learning from each other.
Yeah, I mean, going backwards, I think, on workforce development, I think the failing until now is more one of underinvestment rather than sort of necessarily duplication of programs. Maybe we will get there, but I think as first order of priority would be to increase the budgets of community colleges and expand the budgets of sectoral workforce training programs, which we know work but have not been scaled up. But I'm not a great expert on this. On why now, I'd like to claim that now because Joe Stiglitz's papers are now being read, but unfortunately I think the reality is different. I think the answer is geopolitics. That I think that's what has made the new, and I think it's probably 75% geopolitics and 25% climate. I mean, I think climate also has become a bigger issue. I think that's sort of, I would say those are the two things, as much as we economists may want to take credit. On sort of how do I define sectors, I think it depends on the application. So I think about an I, index that you attach to different activities, and how you define that I is going to depend on sort of what is the margin over which, where is a relevant distinction to be made. Sometimes it's sectors, but more often it's just going to be one type of training as opposed to another, one type of technology as opposed to another. So think about activity I, where that I could refer to any one of those things.
Actually out of time. We promised Danny that we wouldn't run over. So unfortunately, we're going to have to close here. And apologies to all the people who had their hands up who didn't get a chance to ask a question. Let's a round of applause for Danny Rudder.
Hello, everybody. We're going to start in a minute. Welcome to the second day of the New Thinking in Industrial Policy Conference. I'm Niels Kupczok. I'm one of the co-organizers here, postdoc. And we're going to talk about my favorite topic, green industrial policies. And we have a great panel, 10 minutes for each speaker. And then we might have 20 minutes, hopefully, at the end for Q&A. One of our speakers, Tim Zahai, is a little bit late. He's stuck in traffic, but we hope he's going to be here soon. And our first speaker is Kate McNamara. She's a professor at Georgetown University. She is the leading thinker on EU industrial policy, and we're excited to have her. So let's go.
Great. Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for turning out bright and early this morning. So reflecting after yesterday's incredibly interesting conversation, I decided to kind of present some of my own work from the kind of political science view, because I think a lot of the contributions yesterday were more from the discipline of economics. I was trying to think about what might be useful for me to do. So I'm going to talk about what I call the politics of the EU's new market activism. So market activism is a phrase that I like to use as a sort of umbrella term for what I see as going on in Europe and elsewhere. And I'm going to start with this. I think this also sort of came up, I think, in Danny Roderick's talk a little bit. How do we understand why we're at this moment that we're at today? And I put this together a little while ago because I was thinking about sort of the various structural drivers behind this turn to industrial policy and geopolitical foreign external policies. And I think we really have to go all the way back to the global financial crisis. In the European context, I think that was really important for making people rethink market efficiency stories, making people rethink the various ways that the financial markets had been deregulated, and so on, and created a sort of new political interest in more market interventions. Then, of course, in the EU, we have, moving forward into the sort of mid-2010s, this emphasis on these, what they call the twin transitions, right? The green transition, decarbonization, an awareness in the European context that climate had to be dealt with, that this was no longer something that could be put aside, that it needed to be sort of central to policymaking, as well as the digital transition. Again, the Europeans much more sort of forward thinking, I think, about what does it mean to be in our digital world? How does the digital economy work? How does it need to be shaped and structured for common interests? And then 2016, right? I think Trump's election was a huge shock to the sort of establishment of European policymakers and European political parties. A sense that the US could no longer be trusted as an ally, a sense that the US might be turning inward, and that the global economy was going to be profoundly changed going forward, regardless of whether Trump would get a second term or not, right? So there's this real sense that the US was changing and the EU needed to change as well as the rise of China and the sort of view of China as not necessarily a sort of peaceful participant in the global liberal international order, but rather a state that needed to be thought of in a very different way. And then finally, right, this sort of perfect storm of the pandemic and the Ukraine war, which again really, I think, forced Europeans to rethink the way they were going about their economic policy making, both internally and externally. And so what happened? I would argue that we've seen a pretty important shift in the way the EU is thinking about its economic policy making. And in trying to sort of figure out how to conceptualize this, one thing that I wanted to call attention to is that I think the goals of what we could call European industrial policy are really different and important to sort of spell out, different from previous goals, which really did center on market efficiency, right? And so I have kind of two buckets of goals. The first one is a bucket that I would call aspirational goals. And here I would say things like decarbonization, which are very, very interesting and the topic of this panel, in the sense that I think decarbonization can't be simply understood in sort of traditional industrial policy terms, right? We think of industrial policy traditionally and historically as being very much about figuring out how to innovate and have economic growth and sort of, go forward in terms of material national economic agendas. But decarbonization, of course, is a collective good, is something that is not necessarily about trying to figure out how to make markets work better for market participants, but something more, right? I also think on the European case, there's an interesting emphasis on this on the digital side as well. So things like the Digital Markets Act and other types of legislation which think about structuring digital markets, again, not just for economic competitiveness and economic growth and so on and so forth, but for common goals of the European society. And then in the other bucket, we have competition and security, which are more sort of traditional ways of thinking about industrial policy, right? Which are about, making sure that your country has technological advances, innovation, as well as things like, in this context of the 21st century, supply chain resilience. And then finally, this more securitized way of thinking about things, which is this notion of weaponized interdependence, as Abe Newman and Henry Farrell have talked about, as something that really marks global markets, that states will use global markets for various coercive and political purposes, not just for comparative advantage and economic growth. So I've talked about the goals. Let me talk for a second about the tools of EU industrial policy, because I think this also kind of maybe plays off some of our discussions yesterday with Danny Roderick about, is it just subsidies? Is it other things? I think in the EU case, there's a whole bunch of things going on. Some of them are about, this is the internal side of EU industrial policy within Europe, financing and subsidies, but it's also about administrative coordination. It's a new role for the state in thinking about things like supply chains and so on. And when I say state, you can also substitute EU, even though it's not a state, as well as regulatory and legal activities that promote these various goals, aspirational and otherwise. And so I just have some examples of the concrete policies there in the diagram. The other thing to remember, of course, is that the EU is this incredibly complex and confusing sort of polity and governance form, right? So you have the EU level, the member states, you have regional and local governments, and you, of course, also have the private sector working hand in hand with these various public authorities. But we also have an external side to all of this, right? So I think when I think about this sort of turn to market activism, I think it's important not to just think about the industrial policy side, but to think about the external side. So in the EU case, very interesting sort of development of moving away from sort of doctrinal commitment to free trade to thinking about ways in which you might want to put up trade barriers and tariffs, as well as inward investment screening. Obviously, again, the specific policies that we might call attention to, CBAM, and the anti-coercion instruments, which allow the EU to respond to, again, cases of weaponized interdependence. That was formulated against the United States and China, both, interestingly. So coming back to this question of what actually is our object of study, what are we interested in? This is the definition that I like to use, and I mentioned it yesterday. And the reason why I like this definition is because it does call attention to what is different politically about what is going on here. This notion of putting the interests and values of a bounded political community front and center. But I'm going to sort of finish off by pointing out that the EU has real challenges in this shift, because the EU was purpose-built for neoliberalism. It was built around the single market. It was built around competition policy in terms of a level playing field, in terms of making sure markets are efficient and work very well in sort of traditional economic terms. But this market activism is visibly distributional. This is about making choices across different groups. And this is something the EU is not well built to do. It doesn't have kind of the normal channels of political representation and contestation. It was a deeply technocratic institution. And so moving into market activism is a really new sort of era for the EU that actually challenges it. And then finally, the EU also, of course, has as its major public policy strength regulatory policymaking. It doesn't have fiscal capacity, and it doesn't have, in many senses, the types of coercive capacity that allow states to move forward in terms of this market activism. And so, to conclude, I think the EU's market activism today is really putting pressure on the EU as a polity. It's really kind of causing all of these super interesting dynamics to go forward, reshaping political coalitions. The EU institutions themselves, I think, are very much in tension with each other, DG Trade, DG Comp, DG Internal Market for all your EU nerds. The president in her second, what do we call it? Second, von der Leyen in her second term, there's the word, is trying to reshape the EU institutions as per her more geopolitical, more market activism approaches, but we'll see how that goes. And then the EU's democratic legitimation, I think, is very much in play as it moves into this market activism. And then finally, I think one of the most interesting things that we might look for in the future is the question of whether the EU is going to move forward into a much more traditional military-industrial complex sort of approach to markets, a la United States, as it goes forward. So we'll see what happens. I'll stop there.
Our next speaker is Anne E. Harrison from the University of California at Berkeley at the Haas School of Business, former dean, and you're going to talk about industrial policy. Thank you. Oh, Tim. All right. Great.
Okay.
You can sit over here, and then we can sit up. Oh, you can also sit next to me.
Hello. Hi. So it's great to be here. This is my first post-dean talk. Wonderful to be back as a researcher. I really want to thank Eric Verhoeven for doing an amazing job organizing this conference. You are such a positive externality. So I have I'll be honest, I have a book contract with Princeton University Press on this topic of what makes industrial policy work. It was supposed to be done by December. I haven't started it. If you have any ideas or work that you'd like me to review, this is going to be a broad review from Louis XIV to the Biden administration. If you want me to include your work, please send it to me. So I thought I'd start with motivation for why this topic fascinates me so much. More than 30 years ago, I started my career in the Young Professional Program at the World Bank. It's so nice to have some former World Bank colleagues here. Ana Fernandez and Key are here. I loved the World Bank. It was the best thing ever. And my first job as a young economist more than 30 years ago, actually 1991, was to write the trade chapter for the World Development Report called The Challenge of Development. And the idea there was we were going to explain economic development to the world, and I was going to explain what the right trade policies are to the world. And I started my quest for what the right trade policies are by going around different parts of the bank, and I started with the economists who work on Asia. And the economists who work on Asia were very keen on industrial policy. They did believe that it had an important role to play. They talked about, we see here in the slide, agglomeration economies, latent comparative advantage, what you could try to export that you were inherently good at. All sorts of things. So there was a real positive attitude towards the role of industrial policy from those World Bank economists who worked on those countries. I then went and talked to economists who worked on other parts of the world, Latin America, Africa, Middle East. Those economists had a very different conception, the same institution, of the role for industrial policy. They said, very bad idea. As world bankers, we should not be condoning industrial policy. Think about the rent seeking that will result. The institutions are too weak. Government's going to pick the wrong sector. So that was my first lesson as a world banker, that different parts of the same institution had completely different conceptions of what causes economic growth. And I had to somehow muddle my way through and figure out what the right answer was. One of the things I concluded then and still believe is that industrial policy will always be used by governments. And that's been the case from Louis XIV. Louis XIV used industrial policy in order to industrialize France, because France was behind Great Britain, all the way from Louis XIV to President Biden. So in light of this pervasiveness, I think of it a little bit like you can either teach your teenage daughter to engage in abstaining from you-know-what, or you can actually implement realistic measures to ensure that you don't end up a grandmother too soon. I said, we're all going to remember this, I can tell. Okay, so in light of this pervasiveness, I have focused my research not on whether to use IP, but how to use it effectively. And in case I don't get through my talk, this discussion is based on two papers. One I just wrote for a conference on industrial policy. They don't call it that. They call it steering structural change. There's all these euphemisms, right? Productive development policies here. They call it steering structural change, which was put together by the IMF and the Peterson Institute. You can download my paper from ResearchGate. Or a less recent paper on the topic of this panel on green industrial policy in emerging markets, which came out in the annual review, also available on ResearchGate, with two former PhD students, Leslie Martin and Shanti Nataraj. So
In the first paper, I create a framework to help us understand what causes industrial policy to be successful. So I just stepped down as a business school dean. In business school, in case you didn't know, we have these really simple frameworks that we teach, which people are supposed to remember. So my framework is called the 4C framework. If you remember nothing else, remember the 4C framework. Give me feedback, because I'm going to include this in my book. And here are the 4 Cs. The first C is, to be successful in industrial policy should correct a market failure. Some kind of market failure. I actually believe market failure encompasses many arguments for why you'd engage. In fact, all the arguments for why you'd engage in industrial policy. And, going beyond that, of course, it should correct using the appropriate instrument. So I happen to believe that second best policies, unlike what Danny was proposing, are not necessarily the best. So if you have a market failure, for example, in climate, you should be using a carbon tax, which, as you all know, we rarely use. The second C is consultation with the private sector. We don't know how to pick winners as the public sector, and therefore consultation with the private sector is great. So I had a wonderful conversation yesterday with my former colleague, Ana Fernandez and Juan Carlos Halleck, talking about a great form of consultation, I'm going to butcher the Spanish, called mesas ejecutivas, round tables. Peru has used this, business round tables, where it specifically, Juan Carlos told me, things that are off the table are subsidies and taxes. You don't talk about money, but you talk about which are the sectors that are appropriate for removing stumbling blocks, which are the sectors appropriate for new exports, whether it's asparagus or whatever else. So consultation, second C. Third C, this is, to me, the most important that people don't talk enough about, although Joe asked a question about it yesterday, competition. Competition, you want industrial policy to promote competition, not to discourage it. So what that means is that any export-oriented industrial policy that promotes exports, that promotes small countries with exporters to compete on world markets, is going to be much more successful than an import-substituting industrial policy, which discourages competition. All the evidence I've seen suggests that tariffs are never or almost never successful at promoting infant industries. And then the last C, conclude. There has to be an expiration date on that industrial policy. It has to conclude. So those are the 4 Cs. I'm going to apply it, since the topic of today is green industrial policy. I'm going to apply it to what I think is the biggest market failure of our and future generations: climate change. I do think of that as a market failure. Last year was the hottest year on record. I devoted a lot of my deanship to ensuring that business schools and business students will play a major role in making that transformation. I see the business sector as moving faster than the government. So how does the IRA fare if we assess it along the dimensions of the 4 Cs? And the IRA really is an amazing, the Inflation Reduction Act, for those of you, who may have been sleeping over the last couple of years, the IRA is an amazing piece of legislation. I just joined the Council on Foreign Relations. Janet Yellen came and spoke a couple weeks ago, and she said, quote, "The IRA is the most important piece of climate legislation in history." Wow. So how does it fare along the 4C framework? Well, it definitely corrects a market failure. It promotes decarbonization, it supports investment, but it does fail to use the first best strategy, a carbon tax. So I give it kind of mixed marks. Not clear to me that the second best strategy, although it was implemented for political reasons in order to get this passed, I'm not crazy about it. It's very costly. There was a lot of consultation, including with oil and gas companies. How does it fare on the promoting competition angle? I would say 50-50. On the good side, the benefits are not restricted to incumbents. The early evidence suggests the law is promoting new projects. However, there is a not so good element to this. Domestic content is applied to iron and steel. It's applied to upstream components for battery production. So it's really, it's very, very costly. A recent working paper suggests that the cost to taxpayers of promoting EVs through this legislation is $32,000 per EV sold. That's a lot of money. Does it conclude? It does, if I read through the whole bill, it does have a termination date. It's well specified. But of course, that could be extended in future legislation. So I would give it mixed reviews. It's very costly. It's great. I support it. It could have been more direct. What are some other challenges for green industrial policy that we discuss in our annual review article? Well, in the case of climate change or improving the way companies work, identifying the market failure is easy, but correcting it is not so clear. We're really in a world of second best. Yesterday, Danny was positive about this world of second best, but in 2014, he was a little less positive, and he said, well, the case for green IP is quote unquote strong in theory, ambiguous in practice. And we do see that in the somewhat less than direct instruments that are sometimes used. Again, competition is key, so I would really emphasize that third C. We can contrast China's export-oriented solar panel industry. We saw yesterday how incredibly successful that has been in promoting exports versus India's policy, which was very focused on, had a lot of domestic content restrictions, much less successful. When you have too many objectives, it really muddles the strength of the correction. So the focus on employment generation has complicated the IRA. Okay, I'm out of time. I want you to remember competition combined with industrial policy is key. So thank you so much.
Our next speaker is Sue Halper from Case Western University, also a frequent member of U.S. administrations with stints at the Council of Economic Advisors and the Department of Commerce. So, thank you.
Thank you. So full disclosure, so I also served in the Biden administration as senior advisor for industrial strategy, and so I worked on this policy, but doesn't mean I won't actually have some criticisms. So I wanted to focus on electric vehicles as kind of a case that we can maybe apply some of these frameworks to. So I want to talk, first of all, about what some of the policies were, talk about the status, talk about obstacles, and then conclude with some lessons. So what are the policies? There's a very key one that I left off that Anne caused me to think about, which is R&D. So a lot of R&D and standard setting, battery chemistries, standards for EV chargers that was set up by the Department of Energy. But the first one on the list is goal setting. 50% of U.S. vehicle sales should be in the U.S. should be electric vehicles or plug-in hybrids by 2030. And I've thought this was kind of a, nothing burger, but in fact, getting to this goal and getting agreement by the automakers, the union, there was a lot of consultation that happened, and sort of setting the goal was actually set at 40 to 50%. There was just a lot of work that went into that, and very, very important for aligning objectives. There's a bunch of supply side subsidies for batteries and components, plant conversion, EV chargers, demand side subsidies. There's also regulations, so fuel economy regulations, Made in America regulations, which I will defend, and at least in most cases, and then tariffs and a proposed ban on Chinese software in connected vehicles. So that's kind of the menu of all these policies and how do they work together and what have they been doing. So just to look at some outcomes so far. One is that auto employment is actually quite high, and I think it's important to think about this. I mean, this is, 1.1 million jobs or so in a labor market of whatever it is, 150 million. But I think it's important for a bunch of reasons. One is, regardless of if we don't do this transition right, we can lose the whole industry. That would be bad, partly because I think it tanks support for a future IRA or future climate policy. There's also a lot of associated jobs that are not on this chart. There's a lot of software. There's 100 million lines of code in a modern car, so that kind of thing. There's been a kind of a slowdown in the rate of acceleration of electric vehicle sales. That is not the same as a slowdown in electric vehicles. And what this chart shows is that, in fact, we're still ahead of projections made as recently as in 2023. So there's some bumps along the way. We could talk later. I'm actually optimistic about the next couple of years. We've seen a ton of ecosystem investment, so I think this is crowding in. So we identified some bottlenecks. We identified some areas of Chinese domination. So I think the IRA is actually really pro-competition in that sense of creating alternatives to Chinese battery components. You can see that there are a lot of investments in a lot of states, and particularly red states. Kentucky, Tennessee, et cetera. And yeah, 84% is in these 10 states, but they're quite politically diverse. And a lot of this really was spurred by the IRA, so that you can see the big hump that jumps. So it starts going up with a bipartisan infrastructure law and then really starts jumping with the IRA. So one thing about what's happening to costs, this shows that we're, in terms of the purchase price for EVs, if you include the subsidy, we're actually close to parity. If you include the operational costs of the car, we've long been in a situation where EVs are cheaper. This chart, I think, underestimates how close we are to parity because the automakers have persisted in this strategy of very long, large content-filled vehicles. And as they start to roll out in the next year or two smaller vehicles that will be cheaper, in part because they have smaller batteries and those are cheaper, we'll see actual parity. Charging infrastructure. This there's been some growth, but not nearly what we need. So we need a bunch of private charging, but then only 60% of American homes have driveways. And so DOE has estimated we need about 1.2 million public chargers. We've installed about 180,000 chargers, so not quite there yet. Another issue here, I think, is small suppliers. There's a bunch of jobs at risk in the transition. If we do this right, there's an opportunity to fix overcapacity in internal combustion engine parts, so like piston rings and things like that, a lot of small stamping. With needs for those capabilities in stamping and machining in a lot of other clean energy products that we hope to ramp up, so heat pumps, transformers, et cetera. But there's some obstacles to doing that. Though these are very small firms, they get one bet or they're out of business if they bet wrong. And so making introductions for them, so this comes back to a lot of the kind of convening that's done informally. It's not required in the IRA, but very important to making it work. So DOE is writing a playbook to help companies and our technical assistance institutions like the manufacturing extension partnerships to help companies find these new markets. There's some financing programs, both financing and grants. An issue here, kind of the spectra of Solyndra hovers over all this, and so it costs about the same to vet, a $50 million grant as it does a $5 or $10 million grant or loan, and so it's extremely costly to involve small suppliers in this. And so there's some workarounds that we can talk about, and then workforce. I feel like is a kind of missed opportunity here that so often. So we've moved away, which is good, from the old way of doing training, which was characterized as train and pray. No connection to employers, to saying employers should drive things. And employers should have a seat at the table, but employers don't have the same interests as society. They don't want labor mobility. They don't want general training, really. And so and they also often lack the capacity or the technical knowledge to know, what kind of smart manufacturing technique would be applicable to their business. How would they integrate it? How would they transform it in their organization? So I think this is an area where that really hasn't been talked about. Is sometimes you need not just a new product or some kind of productivity gain where you're doing essentially the same thing, but you're moving down a learning curve. In some of these cases, we actually need a real transformation where we're changing the role of workers. They can become problem solvers, with the kind of democratized sensors, et cetera. That isn't happening as much as it might. So this is just a potential future policy, but one thing that I think could happen is sort of thinking about supply chains. So supply chains are problematic in the auto industry because the auto companies have, in the US ones particularly, have had a policy of kind of organizing their production, organizing their design, organizing the way they work with a strong goal about retaining monopsony power. And that's not so conducive to building a vibrant, high-wage, innovative sector. So what are some lessons? And here I think this first point about the role of place of technology-based analysis, I think this is an answer to Kathleen's question from yesterday about what to teach. I think there's a real need for teaching this kind of analysis from the point of view of the public sector, not from the point of view of consultants. And so thinking about good jobs, thinking about places, thinking about coalitions, all that stuff is really important. A second kind of lesson is the ability to crowd in investment. And so, I mean, I'm an economist, I'm in favor of a carbon tax, but I think in addition to that, the importance of these convenings and the importance of these specific subsidies in the IRA is a lot of effort and work that went into figuring out what are the bottlenecks, what are the things that are lacking, and putting subsidies on, putting extra effort. And so there's been a lot of just trips to Michigan by the White House to figure out how are we going to get small suppliers to take up these things. You can think you have screaming demand signals. You have to make people aware of that these programs exist. A second thing, just following on a point from Joel about the importance of active stakeholders. When I started in 2021 at the administration, I was very worried that we were going to be replacing $30 an hour engine jobs in the unionized North with non-union $16 an hour battery jobs. And that's not that attractive. And I don't feel that way now. And a lot of that is the efforts of the UAW, not just by itself. I think a less, state capacity is also important. And we've seen, I think the Department of Energy has learned, there's also been some internal debates about how do you use this work to actually create good jobs. So I actually think that the job and climate goals are not necessarily in conflict, and in some ways they're complements. On the not conflict, we did not have a fast charger industry in the US. We had 0 producers. We now have more than 20 producers of DC fast charging. And we did the analysis that is not a reason for slowing down in adoption of EV chargers. I think if we had more agile suppliers and good jobs, we'd actually be more quick to adopt some of these new technologies and move faster. And there's always going to be a lot of change, or hopefully will be a lot of change in battery chemistries. If you have well-trained workers, well-paid workers that are experienced, that's going to be faster. And then I just to repeat the point about, I think we haven't fully figured out how to organize this organizational transformation. So thank you.
Our last speaker for the panel is going to be Tim Sahai, who's joining us from the Net Zero Lab at Johns Hopkins University, where he's co-director. And the floor is yours.
Thanks, everyone. I'll just sort of introduce our lab a little bit and maybe pull back to the global green industrial policy picture and sort of situate the IRA perhaps not as the first or the greatest industrial policy, as Janet Yellen may have said, but as perhaps just a late entrant into the game. The US did try to have industrial policy being passed in earlier legislation, but this was only passed actually fully in 2022. So I'm at the Net Zero Industrial Policy Lab with Bentley Allen, and we basically think the energy transition is geopolitical, and it's going to require a lot of action-oriented research to integrate all of the fantastic research that you guys have done, but actually bring it to governments, to policymakers in a very real-time way, because this is a very rapidly moving energy transition, and the geopolitical dynamics have changed very dramatically in the last few years. So just to situate the rise of global green industrial policy, I really think it begins in the mid-1990s. You can go back to China's moves towards wind, solar, and batteries right back then. And and then in the early 2000s, you've had German policy, UK's wind policy in the 2010s, Korean pushes on batteries, the Korean Green New Deal actually in 2020, Japan's hydrogen policy. So we've had now, over 2.5, 3 decades of industrial policy, before the IRA. The IRA is very much a late entrant, and you can see that in just how rapidly the Chinese energy transition has led to collapsing prices that we saw yesterday from Danny Roderick. So whether you look at solar, EVs, or batteries, we are on very, very fast S-curves or early exponential curves that are going to plateau out perhaps later. But what we really find is incumbents have been dramatically underestimating the speed of change, and particularly in solar. So on the right here, you have the explosive sort of growth of solar. You can look at the numbers from Pakistan and South Africa, particularly in the last couple of years, easily adding 10% of their total power capacity just in a single year alone after sort of terrible energy shortages and load shedding. So this is leading to a strong contest between two competing political economies in many countries, one anchored on the old fossil order and one anchored on the new green order. So and I think the IRA is essentially a compromise between these two orders, the fossil political economy and the green political economy. The IRA is definitely working, as we have seen in previous slides and yesterday. It's boosting American manufacturing in solar, battery manufacturing, wind, hydrogen, CCS, et cetera. And as I said, it is playing catch up to Chinese policy, which is not standing still, but racing ahead. As you can see in these figures, it's grown up by a factor of 50 in just the last 10 years, with a huge surge from 2020, 2021 onwards, as Chinese credit policy moves away credit from the real estate sector into the new industries. And so the US response has been, very classic Hamiltonian sort of a response. Let's do catch-up growth, and let's use the classic tools of developmental estate policy to try and catch up. And the means, the means that we've chosen is bottomless mimosas. And bottomless mimosas are, you go to the Treasury bar. Congress has decided to make almost all of these tax credits fully uncapped, barring a few exceptions. And so the Treasury will just keep giving you public money as long as you show up and satisfy the conditions that Hassan is going to tell you whether or not you're satisfying the conditions. And if you do, you get the bottomless mimosas. And, and this too is sort of a compromise between fiscal hawks in the US Congress, who essentially wanted a fully paid for bill that was paid for on the tax revenue raising side. And so one of the compromises, was basically it's hard to estimate how many of these tax credits are going to go out of the door because it's entirely dependent upon uptake. And so, you look at a series of estimates and all of them say that the official number of around $370 billion of an outlay from the Treasury over the next decade could easily be underestimated by a factor of 2, 3, 4, again, depending upon uptake, which is a function of democracy, state capacity, consumers, etc. And then the structure of the tax credits are manufacturing, then energy, then industrial. Is a very hands-on industrial policy. And you can all of these technologies are sort of specified in the bill, and that just sort of goes back to sort of Danny Roderick's point yesterday, that they are explicitly trying to shape the productive structure of the entire material base of this economy. And the United States has been sort of trying to do nearshoring, friendshoring. It's creating a massive demand pull for components from all over the world that are coming to the US and are being finished here. So solar and battery components are coming from all over the place. And one of the most important sort of ways in which this is a very activist sort of a policy is the battery tax credit, which was of $7,500, is broken up into two components. One half of it is the critical mineral tax credit. The other half of it is the battery component, $3,750. And essentially, both of these require more Make in America over time. Not all at once, but over time, knowing that we do not have the current mineral processing capability to have onshore minerals. So over time, we are going to be stepping up the domestic components. And then there's a second element, which is the sort of the foreign entity of concern ruling, which is from 2024, we do not want to be getting minerals that have been processed or extracted by China, or there's a level of ownership of Chinese firms that is restricted. So the idea is essentially to stimulate a domestic and a friendshored build-out of this EV supply chain, stretching from mines to the factory floor. Well, where are we going to get the metals from? There have been deals that have been struck with Canada and Australia that are now eligible for the Defense Production Act, which basically means American taxpayer money can go to purchase offtake contracts from Australia and from Canadian miners, because not all of these metals can be made in the United States. So we are sort of supporting the White House on sort of conversations and collaborations about exactly these sort of clean energy sort of supply chain collaborations. And I really encourage everyone to check out the IEA's report on the energy technology perspectives, which we also worked on. And it's absolutely a brilliant 500-page, like reams and reams of data from every single clean energy manufacturing firm across dozens and dozens of countries. And as you'd notice in this, most of the clean energy manufacturing capacity in the world is exactly in factory East Asia, factory North America, and factory Europe. And very, very little of it is elsewhere. So the gray bar there is the manufacturing capacity that is outside of the core. So that essentially tells you that this looks very much like a colonial order where raw materials are brought out from developing countries and processed in either US, Europe, or East Asia. So UNCTAD has a very serious warning that this seems to be slipping into sort of traditional trade patterns of neocolonialism. And I think like this is essentially the big challenge going forward is how do you build overseas manufacturing capacity in third countries that are eager to join into this clean energy race and contribute to solving the climate problem, but are currently lacking either the finance or the market access or the technology tools. And so we've seen some of the bigger developing countries like Brazil, India, Kenya sort of work with the US government to sort of get some sort of support for their sort of strategic sectors. And then lastly, the other big challenge that we are sort of working on is the world order itself. The World Bank, the IMF, the WTO has spent decades suppressing industrial policy. And as the global north is embarking upon industrial policy experiments, the south is essentially in a very crushing debt crisis and is embarking on austerity policy that is really pushing people back and impeding health and education, privatizing many of the state apparatus that you would expect should carry out industrial policy. So this is actually a very large problem that we are also working with these institutions to try and lift some of these structural conditions that is making the world completely unsafe for developing countries to pursue industrial policy. I'll stop there. Thank you.
All right, now we have time for 10 minutes of Q&A. Maybe we can borrow 5 minutes from the break. What do you think? Let's take like 3 or 4 questions, and then we do like 1 round of answers, and then let's see. Let's start over here, and then move to Hassan, and to the man next to him, and then to Andrew.
Thank you all. A question for Anne. And I'm Andrew Reamer, George Washington University, and a fellow graduate student with Annalise Saxenian, who is the at the information program at University of California. It seems to me that an issue with industrial policy is the failure at the moment of policymakers and economists to think business strategy. That I learned to do industrial policy from a guy who went to worked for the Boston Consulting Group, and did 240 projects at the state and local level. The CHIPS Act and politicians think technocratically. So the idea is, I recommend a book called Fluke, which by Brian Klass, it just came out. It makes the distinction between convergence and contingency, so that the idea is to policies are aimed to some happy ending, like the CHIPS Act, but are not set up to address contingency, which business strategy does. You're supposed to scan the environment and respond to events that you were not expecting in a collaborative way. So if you just talk a bit about how we can get economists and policymakers to think more like business strategists in terms of how to create programs that are responding to contingent events, not a form of mechanical or technocratic engineering.
So Andrew, I'll just tell you right now, that's what we spend all of our time doing at the CHIPS program office, is literally thinking about contingencies on our investments. So we'll chat about that. But Tim, to your point on tax credits, in the CHIPS Act, we have actually given out $0 to date from Treasury, from the government account, but firms have already claimed the investment tax credit. So you guys should go look at that, and I think it's a very understudied tool because it reduces a lot of business uncertainty. They don't have to negotiate with the bureaucrat. They need to read IRS regulations and make sure their tax accountants are okay with them claiming the credit once it's finalized, which is, I think, a very important content. The question I had for the panelist, Sue, et al., is this. You guys talk a lot about the politics of industrial transitions in the West. And it seems quite clear, if we looked at Danny's comments yesterday, that China has a loss of manufacturing jobs where they're willing to swallow job losses and major impacts to existing sectors without a big political debate, right? So a question I have is how much of the conversation around ineffectiveness about industrial policy is that in the West, we are forced to have stakeholder debates, and in other countries, there is a national top-down strategy that simply says, we will dominate this sector. If you are not on the train, sorry. And then the follow-on question, which may be harder, is, and how do Western governments then react to that reality, given that we cannot ignore these stakeholders in those debates?
Yeah, my question was for Sue. I thought that your comment about how to boost suppliers and connecting them to anchor firms was really interesting. But I'm curious if you think that as you think about rebuilding the machining and tooling and component manufacturing industry and creating a robust experimental system that can support all this manufacturing investment, does all of this need to be tied to an anchor firm? And what are some strategies to kind of support intermediate suppliers and manufacturers that don't necessarily involve anchors?
Thanks. Yeah, I have a quick question about the 4 Cs for Anne. I'm wondering whether you can imagine a successful industrial policy that does any or all of the following 4 things. Corrects government and/or network failures rather than market failures, consults labor rather than business, and here I'm thinking of some of the examples Sue alludes to, limits competition rather than promoting it. For example, Chalmers-Johnson's discussion of rationalization cartels in Japan. And finally, has no sunset provisions. For example, the national labs, SBIR, MEP, or DARPA. Thanks.
Question that we're sneaking in if you're keeping it very short.
First is whether the scale of U.S. efforts, maybe Europe's, are up to the scale of that of China. Given the head start that China has had on EV, the number of engineers they have, the size of the market, is it plausible that with the little amount that we're spending, that it will change the geography? And if it looked like we were beginning to change the economic geography, why wouldn't we expect them to respond to maintain their advantage? So maybe all of this is a futile effort. It will be good for the green transition, but not for anybody thinking about this as grabbing jobs. The second question I had is a debate that you often hear in Europe, a little bit in the US, about national champions versus a competitive framework. And there are a lot of people in Europe who advocate the national champion. And I just wonder how you view that and what the evidence is. And the third is the view that you often hear that U.S. innovates, China imitates, and EU regulates, and that Europe has excelled in that, and that stifles innovation. I think that's a wrong view, but I just wanted your view about how you respond to that kind of critique.
All right, so now we give it back to the panelists. Maybe we do it in the order of the presenters, and everybody has like 1 or 2 minutes to. But
yeah,
make
1
it
or
quick.
2 minutes to answer all these
Right.
amazing questions. Sure. Okay, I'll just pick up 2 strands. I think Hassan's point about, how do we think about democracy? I mean, it speaks to your questions as well, Joe. I mean, the way I think about this is that sort of as I was coming up, as a professor and as a citizen, I lived in this world of the end of history, of this sort of neoliberal fairy tale, right? That everything good just kind of moved together. And it turned out that, American interests and power were well articulated through the liberal international order. And so there wasn't a lot of tension being a citizen of the United States, pursuing these free market policies, because that actually did accrue a lot of power and wealth to my country. We're now in this different world. And I think it's fundamentally more challenging because the thing that neoliberalism had going for it was it legitimated itself, right? Because aggregate welfare, right, was this really compelling story about how actually these policies are good, right, for the entire democratic public. We're now at a point where, you know, people have profoundly questioned whether that was ever true, right? And you know, you can call it market failure of climate change. I would call it sort of broader societal failure, perhaps. And so we're at this moment where everything is becoming very messy and contested and ugly in many ways, right? And we see this in the United States. I live in Washington, D.C., right? What's going to happen next week? But I think that's actually the normal reality of politics. When I think about, you know, centuries and centuries of sort of history of how things are governed and how markets are governed. And I think we have to sort of get off this idea that all good things will sort of flow nicely together, and realize that this is the new normal. This is the reality that we're in. And so, you know, it's going to be messy. It's going to be tough. We're going to have things that, quote unquote, disadvantages us, you know, vis-a-vis China in terms of not, hopefully, being an authoritarian regime in the United States, right? But I think that's all things that we just simply have to figure out how to navigate. And for me, I welcome the sort of increased visibility about these political choices, about how markets are structured, about the values, be it climate change or inequality or security. I actually welcome that, and I think we sort of have to embrace it and figure out how to go forward. And I'll stop there. I would love to talk about, maybe at the break we can talk more about the EU and innovation and Spotify. Okay.
Great, these are amazing questions. But I guess I'll answer in terms of the electric vehicle industry. So I think, you know, can the U.S. compete? And I think the answer is yes. And so we were talking last night about the BYD Seagull, which costs about $12,000 in Japan, in China, which I have driven. And you know, I think we can compete with that if we have true prices. So, you know, just to make the BYD Seagull compatible with U.S. safety regulations, what consumers would demand in terms of sound deadening material, you know, we're up to $25,000. If we think about the implicit subsidies from the labor suppression in the Seagull, from the carbon-intensive steel that's in the Seagull, you know, then we're getting, I don't know what, 30. And Ford is saying they're going to have a $25,000 EV, you know, in 2030. So, I mean, I think you still need a package of policies. And I guess I think the tariffs probably have to be a package of these policies. I also think, you know, back to your point about stock buybacks, this is we're fighting with one hand tied behind our back because, you know, all of the subsidies have to then meet these insanely high corporate hurdle rates. So that's an issue, but I think we could compete. And then to Nikhil's question about suppliers, I think the advantage, and maybe what I'm doing is reinforcing some of the existing structure, but it's a way of working with the existing structure to get automaker, you know, certain market failures solved around certainty of investment. And you have these small suppliers that, you know, make one bet. The automakers, their customers, have some idea about what that is, much more idea, and it's a much more credible signal. And so thinking about that, and then one of the things we're also doing is creating institutions, and we could talk more about this small business investment company. The idea is to bring these companies together, the automakers together as strategic investors to actually think of themselves as a group sending signals to their suppliers.
Sorry, we're running a little bit out of time, so how much? Okay, good. Perfect. Like 2 minutes.
Oh, okay. So I thank you so much for the panel's comments. I'd love to get all of your slides if that's possible. Really great. Really interesting, you two. So let me start with a question about national champions. That's a great question because I am promoting competition. I think that if your local market is not big enough to achieve economies of scale. That's why being export-oriented is so incredibly important. So think about how well Airbus would have done if it didn't have Boeing as a competitor, right? And that's why it had to be outward-oriented. So I think you can incorporate competition and the need to exploit scale economies together when you think about the export orientation as being really critical. I think one of the reasons the U.S. managed to grow behind fairly high tariff barriers historically is because there was a lot of internal competition and a huge internal market. So it's a great question. I've thought a lot about it. Question about business. I mean, I am just so encouraged by Susan's description of how the IRA has really promoted business activity in the United States. That's great and great work. I'm really thrilled. So I do believe that actually a lot of what we're talking about here, and certainly a lot about what we teach in business schools, is about business taking the role. And I do believe, I hope, that there is a move away from shareholder towards stakeholder capitalism. And that means business really leading the way, as it has been. And certainly in the United States, just look at all the companies in California. Look at Tesla. As an example, that was a purely business proposition, although it did get significant support from the government at critical times. Last answer to the 4 Cs, I would take I'm looking at 400 years of experience with industrial policy, starting with Louis XIV, looking across countries, across academic, non-academic work. And I guess I really believe that those 4 components are important. And certainly consultation extends to labor. Absolutely. I'm the first person to promote labor as an important component of any successful industrial policy. I'll stop there.
I'll just take the last question, Joe's question of, is it actually too late to catch up with China? I think it really depends upon some of the sectors. For solar, certainly, it's too late. And that's because the costs of solar in the last 3 years have gone down from 30 cents to 10 cents. They're going to go down from 10 cents to 3 cents a watt by 2030. So it's a very, very dramatic story of Moore's Law style learning and process efficiencies by Chinese and Southeast Asian firms. So solar is going to be very, very hard, but what that really means is you get cheap solar, and you get to deploy cheap solar, and I don't think the Chinese are keen to weaponize solar exports and stop them or whatever. I think they're pretty, from what you can see, is a very, very rapid importing of Chinese solar by dozens and dozens of countries. And on wind and battery, it's definitely not too late, and that's why the US and European and North African battery policy has been relatively successful. And then on Hassan's question about sort of the certainty of these tax credits, and I think that's essentially why the IRA extended them out for 10 or 15 years, to provide that kind of certainty to business, because in the previous decade we had a lot of chop and change, start and stop, the tax credits were going down, and that was presumably why businesses were not so keen to invest. So I think that's pretty much the best feature of the IRA, and all of that is certainly threatened by repeal scenarios under a Republican trifecta or Republican administration. And yeah, I think that's it.
All right, then let's give another round of applause for our panelists. All right, we're going to be back here at 10:20, so just a short break.
Okay, thanks everyone for staying with us on Saturday. We really appreciate it, and we're looking forward to this next section on green industrial policy. So let's jump right into it. This session, we're going to have 3 papers, 30 minutes for each paper. And the way we're going to do this is going to be 25 minutes of a talk, and then we're going to have 5 minutes of Q&A after each paper. Okay, so please take it away.
Doing this? Yeah, I'm a walk and talk person. Hi, everyone. Great to be here today, and thank you very much to our fantastic organizers. I'm Ishana Ratan, a PhD candidate at UC Berkeley and former predoctoral fellow with the Boston University Global Development Policy Center. And today I'll be sharing a talk based on my job market paper. I am on the job market. and I'll be talking a little bit today about how renewable energy firms shape policymaking and ultimately long-term outcomes for the energy transition. Now, we might expect that countries which rely on foreign investment will scale up quickly and lead the energy transition in the developing world. Foreign companies have technology, skills, and capital that domestic firms might not have on their own. However, to preview my argument, I find that countries reliant on foreign investment experience a boom and bust in solar investment, while those with more domestic firms scale up slower, but more steadily in the long term. Now, I attribute these puzzling results to firms' response to regulatory challenges in renewable energy, and I expect that my results might hold across industries with emerging regulatory governance, where policies need to be updated continuously in collaboration with government to sustain long-term investment. So I'll get us started with an example of how things can go wrong. Now, in 2019, Colombia looked poised to lead energy transition and scale up quickly. The government had permitted around 6 gigawatts of solar and wind projects. Now, Colombia's total energy demand at peak is a little over 10 gigawatts. So this is a massive increase in energy capacity. Most of these contracts went to foreign companies from Spain, Portugal, Italy, and the like. And overall, it seemed like a very optimistic picture, per this news headline. However, as of 2023, things had changed. Per this less optimistic news headline, a large French company, Électricité de France, is leaving Colombia in the face of regulatory challenges. And EDF is one of many companies making this choice. Now, EDF ran into issues with the grid permitting process, experiencing long delays due to backed up permitting timelines. And again, this is one of many companies. A few examples I'll talk about more later include Norwegian companies, other Spanish and Italian utilities as well, all leaving the market. And this has dire consequences for both energy transition and energy security. Colombia was really counting on these energy projects to make up for lagging hydropower generation during this El Niño drought. This past summer, when I was in Bogota, the lack of solar energy projects meant that the government was forced to ration water, which I unfortunately experienced myself, to my surprise. And they were about half a percentage point of hydropower capacity away from rationing energy too. So in addition to failing to meet energy goals, Colombia only has about 1 gigawatt of solar online now, in contrast to the 6 gigawatts that should have been online. There's also broader implications for energy security as well. So Colombia is part of a broader pattern among countries relying on foreign investment. So this figure shows the rate of solar energy generation among low and middle income countries between 2000 and 2023. The blue curve shows the rate of solar scale up among countries where most of the firms are foreign. The red curve shows solar scale up where most of the investors are domestic. As you might notice, those countries relying on foreign firms scale up faster, but are plateauing in recent years, while those with more domestic investors are scaling up more slowly, yes, but at a constant rate of growth. So this figure motivates the pattern I aim to explain in the remainder of this presentation, which is what explains this divergence in the rate of solar generation in the global south. And again, I'll focus on how firms respond to regulatory challenges, in this case meaning that when things start to go wrong, your foreign investors might leave the market instead of working with government to improve policies. So first, I'll provide a little bit more flavor of the kinds of regulatory challenges that renewable energy investors run into in developing countries, but also these are challenges that apply to the world more broadly. I'll then lay out my theoretical framework, which aims to explain how firms make decisions when facing regulatory challenges. I'll then walk through a two-part empirical analysis, the first of which sketches out a broader relationships between investment and regulatory outcomes. And then I'll talk through a couple of case studies that trace how firms make decisions under regulatory uncertainty. But first, let's talk a little bit about the regulatory environment for renewable energy. Now, it's well established that policy stability through mechanisms like veto players and other domestic institutions that tie the hands of government are associated with more investment. However, in renewable energy, we actually need continuous regulatory reform. Renewables requires investment in new infrastructure, new technologies, and even new market models in order to keep growing. Renewable energy imposes technical constraints on existing energy infrastructure, so we need to keep updating policies to facilitate its growth. However, to complicate matters further, there are political obstacles to renewable energy investment. This is not just the fossil fuel industry, however. A robust body of scholarship focuses on how transmission companies, the companies that run the wires from solar panels off in the countryside to your house, face costs from integrating renewable energy into the grid and fight back. So I'll use a prominent example from Leah Stokes' work, if you're familiar, in the American Politics case, to illustrate how these companies go about fighting back. So in Arizona, the big utility, Arizona Public Services, has tried to pack state regulatory commissions. They've also spent almost $1 million on public relations campaigns slandering solar energy. And they've gone so far as to hire paid actors to speak out in public commission meetings about the evils of net energy metering. So all of this is to say that it's not just fossil fuels, it's transmission companies that are really getting in the way of the regulatory reforms necessary to sustain energy transition. But where do renewable energy firms come in? So there's been a fair amount of work focusing on how political coalitions are necessary to push for policy updates in energy transition. Now, I go one step further and argue that renewable energy investors are a critical part of this coalition. Why? Because they have private information about failures in the policymaking process that the government needs in order to update regulation. Governments can typically only observe delays in meeting solar energy targets, but they don't necessarily know why things have gone wrong. Renewable energy firms can tell the government, hey, we have our bank guarantee, our financing is under control. It's the grid operator that is delaying the issuance of contracts, refusing to sign contracts, and otherwise getting in the way of our projects coming online on time. But this raises a question of which firms stick around to work with governments in the face of these regulatory challenges. And political economy scholarship would argue that it's often large firms, which in the global south are typically foreign companies, that have the most influence over regulatory reform. We heard about this in the case of Malaysia yesterday, but a broader literature finds this pattern in issue areas like trade, international standards, and even campaign contributions in the United States. However, I argue that in renewable energy, patterns of firm influence depart from this logic. Why? Due to the structure of renewable energy governance. Renewable energy is a new sector, and governance is, as a result, split across existing domestic institutions, leading to a rather fragmented patchwork structure of regulation. As a result, due to this pattern of governance, I argue that size alone is not enough to buy influence. Firms need to know who to lobby, how to do it, and what to ask for in order to secure the regulatory reforms necessary to keep the energy transition on track. So I'll just give us a visual example of centralization and decentralization so we all are thinking along the same lines. So in Colombia, the coffee sector has long been a fundamental part of the country's economy. As a result, has a relatively structured or a centralized structure of governance. There's one main government agency, one main industry association, and a relatively linear structure of preference aggregation among firms. Renewable energy is different. There are several government agencies, several industry associations, even in the renewable energy sector, and it's often very confusing to identify which bureaucrats are in charge of which parts of the policymaking process. For example, the Ministry of Mines and Energy can have auctions to hand out solar contracts, but so can the planning agency that's also in charge of long-term transmission and distribution plans. So all of this is to say, it can be difficult to identify which bureaucrats to ask for which policy reforms, and it's sometimes even unclear what they can do about it. So this leads me to my theoretical framework. I argue that when faced with regulatory challenges, firms have a choice. They can exercise voice, tell the government what they need, try to pressure regulators to fix it, or they can exit the market, throw their hands up, and take their money somewhere else. I draw upon Hirschman's framework to argue that firms weigh the two and select whichever option incurs the fewest costs. On one hand, I expect that outside options, or the range of future investment possibilities, should determine the cost of exit, while on the other hand, due to the decentralized structure of renewable energy governance, embeddedness, not just size, determines firms' costs of lobbying. So let's unpack this in a little bit more detail. So first, outside options should reduce the cost of exit. For example, a large foreign multinational has invested in several places abroad. If things go wrong in Colombia, it's much easier to go somewhere it already has assets, for example, its home country. Second, these options further atrophy the development of the art of voice. This means that if I'm a large multinational and I know I have options somewhere else, I'll learn a little bit less about how to lobby where I am right now. Why would I bother learning about Colombian energy regulation if I already know how it works in Spain? On the other side of the scale, firms' embeddedness in social and economic structures shapes their cost of lobbying. Now, this operates through a couple of different channels. There are cultural dimensions to embeddedness, like a shared language or even a shared understanding of acceptable lobbying practices in a given market. There are also relational dimensions of this. For example, a large domestic business conglomerate has probably interacted with regulators before in other sectors of the economy, like acquiring land for a factory or having to obtain an electricity connection for a factory. This puts firms in touch with regulators so that when they invest in renewable energy, they already know who to call and how to ask for what they need. Now, this leads me to a couple of typical cases. On the one hand, most foreign firms will have relatively low exit costs. They have that international portfolio and can certainly go back to their home country if needed. On the other hand, they'll have a high cost of voice. In solar, as a new industry, most of these firms are new investors. This means that they don't necessarily know much about a given country's market structure, much less have personal connections to the bureaucrats in charge. On the other hand, most domestic firms will face rather high costs of exit. Many of these firms are rather small, and if they haven't invested abroad to begin with, it's pretty unlikely they're going to start with solar. On the other hand, they'll have a relatively low cost of voice, and this goes for small firms too. For example, in Colombia, one of the few small firms that's chugging along was in a renewable energy incubator with members of the Ministry of Mines and Energy. So when policies that affect this firm need some tweaking, they're able to call on their bureaucrat colleagues that they have those personal relationships with. And I think that this allows even small firms outsized influence over policy adoption relative to what existing theory might predict. Now, this leads me to a couple of testable implications. So first, I expect that countries with a higher share of domestic investment will adopt more renewable energy policies, again, indicative of this iterative regulatory reform we need, because in the face of regulatory challenges, these firms will lobby for regulatory reform. Foreign firms, on the other hand, will leave. So I use a mixed methods approach to evaluate this argument. First, we'll walk through a quantitative large N analysis using some original data on who owns the solar projects in the developing world. And then I'll talk through some of my interview evidence across 3 different cases that illustrate how firms make decisions under these regulatory challenges. So again, first, we'll look at high-level relationships between domestic firms and policy adoption. So here, I just use a regression analysis, and my independent variable is the share of solar capacity from domestic firms. I think that this captures the relative size of the domestic industry, but I also include robustness checks with the amount of solar, with the number of domestic firms in the solar industry and the number of projects owned by domestic firms in the solar industry for absolute values. My dependent variable here is the number of renewable energy policies adopted in the next period. And I use 3 different databases to measure this. They each have their own system of classifying renewable energy policy. And in addition to this, I implement robustness checks using a measure of renewable energy policy stringency from the World Bank. I'm not going to share those results here, but things are relatively consistent across different specifications. And control for the usual suspects like fossil fuel consumption, gross domestic product, democracy, trade, so on and so forth. And I use ordinary least squares regression with country and year fixed effects to get at how a change in the share of domestic investment, or change in the share of domestic investment corresponds with policy adoption. So on balance, regression results confirm my expected association between domestic investment share and solar energy policy adoption. So for a 1 unit increase in the share of domestic investment, we see about 10% more of a renewable energy policy, a modest but substantive effect given that most countries don't adopt that many policies. Between 2020 and 2023, most countries adopt around 10 policies total, so even 1 or 2 policies in a given year is a pretty big step. All right, so let's turn to the qualitative evidence. So here I've interviewed around 100 different actors in the electricity sector across 3 different cases. My cases range from high foreign investment to low shares of foreign investment. And this allows me to check a couple of important things. So first, I'm able to evaluate whether opposition to renewable energy is consistent across different types of country cases. And on balance, I find that grid operators, those transmission companies in Panama, are doing pretty similar things to grid operators in Malaysia. I'm also able to evaluate whether firm behavior is consistent across different types of cases. This is, of course, important for the generalizability of my argument. And indeed, I find that domestic firms in Panama, while they're not very as influential because there's such a small coalition relative to foreign companies, are attempting to mobilize in rather similar strategies, drawing on those informal connections, similar strategies to domestic firms in Malaysia. Of course, in Malaysia, they're going to be more influential because they're a much higher share of the domestic solar market. So again, here we'll be tracing how firms make decisions in the face of regulatory uncertainty. So first, I'll turn to the case of Malaysia, which is my case of domestic firms, local lobbying, and slow but steady renewable energy growth. So in Malaysia, the government began its solar energy journey very modestly. In the first few years, solar investment was limited to only domestic firms, and policies allowed about 100 megawatts of growth to come online in the first few years. So very slow in the beginning. These domestic firms faced lots of opposition from the utility incumbent TNB. TNB attempted to delay the issuance of solar permits, hoping that if they dragged their feet long enough, the small solar firms would just go away. That, fortunately, didn't happen. Small firms stuck together and lobbied the government for increasingly ambitious policies. Of course, sometimes policies were not perfect, but these firms worked over time instead of exiting the market, mostly because they can't leave Malaysia because they're small domestic firms, to improve policies. And this example illustrates the strength of domestic industry now. Per a bureaucrat at the Ministry of Energy and Water that I interviewed this summer in Malaysia, domestic firms are so loud that with reference to a new policy creating a new market structure for solar energy, there was so much pressure from the solar industry that the government has to open up the grid. It's going to be challenging. It's going to fly in the face of existing policy choices. But the government has to do it because local solar firms are not going to go quietly into the night. They're going to fight for policy reform. And this has led Malaysia to implement a series of iterative policies, including feed-in tariffs, net metering, a couple of creative schemes for self-consumption to sidestep grid operator opposition, in addition to now 5 auction rounds for solar energy. They've got about 1 gigawatt of small-scale solar, a little over 2 gigawatts of solar from their auctions, and have just released more capacity for 2 gigs of solar from another very large-scale auction in the last few weeks. So, on the whole, Malaysia is a picture of slow but steady solar growth and iterative policy change. Colombia is a bit of a different story. The government adopted, as I said in the introduction, auctions for large-scale solar capacity that attracted these big foreign companies very quickly. However, they also quickly ran into problems with the grid operator, with delays in permitting, grid operators delaying the issue of permits again. It's one of their favorite strategies. But unfortunately, foreign firms are not working with the government to improve things. This quote from a former regulator illustrates the behavior of a large Chinese firm, Trina Solar, which signed one of these auction contracts, but in the face of delays, told the government that they can't honor that contract anymore and they're leaving the market. This echoes the behavior of other firms like EDF and a Norwegian firm that I interviewed, which is going so far as to sell all of its contracts in Colombia and get out of the country because the CEOs back in Europe are not okay with the delays and they're not going to stick around to help the government fix things. And this has dire implications for energy transition and, again, energy security. Colombia's power pipeline is shrinking. The government has issued contracts for about 20 gigawatts of renewable energy at this point. And in the last year, this has been cut in half as companies have exited the market. The government actually doesn't know how much solar will come online because they don't have a mechanism to track this, unfortunately. So this power pipeline could keep shrinking as foreign firms take signals from each other and keep exiting the market. So again, it's very critical that firms work together to improve policy rather than leaving when the going gets tough. Now, where does this leave us? The main takeaway that I want to leave us with today is that local firms will lobby for regulatory reform, but foreign firms with their outside options are likely to exit the market facing these regulatory challenges. And this is very important, especially in light of some new data from Bloomberg New Energy Finance, which shows that the global renewable energy pipeline is actually shrinking as grid bottlenecks take hold in some markets. This means that issues around transmission and distribution build-out are getting in the way of renewable energy expansion, and instead of working with governments to improve policy, firms are just reducing their projected renewable energy investment pipeline. Now, in terms of policy solutions around how to fix this, I think one way forward is to promote collaboration between foreign and domestic companies to make the most of that foreign capital and local expertise. However, there's a problem. Most domestic firms do not have the capacities from the get-go to partner with large foreign companies on these big solar projects. They just don't have the experience. So we can't just expect collaboration to happen on its own. I think that as a way forward, promoting capacity building in these countries to get domestic firms up to speed to partner with foreign companies will be a critical part of the energy transition going forward and open up opportunities for regulatory reform with foreign capital to build those large-scale projects that we all really need. So I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Great, thank you so much. So before opening the floor, I just want to ask you a very quick question. Please. I think it's very interesting, your framework of combining this cost of voice and the cost of exit. And I wanted to ask, within this framework, the optimal policy based on the government best response, knowing the incentive structure that for some firms is very expensive to exit the market, does this suggest that you should not provide incentives and investments and subsidies for the firms with a low cost of exit, because those firms are going to exit anyway? I mean, let me take a step back. So if a firm has a very high cost of exit, you don't want to subsidize that firm because
it'll have to stick around.
Right, that's going to stick around. So is that the policy recommendation that you think? So in a way, there's like a bargain between government and firms, and the outside options would be sort of the threat points on this bargain.
Right. So I think it's tricky, and that subsidies alone for foreign investors won't fix things entirely, because ultimately the reforms that we need to allow more renewable energy capacity to come online are like system level. You can't just increase incentives for one firm and expect the problem to go away. We need investment in transmission and distribution build out, and those incumbent utility providers don't want to do it. And so it's ultimately a matter of getting firms involved in the policymaking process so that they can tell the government, hey, like grid capacity is really low in this part of the country, and there's a bunch of us that want to get in on the market. So it's a system level problem. So I think that's the real challenge here.
Great. Questions? Okay. Gustavo, Eric, and 3 more, and then we see if we have more time for additional questions.
Hi. Very good talk. Thanks a lot. I'm wondering here if your insight applies broadly to any type of new technology. Because what your kind of insight is suggesting to me is that any sort of new technology that's developed outside of the local economy, in which there is no local representative of that technology, would have difficulties in integrating to that country because there is no regulatory system for it. Thank you.
Okay, I'll just take that quickly. My answer is going to sound very similar to what I just said, because I think so. One, the decentralized sort of structure of governance problem should apply to most new technologies. But 2, the policy solutions necessary for renewables are really at the system level. So for some industries, maybe giving the foreign company a little bit more money will help them stick around. But I think for renewables, it's the systemic nature of the regulatory reform that really complicates things and creates that need for local firms. So I'll have to think more about where that system level regulatory reform is necessary, but I think that's kind of an important scope condition.
Eric?
Yeah, so this is interesting. In some other countries I know about, not so much renewables, but domestic firms complain a lot about the special treatment that the foreign firms get. They're getting, right, the foreign firms are getting all sort of special, dispensations. And so this is an interesting contrast. But it makes me wonder, I think it seems an interpretation is that the local firms might be getting preferential treatment on some dimensions that the foreign firms are not getting. And is that a good thing or not? It's sort of, I'm getting the vibe that's a good thing, and MNCs are bad, and maybe they're footloose, but maybe it's more of a crony, sort of a cozy relationship domestically.
Interesting question. So absolutely, I think protecting the local industry forever is not the way. Now, what's very interesting is that even among countries that protected the local industry from the get-go, like Malaysia, only domestic firms for the first 5 years, those domestic firms actually want foreign capital now that they're big enough to partner with them. And there's some interesting work in political economy that makes this case at a broader level from Sarah Dansman. So I think I'm actually perhaps less concerned if we protect local firms, they're always going to want protection. I think that at a certain point, they're going to want that foreign capital so that they can build even bigger projects. So valid concern. Perhaps I'm, not so worried.
So I have time for one more question and then we'll move on.
Thank you. I have two very small questions. One is, this is a structural problem and it possibly regards the difficulties of developing or emerging markets to access the capital market to finance the grid transformation. So maybe it's independent of the firms getting in or not. If the countries can't get the money to transform the grid, the firms could lobby as much as they want. They will never pay for the grid. That's my first question. The second one is it possible that in the end the headquarters at home just say, we don't give a damn, move out, whereas the people in the countries, like in Colombia, they really know what's going on and they know what they would have to do. It's just that the guys in Spain say, no, get out. So is there a headquarter dependency dynamic here? Thank you.
Yeah, I think grid finance is definitely a constraint. There are various models for financing that build out, many of which involve imposing taxes on consumers. So I think certainly opening up international finance for grid expansion could help alleviate some of this problem. Otherwise, countries, firms can lobby the government to impose costs on consumers, and it's a hard sell. And then in terms of headquarters, I do think there's kind of this balance between whether embeddedness or outside options matters more here. And I think certainly in some cases, it could be that headquarters knows it's going to take a lot of time and it's going to take a lot of effort to get the government up to speed on grid reform. And so they're just choose to pull the trigger and get out. So worth considering for theoretical precision. Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much. Great. Now we have David presenting transition to green technology along the supply chain.
That's a clicker. Okay. Hi. Thank you very much for including the paper in the program. This is a joint work with Philippe Aguillon, Lynn Barrage, Eric Donald, and Ernest Liu. So the motivation for this work is twofold. On one hand, we know that the green transition actually requires switching from fossil fuels to clean energy sources along the supply chain. So for instance, if I want to move from gasoline cars to electric vehicles, then I need to have also batteries, and the production of batteries is very dirty, so then I'm going to need to start thinking about how to make batteries in a cleaner way. Or, the leading example we'll have today maybe is on heavy duty transport, and it's going to be about hydrogen, and then hydrogen can be made in a clean way or it can be made in a dirty way. The second motivation is that while there is general consensus that we need to speed up the transition, the type of tools that have been used across countries has been quite different. On one hand, in Europe, there has been a bigger focus on carbon pricing, but in the US, with the IRAs that we've discussed, there is a bigger focus on industrial policy. So what we're going to do in this paper is that we're going to present a dynamic model of technological transition along the supply chain. And that model is essentially going to rationalize or formalize perhaps an argument for industrial policy on top of carbon pricing. And that argument for foreign policy is actually linked to what Daniel Roderick was talking about yesterday. This is about complementarities in innovation along the supply chain. So we're going to have strategic complementarities across different sectors. That's going to make the framework a little bit reminiscent of Big Push, but because these strategic complementarities are occurring along the supply chain, there are a number of different insights that we're going to get out of this. So the first one is that we're going to have a world where we're going to have multiple steady states, but there's actually going to be a unique equilibrium. So why is that useful? That's useful because that means that we're going to be able to use classical tools such as subsidies to actually achieve the optimal steady state. Second, the optimal policy is not either or, but is actually combining carbon pricing with sector-specific subsidies that I should add are also going to be temporary subsidies. These subsidies, depending on situation, need not be large. So we can have we can be in a world where a big push is necessary. We can also be in a world where it's just a small nudge is actually necessary to start the transition process. We're going to see that if you cannot implement the optimal policy, if somehow you have to choose in which sector to intervene, there is an argument, a network argument to start downstream and then move upstream. This is generally going to lead, everything else given is going to lead to bigger multipliers. Then we'll, if you are in a world with suboptimal carbon pricing, then we'd see how we can use similarly excess innovation essentially as a second best policy. And then at the end, it's not going to be the case that all industrial policy is necessarily good. So in the extended version of the model, show example where you can have strategic substitutability now across sectors, and a misdirected industrial policy can actually backfire. So this relates essentially to three literatures, one on the macroeconomics of climate change, particularly works that focus on directional change and innovation in clean technologies, work on strategic complementarities in technology adoption, and more broadly, work on industrial policy. So here's a framework. So basically, I should say it's going to be a more theory papers than others, but I'll try to make explanations sufficiently intuitive. So what we're going to start from a discrete economy. We're going to have representative household with classical preferences. They care about consumption. They don't like work, and they don't like emissions. Okay. We're going to have a production chain. So basically, you can think about this sector here downstream as being the consumption good. So for instance, it could be heavy transport. Then I can produce this consumption good. I'm going to have some varieties or production tasks or subsectors that use clean technologies and some that use dirty technology. So if it's heavy transport, then one thing here is going to be trucks of a certain size, and then another thing is going to be big trains, and then you may have airplanes, for instance. If I produce using the clean technology, then I'm going to rely on an upstream input. And in the upstream input, I'm going to have the same structure where some tasks are going to be produced in a clean way and some tasks are going to be produced in a dirty way. And similarly here, and then you can keep going, you can have like a complex chain. So how does this work formally? Basically, each sector is going to be a cup de glace. Oh. You okay? All right, so each sector is going to be a cup de glace aggregate of a bunch of varieties. So this is sector I. This is going to correspond to some production process on this line V. And how do I produce each of these things? Well, I have two options. So this is perfect substitute here. I can either use just labor, that will be the dirty way, or I can use here a cup de glace aggregate of labor and the M here, which is going to correspond to the sector that's immediately upstream. Alpha I here is a share of labor, and 1 minus alpha I is a share of the upstream good. This here is going to be an index that takes value 0 or 1. So basically, if I've paid some innovation cost, if I've undertaken the innovation that allows me to use a clean production process, then this turns to be 1. And if I haven't done it yet, then this is going to be 0, and I'm forced to use the dirty production process. Now this depends on the new here, so basically for different tasks here, then I'm going to have different cost of making the product, the variety clean. So for instance, for an airplane, the cost will be bigger than for a train. If I use the dirty production process, then this comes associated with some emissions. Emissions are going to enter here with an emission rate here that's going to be this psi here. Now, a key assumption that we have here is that this production chain only works on the clean side, right? So the dirty good does not use sector 2, and here if I use this dirty version of the input here, doesn't use sector 1. So that doesn't mean that I cannot have like something very complicated here with like a complex production process there as well. But at least for the moment, we cannot make the production process there cleaner. Once I'm on the dirty thing, there's no way to make these things cleaner. Okay, so and then in extensions, we will allow for that. Okay, this is production functions. Let me move to the market structure. So if I have the dirty version of an intermediate, for each of these elements here on the line, so here, if it's dirty, then it's going to be produced competitively. I'm going to have to pay some wage, and the government may impose a carbon tax that, if it were at the Pigovian level, would be set at the level of the externality. Okay. Now, if I end up paying the cost to transition, so if I end up innovating, and I'm the one that has done that, I'm going to have a 1-period monopoly right on using the clean version of the technology. Okay? So what is my competitor in that case? Well, my competitor are the people that are still using the dirty version of the technology for that specific variety. So basically, I'm going to be Bertrand competing as a clean guy against the dirty guy. After 1 period, this monopoly rights expire, my patent expires, so think about a period that's like 10 years, 15 years, something like that. And the clean production is also going to be competitive. So if I produce clean, one thing that's going to happen is that I'm going to be able to escape the tax. I may also have a different productivity level. So this Z here, which can be positive or negative, it's going to be a measure of how much cleaner, how much more productive it is to use clean versus dirty. Now, at the end of the day, I'm only going to use the clean stuff if it's overall more productive. So we're going to assume that this guy here that corresponds to the overall net productivity advantage of using the clean technology. Once I have the carbon tax, we're going to assume that this is strictly positive. And then the thing that I need to keep track of over this model is basically within each sector, what is the share of varieties that's going to be that is going to become green. So that has been greenified, and we're going to denote that by these guys here. Okay, so then basically because of this market structure, I need to think about the thing that's going to incentivize me to make an innovation are the profits that I'm going to get should I succeed. So I need to think about what are the profits that somebody that has paid the innovation cost is going to make. So that person is going to be the only one able to produce in a clean way. So as a result, they're going to be able to charge a markup. Okay, so theta here denotes this markup, and this markup is actually going to be a function of what has happened on the network. So imagine that I am at the very top here. Then if I am the clean producer here, there is no input there. Then my markup, if I'm able to produce clean and I'm the only one, my markup is directly going to be related to this big Z. It's going to correspond to the productivity advantage that I have, inclusive of the tax. But if I'm downstream there, then I need to start thinking a bit about the network about the network structure. So my markup is going to be the same Z modulated by this mu term here. That represents the network adjusted share of clean content when I produce a clean variety. So basically what mu measures is how much really clean a clean input is. Okay. So and how it is? Well, everything that I produce in with labor is really clean. So that's the alpha I. The rest, there is a fraction 1 minus alpha I. That depends on how much of my intermediate is actually clean. It has been greenified, so this is the sky I. And then that depends on how much this, at the higher sector, the clean inputs are really clean. So this is why this takes this form. But so then as a result, that means that if there is more greenification upstream, then the cost advantage that I have as a producer of the green variety is higher, and that's going to that means that I'm going to be able to have a larger markup. Should I have innovated? Okay, so now I also need so this gives me the markup. I need to think about the revenues that I will get if I've successfully innovated. So the revenues of my sector, say sector I, they're going to depend on how big the downstream sector is. But I'm only going to sell to the share of the downstream sector that has become clean. And I only share for a share of the inputs 1 minus alpha I. So this gives me the law of motion of the revenues. There is a chi tilde here. You can ignore that. That's just to adjust that not everybody is pricing at marginal cost. So then by induction, that gives you that the revenues are going to increase in the share of clean varieties that we have downstream. So in other words, if I go back, if I go back here, if this green line is moving to the right, then sector 2 is going to be larger, and each variety here is going to make more revenues. So then the profits from innovation are a combination of the two. So it's going to look like this. This here corresponds to the revenues, and this is the profit margin, right? So 1 minus the cost per unit. So when am I going to undertake to pay the fixed cost? Well, that's going to be whenever this profit here is going to be higher than the fixed cost that I have. This fixed cost is heterogeneous across the varieties, so that's going to give me that the share, and if it's distributed with some CDF big F, that's going to give me that the share of varieties that is going to become clean is going to be this F of the profits here. So as a result, you have these strategic complementarities. Being more green upstream is going to affect my sector through an input cost effect that shows up here. Being more clean downstream is going to affect my sector through a market size effect that shows up there. Okay. Well, because I have these strategic complementarities, then I'm going to get that I can have, and I generally will have, multiple steady states. So a steady state is going to be a word where we finish this process, and these shares here are time invariant. They're the same. They stay constant over time. And so what we get is that, well, if I have more clean downstream, that creates more demand for upstream inputs. So sorry, if I'm not very clean downstream, I don't have much demand for upstream inputs, so I'm not going to do much green upstream, and vice versa. However, there is one small twist on this, which is that the equilibrium stays unique. And the reason why the equilibrium stays unique is that if you go back to the profits we have there, then one channel transmits contemporaneously, while the other channel only transmits with a delay. The market size effect transmits contemporaneously because as soon as the downstream sector has become greener, then that creates immediately demand for making upstream sectors greener as well. However, this only transmits with a delay because basically as long as I have I have a patent on the clean good, I'm not going to transmit to my consumer the advantage of my innovation. I'm not going to transmit to the consumer the fact that I've become cheaper than the dirty guy. So this is only going to, I'm only going to the incentive is only going to propagate the next period once the monopoly power has expired. Okay. Okay, so this basically, gives us the equilibrium. What we're going to do next is that we're going to look at what is the optimal policy and what's going to be the effect of various policies within this framework. So the first thing is thinking about the optimal policy, is thinking about what a social planner would want to do. So social planner wants to maximize, this is an unrestricted social planner here that wants to maximize welfare. And you can derive how the social planner would want to, you can derive, the social planner will want to impose a Pigovian tax. That's pretty straightforward. And then social planner will want to do a certain amount of green innovation that's going to essentially obey this expression here. So this is how much innovation, what would be the green technology level with the social planner solution. This is how much we had in the equilibrium. This involves basically the same terms, the same structure, but there are three differences. So first here you have this mu iz. Here you have this 1 minus exponential minus mu iz. That's not super important. That just reflects the fact that the profits don't correspond exactly to the social value. If the clean advantage is small, then actually these two terms are going to be very close to each other. Then you have this 1 minus beta there. This represents the difference in time horizon. The social planner really cares about the overall benefits over time. The innovator only has profits for one period. But so of course, a social planner wants to do more innovation. Note that, however, this you can correct pretty easily with a uniform subsidy. So that's not, targeted sectoral policy yet. This is just a general subsidy to R&D. But the key aspect is that actually these first order conditions here don't uniquely identify what is the optimum. So in particular, imagine that you just have two sectors. So this is the downstream sector, how much green there is in the downstream sector. This is the upstream sector, how much green there is in the upstream sector. Each depend on the other. And a solution here, I plot basically the solution to the social planner solution. To the first order condition, you could have three solutions to the first order condition, but only this one is the optimum. If I were to start somewhere here, I've put on the uniform subsidy to R&D, then the economy is going to be stuck there. So basically, on top of the uniform subsidies, then I'll need to have additional subsidies to move at least to this point. And then it will move up. I said that you don't necessarily need to have a big push. So imagine that we are instead in that world where we have a steady state which is there. So we're stuck with very, very low green innovation. Then, because this is unstable, I would need like a small nudge to push here, and then the economy would move to full greenification over time. Okay, so the next thing we try to do there is try to think about what are the sectors that are going to deliver the biggest multipliers. So imagine that I cannot actually do the best, the first best, and I'm constrained to intervene in some sector. And doing a small intervention, I'm trying to think about where is it going to generate the biggest spillovers. And in particular, should I target more the downstream sector or the upstream sector? Okay. What we have is that the network structure by itself is going to push you towards wanting to target downstream. Where does that come from? Well, if I target downstream, then the revenue effect is just going to propagate one for one. Okay. So this is how much profits in a sector I are going to depend on the level of green technology in a sector K, which is downstream. And then you have an elasticity of one. This is just because revenues are directly proportional to how much I sell downstream. If I do it on the other side, now if I think about how much the greenification upstream is going to encourage greenification downstream, then the effect, this elasticity here is going to be less than one. This is a bit big to look at, so let me forget about that for a second. But let's just think about this aspect. I have a downstream sector here, an upstream sector there. then the effect of the upstream sector on the downstream sector would take this expression here. So you would have two terms. This corresponds to essentially the pass-through from cost to the profit margin. That's not super interesting. That's less than 1, but not super interesting. And this term here is basically going to be the ratio of how much the upstream good matters in the cost of producing the downstream clean variety. So this is what we have again here. In other words, so this is basically the ratio of the cost of the clean variety that depends on the upstream good of the upstream good K. And this is necessarily always going to be smaller than 1 because part of the cost when I produce a good are going to labor. So every time labor is used, then I'm less dependent on whatever is happening upstream. In addition, this strongly, very strongly depend on how much all the sectors between me, sector I, and my upstream sector K, how much each of these sectors are electrified. Every time there is a part that's not very electrified, every time I have this being quite small, then that's going to immediately shrink the effect. Okay. So then we can start generalizing. So this is a word where instead of having just one supply chain, I'm going to, one downstream sector, I'm going to have here 2 downstream sectors. So think about this as the final good. It's all clean there. That makes it a bit easier to think about it. And then I have 1 upstream sector, but I have 2 downstream sector. Okay, and I want to think about the same thing. How much making things clean here affects incentive downstream? How much making things cleaner downstream affect incentive upstream? So this is what I already looked at here. Nothing changed. Basically, incentives from upstream to downstream are going to propagate in proportion of the cost of the clean versions of the good. The question then is how much making this guy or this guy cleaner affects here. This is going to be given by this term here. Well, that's going to represent the share of revenues in sector 1 that's accounted by each of the 2 sectors. Okay, so the downstream electrification is going to be propagating upstream in proportion of revenue shares, while the other way is going to happen in proportion of cost shares. Well, then once I've done this, I can do basically anything. So I can make it very complicated. If I have this, and my network might actually now have multiple equilibria, but if I kill any of these type of cycles, then I start getting networks that are cyclical, and I'm going to have a unique equilibrium again. And I can think again about transmission. So it becomes a bit more complicated. You have matrices and so on. But you are going to have exactly the same intuition. Things are going to propagate in function of cost share from upstream to downstream and revenue share from downstream to upstream. And at the end of the day, the revenue share by itself will be bigger than the cost stream, because from the cost side, you always dilute whenever you use labor. Okay. Let me show you 2 more things. One thing is how to think about industrial policy here as a second best. So far, when I looked at the social planner, I allowed the social planner to use Pigovian tax. But alternatively, I can think that maybe the social planner is constrained and cannot to implement the first best. Now, in our context, it's, you're only going to, the industrial policy is only going to be useful as long as inclusive of the tax and the potential productivity gain. The clean tech is still better than the dirty tech. Otherwise, nobody wants to. Even if you invest, nobody will end up using the clean technology. But conditional on that, then how much electrification, how much green technology I want to do is going to depend on the same terms as before, plus basically how much do I modify emissions when I change the green level. And then there are again reasons for why this term is going to be bigger here if I'm doing it downstream. So that reinforces the point that I may want to start downstream, especially when the level of green technology is low to start with. And then let me generalize a tiny bit more. So this is what we had so far. Imagine now that I allow the dirty version of the good to use somewhat the upstream good. If this is less important than that, then everything that I talked about works through qualitatively. So greenification remains complement across sectors. But where things become more complicated is if I move in a world like this. So think a bit about cars here. I can make, say, electric vehicle versus fossil fuel vehicles. If I do it in a clean way, I have my batteries. My batteries can be more or less clean. But if I use fossil fuels, then actually I could make all extraction and all refining more or less clean. Well, in that context, if I start making innovation here, then this innovation that makes this sector cleaner are actually strategic substitute with those. Okay? I need to wrap up. Yeah. And because of strategic substitute, then basically you can be in a world where if you start subsidizing this, then you're going to discourage this clean innovation there, and you may even be in a world where the laissez-faire will be better than that. But I can wrap up here. Good. Thank you.
Thank you. So let's open the floor for a few questions. Okay. All right. Let's start on this side. Chris?
I had two questions. I mean, these are just theoretical questions since it's a theory model. Could you kind of give us an idea? It was hard to follow through the model because it was complex. Like, what are the, in a sense, market failures here? We have the fact that the patent doesn't last forever.
Mm-hmm.
Is that a good or a bad thing? I guess you can get rid of that with an R&D subsidy. But then you have things like double marginalization. You have coordination failures. Like, what is driving the results of the model just at a really high level is one thing. And the other is, it seems like your index of where you should be targeting policy is this derivative with respect to this chi. But it's like, you have to tell us, like, maybe it's cheaper to intervene at one level versus the other. Like, why is that the index? Shouldn't it be a benefit cost ratio and not just a benefit level?
Should I answer? Yeah. So the last one, then it depends essentially on the cost function, and that that we didn't specify. So our goal here was not to say you always want to go down. You always want to go downstream instead of upstream. Is that if I just think about the network, what the fact that I'm on the network implies, then I have an argument to go downstream. Or so that's only a part of the answer. Then to have the dollar-to-dollar effect, you need to multiply by how much a dollar in one sector gives you an electrification in one. That would be one term on the right, and then on the left of our term, you have another term that's going to tell you how much having changed profits in one sector in the other sector turns into more electrification. So that's only part of the effect. In terms of what are the market failures? So yeah, you're right. So we have profit, we have the carbon externality, and then we have strategic complementarity. So to be clear, when I look at the steady state, I don't really have profits as an issue anymore, because once I've reached a steady state, everything is going to be produced competitively. The change in time horizon, that I can correct with a uniform R&D subsidy along the way. So then the only thing that really remains is the fact that along the trajectory to reach the steady state, I may have been stuck on the wrong steady state compared to what the social planner would want to have. So in that sense, it's really this complementarities across sector that are the key new element in our model.
Hi, Eugene Han. I'm a 6-year PhD student here. It seems like a lot of the results that you have are driven by this big assumption up front, which is that the green technology is going to be cheaper once you have paid the upfront fixed cost, right? So, that may be true in certain supply chains, which you've used as examples, but to what extent do you expect that to actually hold around the world when electricity prices can be very, very high, for example?
Yeah. So it has to be cheaper, inclusive of the carbon tax. That, when I think about the social planner case, should be inclusive of the social cost of carbon. If it's not inclusive of the social cost of carbon, if it's not cheaper, inclusive of the social cost of carbon, then I should not do this. I should not undertake this innovation. There is no reason to do that. Okay, so that's an important, that's one important aspect. The Z itself can be positive or negative. That doesn't matter. The little z can be whatever. The big Z has to be positive.
Great. So we are out of time. Thank you so much, David.
Yep, I guess. Is it okay?
Next we have Palma. Please take it away.
Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone, for having me, and thanks to the organizers. This has been really an exceptional exchange. And I brought a project that is an important cautionary tale, really, of how green industrial policy efforts can go sideways, focusing on the case of Hungary, the front runner of battery production in the European Union, really showing how this whole thing looks like on the ground, and then really contrasting it to EU-level goals and ambitions. I am a political scientist working at the Max Planck Institute in Cologne, but I also have a parallel life as an opposition activist and political advisor in Hungary. And this is a story I've been following from the ground. And I wanted to start with a bit of context into the Hungarian case. So this is Hungary's autocratic leader, Viktor Orbán, in the summer of 2022, proclaiming that Hungary, will soon become the world's third largest battery manufacturer. Nobody picked up on it because this was also the speech where he lashed out against race mixing in Europe, and everybody kind of focused on that. But just think about what he said there. Tiny Hungary, aiming for third place in battery manufacturing after China and the United States, but competing with Germany, even though the German economy is 23 times as large. But it is happening. Right now, Hungary is number 4 worldwide and supports 1/4 of the EU's battery manufacturing capacities, and there's much more coming. Chinese battery giant CATL is building a gigafactory. Now, it is really hard to convey just how much this issue is talked about in our country. Last year, Battery Factory was chosen Word of the Year in a newspaper, and I bought a couple of news headlines translated first. Should we be afraid of being poisoned by battery factories? Then there's an economist asking, why does an energy-poor country want to become an energy-consuming battery superpower while using Hungarian taxpayer money to create jobs for Asian guest workers? And on the pro-Orbán side of things, Hungary is a great power, praised and envied by Western Europe. But back to the naysayers, what exactly is their problem? Hungary is, of course, deeply embedded in these German automotive value chains. Decarbonization is important, so it could be a sensible strategy. But the problem is the scale of it all and the way it is done. And if we consider the economic logic, it's really baffling, this mono-focus of an industry without having the energy, the water, and the labor force, so basically everything that is needed for this industry. And I know the language of comparative advantages is kind of outdated now that industrial policy is back, but I'm still wondering, should we throw it all the way out the window still? And the memories it triggers in Hungary are Soviet-era forced industrialization and these pipe dreams to turn the country into the land of iron and steel, which never happened, of course. Now, a really concerning part of the story is the ecological devastation this breakneck rollout of the industry brought about. There is a relentless stream of news reports about ecological and health damage and labor rights violations. There have been several deadly workplace accidents, fires, hazardous materials stored improperly, toxic chemicals found in groundwater, and a lot more. And keep in mind that this is an autocratic context, so information is not free. There must be also a lot that we don't know. And authorities are unable and in many cases unwilling to keep this in check. And what we're talking about here is a systematic strategy of attracting investments by relaxing environmental regulations. What you see there is a special economic zone drawn up for one of the gigafactories. The government basically told the mayor that this blue thing that you see there, the factory, is not part of your municipality anymore. It's not yours to tax and regulate. And there is extreme anxiety in local communities around this. What you see there is a public hearing which descended into chaos and fistfights. Local communities try to push back, and the response by the regime is tightening the screws of autocratic repression, so crushing dissent. But there is one supporter of these battery ambitions, and that is the European Union. And that's what the focus of my paper, that's what kept me thinking. Europe has forged a more active industrial policy strategy. Professor Kate McNamara has talked about it and written about it. It follows geostrategic goals, and the EU Commission's battery czar, Maroš Šefčovič, praised Hungary's contribution to Europe's strategic autonomies through this battery industry strategy. Now, the three goals Europe follows in battery policy, the objective why we want to have a battery industry in Europe in the first place, as opposed to relying on imports, are first climate, then strategic autonomy and industry promotion. And what this paper looks at is whether and under what conditions does the battery industry, the real existing battery industry on the ground, serve these goals. And the paper also shows that while these goals are often portrayed as complementary by policymakers, they are not complementary. There are really harsh trade-offs between these objectives. So we also want to assess, okay, what is the hierarchy between these goals? And to skip ahead, I will find that it is the third, promoting industry and jobs, that seems to be the one trumping all the others. And I use qualitative case studies beyond the Hungarian case. I also look at the German battery strategy, and as a snapshot, also Sweden. Now, the case itself is linked to several interesting discussions in the literature. First of all, it shows that decarbonizable sectors can and do drive the clean tech revolution, but also shows that there are trade-offs involved with trusting the car industry with our green future. Then again, there are excellent contributions highlighting the EU's geoeconomic turn, but again, this case is a reminder that some of the EU's commitment are actually discursive fluff, and if we look at developments on the ground, they really start to ring hollow. And because what's happening here is the EU wanting to decrease dependence on autocratic powers by relying on an autocratic member state, I also want to show these contradictions there. So we want to break free of China and reduce reliance on Russia and rely on Viktor Orbán's Hungary in the process, the closest ally of Russia and China in the European Union. There's something off here. Now, the context of it all and the urgency, the source of the urgency is the global battery race, which I do not like to call a global battery race. It's a landslide victory for China. But the EU is committed to roll out the industry and have batteries produced in the US. So, yeah, we want to catch up with China. And what does this rollout look like in numbers? The blue bars are planned capacities by the year 2030. These are based on gigafactory projects that have been announced. Again, there's a commitment to cover the needs of EU-based industry. Already you see significant variation. So, and I put that in the context of projected demand. So the pink bars, they estimate the European industry's needs. And I just use a very quick back-of-the-envelope calculation here. I take the number of motor vehicles produced in the bloc in 2022, and I multiply it with an average battery size estimated by the International Energy Agency. And we've got the biggest car producer, Germany, for instance, producing 3.7 million vehicles in 2022. And their ambition, if they do not want to shrink their industry and they do not want to rely on imports, they need a capacity of about 300 gigawatt hours. And there are two countries with really outstanding ambitions. Hungary with 600% of demand capacity ratio, and Sweden with 700%, and Germany, of course, the largest in absolute terms. What I also look at are the patterns of ownership, basically company headquarters across these plans. And here we also see significant variation. We've got Sweden, for instance, with 100% domestic firms and 0% domestic in Hungary, Poland, and Portugal. And now, from both from a growth perspective and a strategic autonomy perspective, ownership profiles, of course, matter a lot. My question here is really, is the more high value-added part of the value chain in Europe, or is it elsewhere? Are company profits in Europe? And then there's the strategic autonomy question. We see that both Hungary and Germany are in large part reliant on China here. And if the question is, do we really increase Europe's strategic independence if the same Chinese company is physically producing in Europe? If the concern is that they want to have a less remote producer, yes, it is a more secure supplier, but if the concern is a potential political fallout, then we're not really better off. But I think it's really insightful that we heard it yesterday that we are in a Cold War with China, and what Germany is doing, it really shows that they do not think in these terms. They do not subscribe to this point of view. They rely in large part on China. They have a different understanding of supply security, a less geopolitical one, I would argue. Now, given what I have showed you, let's see one by one if these three objections of the European Union in battery strategy are met by developments on the ground. So climate, strategic autonomy, and industry promotion. And then again, which is the one which gets prioritized. So climate first. Actually, at this point, from the climate perspective, the most expedient way to decarbonize would be to rely on imports. I think it's really clear. As I said, it's not a battery race anymore. It's a landslide victory for China, but the EU still says, okay, but this foreign production may not meet our EU-based ambitions because it's dirtier. But what the Hungarian experience shows, of course, that EU-based production will not be automatically greener. The industry is extremely energy intensive and extremely water intensive, and when it comes to climate, it really matters where the energy is coming from. And in the Hungarian case, it will come from Russian fossil fuels. So the overall climate impact is something that the EU should look at, and it also pledged to look at it. The problem will really be whether the EU can credibly enforce these rules. Now, water use is causing extreme anxieties on the ground. Also in the case of the German Tesla plant being built in Brandenburg. And I already told you about this. What we see in Hungary is an explicit strategy attracting investments by relaxing environmental regulations. So the overall climate impact of this story is questionable, and climate does not seem to be the driving priority here. Now, turning to strategic autonomy, this is also something I mentioned already. It's contradictory that we want to reduce reliance on China by relying on Chinese FDI. But we do see that both the German and the Hungarian strategy is building on Chinese FDI. And there is also another part of the strategic autonomy question that is, a paradox from the EU's perspective. The EU wants to reduce exposure from authoritarian third countries, but then relies on an authoritarian member state to do so. And it is quite clear that it is not a growth strategy for Hungary. The motivation for this seems to be a political endeavor, a way to seek leverage in a key value chain, basically have it concentrated in Hungary to wield it as a political weapon, potentially. If a key part of this value chain concentrates under Hungarian jurisdiction, then these German companies will be dependent on Hungary for supply. And this opens the door to leverage the value chain. And this is really something that the European Union seems to be not that aware of. So all in all, I'm concluding that strategic autonomy from the EU's perspective does not seem to be a guiding concern here. And finally, the economic reasoning. The battery industry is seen as a growth engine, but domestic value added really matters here. That's why I showed you that chart with the ownership or company headquarters profiles. If we only have the assembly line in Europe with little domestic value added, then that's not going to be a growth engine. Now, the optimistic scenario is that because China and South Korea are so far ahead, we just have their assembly lines here and throw our engineers on the shop floor, and that can create innovation spillovers, and that would be a good upgrading strategy. Now, this upgrading strategy in the Hungarian case, I believe, is way too optimistic. There is a shortage of engineers, a severely defunded education sector, so I just do not see that happening. And also in the German case, where it's, I think, more likely and the more sensible expectation, it's not going to happen automatically. So they will also need to somehow do proactive steps to upgrade, and these investors are actually known for tightly guarding technology and FDI. So it's also not automatic that it will happen, but it certainly has higher chance in the core in Germany than on the periphery. And finally, the overriding EU objective really, that trumps everything, it really seems to be jobs. There's this scrambling for manufacturing employment. Europe is really concerned about deindustrialization, and I believe that's really the dominant reason for these efforts to have a better industry on the continent. Now, I also wanted to just have a snapshot of an alternative path, the Swedish case, which is on paper a very well thought out strategy, actually. They have a national champion, Northvolt, under domestic ownership, so research and development also happen locally at the more high value added parts of the value chain. There's local access to raw materials, and they pledge to use 100% renewables for production. And Sweden also has a cold climate, which reduces this extensive cooling in battery production, so leads to lower water usage. But what we also see from recent developments is that it's not going very well right now. As I said, China and South Korea are really far, far ahead of Europeans in technology. Northvolt just lost a $2 billion contract from BMW, and what we see from BMW is that they're more aligning themselves with Hungary, and these batteries are presumably going to be produced in Hungary instead. So this really shows us that these trade-offs are really real. They are very harsh, and it really matters how policymakers navigate these trade-offs. It's just difficult to do battery production in a way that is also environmentally sustainable. And this is basically the conclusion that I wanted to leave you with. We need to be just much more honest about how to navigate these trade-offs and what these trade-offs actually entail if we want to pursue climate neutrality, strategic autonomy, and industry and jobs all at the same time. Sometimes we need to pick from these priorities. Sometimes we need to have a hierarchy between these priorities, and that's why democratic scrutiny is extremely important, so that we can actually inform the public about what exactly these trade-offs and these hard choices actually are. As I said, the EU is actually committed to look at the entire carbon footprint of battery production. So the fact that the Hungarian production seems to be banking on Russian fossil fuels may not be that good of a strategy. But then again, EU enforcement, we know, is really weak. And we have great research by Daniel Kelemen and others who show that it is actually becoming weaker and weaker. So it will be really key whether the EU can enforce the strict regulations. And then there is this quite paradoxical development. That the EU's new geopolitical industrial policy strategy seems to be blind to the leverage risk that is posed by an autocratic member state. And by pursuing strategic autonomy and wanting to be more independent from, say, China, it reproduces this dependence within its own borders. And I believe this is a concern that they should be much more aware of. Thanks.
Fantastic questions. Oh, Joe here, and then let's take some in the middle.
Yeah, I thought it was very interesting. I guess I have 3 comments. First, on ownership, a part of the doctrine of the old neoliberal world was ownership didn't matter, and they encouraged free flow of capital, and you've emphasized that ownership does matter. And I just ask you to try to delineate a little more. if the plants are already in Europe, and there's been enough transfer of technology so Europeans can manage them on their own, if there were a conflict, we could just, Europe could just say, well, it's too bad that you thought you owned it. We own it now. So plants that are constructed in other countries, ownership is always tenuous in the moment of a conflict. But ownership does have implications for transfer of technology. And one of the, the U.S. has complained about the transfer of technology from Western companies to China. And it seems that this, by having joint ventures, for instance, this will be going the other way. And I wonder whether China will be complaining about the transfer of technology to the West. So anyway, it's just an interesting reversal. The second point, just to emphasize that the objective of jobs is a macroeconomic objective, and that shouldn't be on that list. I know it is, but we should think about that as macroeconomics and not industrial policy. It's only when there are spillovers or other arguments that make it go in. And the third thing is on your last story about how Sweden was seems to be disadvantaged, and it just raises the question that you raised at the end, that if this is an environmental issue, it ought to be enforced throughout the EU, and to have one environmental standard for Hungary and another one for Sweden is clearly going to be creating large distortions. And I don't understand why Sweden didn't make more noise in the EU and say you can't steal our jobs by having dirty Russian gas in the middle of the Ukraine war.
Absolutely. All excellent, excellent point. So first about expropriating these factories. So let's put like a doomsday scenario in words. China invades Taiwan, and the EU is then prompted to have sanctions. Do we really believe that Viktor Orban will then nationalize or expropriate these companies? So what are the chances of that happening? And that's why it matters that in the EU's friendshoring efforts, they should be just. Yeah, they should really see who their friends really are, and Orban's Hungary is not their friend when it comes to actually punishing China in the middle of a geopolitical conflict. And when it comes to Germany, I'm also a bit reluctant to believe that they would go as far as to nationalize a Chinese company, given that they're also really reluctant to seize Russian assets. They have this really strong commitment to rules-based international trade. So yeah, and the reason I'm so focused on ownership, even though ownership is of course really complicated and just it's a complicated question about control, but it's really a proxy for me whether or not the high value-added part of the value chain is in Europe or elsewhere. And we saw that on the European periphery that. Economists talk of the middle income trap, how the European periphery really stuck in these assembly line model and never really managed to upgrade. So that's why I focused on ownership. Your point about jobs as a macroeconomic objective and not really an industrial policy objective is very well taken. And it also links back to something that Professor Roderick talked about yesterday, that, okay, we want to promote industrial jobs in Europe, and the car industry is this huge employer, but are these good jobs? Are these 3-shift assembly line jobs in these battery companies, the types of jobs that we want to promote if we are spending all that money through subsidies to create the jobs. And the lack of conditionalities or guarantees that these will indeed be good jobs is also questionable. And your point about Sweden and the puzzling lack of questions they asked in this case is something that I think will come out at one point. But we also have to see that the EU, it took the EU a decade to do anything about democratic backsliding in Hungary, and there's a big reluctancy to really intervene in a forceful way in these cases. And I think this is what Orbán is banking on, that it will just be too important for the German car industry, and these commitments will then not be credible and not enforced.
Great. So have 2 more minutes to help her, please.
Yeah, I wanted to follow up on this job question, because I guess I agree maybe job quantity should be macro, but I think about job quality as something that's an appropriate subject for industrial strategy, in the sense that you can to get really good jobs, you need to operate on the demand and the supply side. And I think we're seeing in the US, there's a couple different ways to do batteries. You can have workers that are very unskilled, they're sort of watching production, or you could actually have them, monitor the sensors. They're the ones that do the first line response, in the higher end. But to do that, you have to train the workers. So they need a supply side policy, but then you need some demand for those workers, and it doesn't work unless you really have both of those together. So I guess wondering about that, and it seems like it's possible that those could be good jobs, but it takes that kind of policy. More likely to see it in Sweden, so.
Yes, exactly. I mean, it all comes down to whether or not these labor regulations are there in the first place and whether or not they are enforced. The case I showed you about the special economic zone and how labor regulations are significantly relaxed is certainly, an example where this doesn't happen. And then, but then we also see unions, for instance, Germany's IG Metall, really supporting having these gigafactories in Germany. They're also just afraid that these manufacturing jobs will go away, and they want to have the battery jobs instead. So exactly. I mean, but then again, as you said, it will all come down to the regulation and the credible enforcement of the regulation also.
Cool. Can continue the conversation offline. Thank you very much, the speakers. Thank you, everyone.
Perfect. All right. So it's a great pleasure to introduce Mariana Mazzucato, who will be the lunch speaker. Mariana, if there is any consolation, I'm not having lunch either, like you, right now. But so Mariana has, of course, a very long CV, and she doesn't need an introduction, but I will just say a few words. She's a professor in the economics of innovation and public value at UCL, where she founded the Institute for Innovation and Public Purpose. She has won many international prizes, including Italy's highest civilian honor, which is the Grande Ufficiale di Ordine al Merito della Repubblica Italiana, the Leontiev Prize in 2018, and she was recently appointed by Pope Francis to the Pontifical Academy for Life. She has written many very well-known books, and there is one skill that I find very rare. It's rare, it's scarce among academics that I have noticed in Mariana also as a former policymaker, which is that she truly knows how to engage with policymakers and motivate them. I think it has to do with two things. Of course, one is that for decades she has been studying about how to organize institutions and how to organize states for promoting innovation, for promoting learning in an economy. But also, I do feel that many bureaucrats do have a sense of an innovative sense. They will want to be innovative. And that kind of dialogue does motivate government officials and policymakers in general. And also she, at UCL, she has built a community. I've seen that the times I was there. People feel identified, and that's key. The leadership role is also key for making ideas transcend and having their own life. So Mariana is among the small community that for years kept working on issues that were not receiving that much attention in the mainstream literature and in the mainstream discussion, that, as we saw yesterday and today, are now at the very center of the public policy debate. So like Joe and Daniel Broderick and Eric has the advantage of having studied these issues for decades. So Mariana, it's a pleasure to have you with us. We're sorry that you can't be in person, but we're glad that we can have this discussion. Of course, you will miss the very nice view here of Central Park and foliage. But we will have a 20 minutes initial presentation, and then we will have about 40 minutes for Q&A. So thank you very much, Mariana, and the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. Should we just do a quick sound check? Everything's good? You can hear me? Yes? Martin, can you just say, oops?
Yeah, we can hear you very well, Mariana. It's all good.
Fantastic, fantastic. Good. So first of all, thank you so much, not only for inviting me, but also for your patience. What happened is I was going from country to country, and after the fourth country, I was supposed to go from Cali in Colombia, where you might know we just had the COP16 on biodiversity, to New York City for 24 hours, and then to fly down to Barbados, where we're actually working on a blue/green industrial strategy with the Prime Minister here. And my body had a bit of a collapse, so I begged, please, can I do it virtually so I can cut off at least 2 of the flights. So thank you so much. Apologies, and I'm very jealous, not so much for the Central Park view, because I won't describe my view here, or I might make you jealous, but especially for your company, your conversations, because I do think this is incredibly important. I will stop sharing when I'm done with the 20 minutes, just so we can then see each other live, of course, for the panel. And what I want to argue is that industrial strategy is actually growth strategy. It's economic strategy, especially for countries that have low investment. Many countries have high profits, but low investments. Those profits are not getting reinvested back into the economy. That's a huge problem. It also raises inequality, but it also financializes the economy. But we also have problematic government policies, which I think have been designed problematically in terms of, at best, fixing market failures. At worst, get out of the way. But if it's at best, even when the public good itself is framed as correcting for the lack of investment by the private sector, when we don't have clear objectives that need kind of common good principles designed into all the contracts, not de-risking, but sharing risks, sharing rewards, then I think we're in trouble. And I think a new industrial strategy based on market shaping and not market fixing, for me, is kind of like the key new economic principle. And what I want to do in the limited time I have is to share some thinking that we've had in the Institute for Innovation and Public Purpose. Thank you, Martin, for talking about it briefly. We, I think, circulated a report. It's in one of the links on the website for your conference, just the experience we've had with what does it actually mean in concrete terms to put industrial strategy, first of all, at the center of an economy, not somewhere peripheral in the Ministry for Innovation, and then, the financial policies, the economic policies stay how they were before. So at the center, but also really what does it mean to put this kind of new way of thinking of industrial strategy that I'll talk about in terms of designing policies in a way that truly foster public and private investment. Of course, what drives growth is investment in both the public and private sectors, but how do we actually do it in an outcomes-oriented way with contracts themselves requiring that investment instead of just subsidies, guarantees, handouts for staying in place? What does this mean for the tools? All those different tools with Danny, which Joe and others, write about. We all write about these different tools, whether it's development banks or something else. What does it mean to really put them also at the center of a strategy? And I'll talk about some recent experience around public sector procurement, which is a huge proportion of government budgets, whether it's Barbados, tiny country, it's about 35% of the government's budget, or the US as well. You know, any large, medium, or small country has a procurement budget. What does it mean to really catalyze it at the center of an industrial strategy that has goals at the center of that? What does it mean for a social contract, a new way for public and private actors to work together, not in parasitic ways with just, again, guarantees and subsidies, but actually to have some metrics for additionality, but symbiosis, mutualism, you know, these things that biologists talk about when they look at ecosystems. I think we in our world have become a bit lazy when we talk about partnerships and ecosystems. My world is the economics of innovation. We often talk about innovation ecosystems, but we don't really have good metrics to differentiate a parasitic from a symbiotic ecosystem. And what might a new industrial strategy approach tell us about that? I'm not going to talk about co-creation and participation, but it has become a bit of an obsession of mine, because I think the reason we have so much populism around the world, it's not because people are stupid. It's because we've failed. We've failed. Our policies have not delivered in terms of better, not just wages in many countries, but literally well-being. If we have policies around, say, a greener economy that don't affect how people feel, how they feel valued, dignity, and self-worth, then it doesn't work. And actually, it was very interesting to talk to the White House team about their own experience, even in states where the IRA and so on have had an effect economically. If people don't feel part of it, then we're in trouble. My own experience with this whole issue of co-creation and participation is from someone who learns about it. I have nothing to teach about it, and I've learned a lot about it from cities and even neighborhoods, my own neighborhood in London, where they've put this idea of outcomes-oriented industrial strategy and green growth at the center of how the community engages with the policymakers through resident associations, citizen assemblies, and so on. So I actually won't say much more about that. Perhaps we can come to it in the discussion. Sorry, my timer just went off, and I have to make sure I don't talk over. And then hugely important, and I will talk about it, the dynamic capabilities within our public institutions. I've been writing about this since I wrote The Entrepreneurial State back in 2013. When we don't have dynamic capabilities within public institutions, when we outsource that capacity, whether it's to McKinsey or to Serco, then none of what any of us are probably talking about at your conference will happen. So kind of a real need for a new wave of investing in those capabilities. And it's hard to do that, again, if at best we think of the role of a civil servant as fixing, enabling, de-risking, you know, a lender of last resort, as opposed to what? Sharing risks, embracing uncertainty, co-creating value, not just facilitating value creation in the private sector. So a real new kind of theory of value that also needs to underpin a justification for making those investments. And forgive me, these are kind of really broad areas, but I do think they're central. And it's, again, reflecting on the experience of the Institute in working on a lot of these kind of concrete things like procurement, like state banks, like increasing capacity and capabilities, which I think we need to do across the board. It's not kind of pick and choose. So first of all, the reason I've become kind of the mission lady, a missionary, is just, you know, I think the lessons from the moon landing were hugely relevant, but we haven't actually learned them. And it's not about space. It's not about, you know, top-down, how do you say, mission orientation in that sense. But it really was so interesting how they would have never gotten to the moon had they not thought completely different about the public and the private sectors working together towards a goal. It's not surprising that actually, let me just go to this slide, that the first thing that NASA did to get to the moon was to change how they were doing procurement, away from cost plus contracts towards fixed price, challenge oriented contracts. They were, you know, they knew their own self-worth in that process in terms of how they worked with the private sector. So they even took the time to design the contracts with fairness clauses. So no rents, no excess profits. Super interesting if you look at the causes of inflation today in terms of excess rents in different sectors and how we've allowed that. But again, there was 400,000 people that got us there. And what was so interesting was that that this design of outcomes orientation, sure, there was one clear mission, to the moon and back in a short amount of time, but the interesting thing was not that. The interesting thing was breaking it down into so many different projects and problems that had to be solved. And the way, again, they did that was through that outcomes-oriented procurement. They needed solutions for how the astronauts would eat, for how, the materials that they would have on them, so their clothing, how they would go to the bathroom, how they would move. And it was all those different solutions in the private sector, bottom up, not top down. What was top down was the clear statement of what the problems were, but the solutions were fostered in a very bottom up way. And it was the solutions to the problems that actually created growth. This is critical, by the way, because, for example, in the UK, where the Labour Party has taken on this idea of mission orientation, then their first mission was growth. It's like, no, if you get a mission-oriented approach which fosters public and private sector investment with those contracts, which I'll get to in a minute, which catalyze a wave of innovation in a bottom-up way across many different sectors, then lo and behold, we get increases in productivity, increases in growth because of the solutions to these problems require that investment. This was across so many different sectors. It was not just aerospace, it was nutrition, materials, electronics, software. In many ways, the modern software industry can trace its origin back to the solutions that were required in the lunar module for data. And of course, you see where I'm getting at, very similar to so many of the different challenges we have today, whether it's climate change, whether it's health-related challenges, those represent the same thing as kind of the space race, but we need to transform them into missions that require cross-sectoral, cross-industrial innovation and investment. And so the idea of a mission-oriented approach is we begin with the challenges, but those are, the ones we've all signed up to, in case we forgot, the Sustainable Development Goals, turning them into moonshots and missions, which are clear and directed. You have a way to say yes or no, did we achieve it? But that fundamentally require cross-sectoral, otherwise we go down the picking winners route, cross-sectoral investment and collaboration. How do we design that through these tools? For example, and I'll get to others in a minute, public sector procurement, which are done in an outcomes-oriented way. So a really clear distinction between challenges, missions, sectors, and projects. And I had the honor in 2018, I think it was, to work closely with the head of innovation in the European Commission, asking what would this approach, this kind of outcomes orientation that puts industrial investment in both manufacturing and services within economies or regions at the center in a goal-oriented way, what would that mean for the Commission, which had been the European Commission, which had until then done a lot of blah, blah, blah about inclusive growth and sustainable growth, but it wasn't actually catalyzing a different way to think about that public-private investment partnership. So you can just see here some examples, like the climate one. One of the missions that they set for themselves was ability. This, by the way, remember, is a regional policy, different from a national one, but it's parallel, if you want, in terms of the reasoning, and again, fostering that bottom-up innovation. I see my internet is unstable. Hopefully you can still hear me. Worked quite closely with the UK around this. In 2018, still that same year, they had a list of sectors, right? This is the picking winners problem. They were thinking that their key sectors were life sciences, finance, automobiles, aerospace, and the creative industry. BBC, great, company, but what does that actually mean? Why those 5 sectors? I helped the government rethink and say, what about making those verticals? Instead of choosing sectors, choose challenges. They chose these: clean growth, aging, future mobility. That data one's a bit weird because, of course, that goes across all challenges and missions, but this really helped them to rethink. This is just before Brexit, by the way. Brexit then got in the way, to rethink how they had been thinking about both government departments in terms of, say, the Department of Transport, right? Sustainable mobility is not just for the Department of Transport, but especially about the different sectors that they wanted to start really investing, especially in a country like the UK, where we have low private sector investment. We're 28th in the OECD, which doesn't mean we don't have profits, but those profits are not actually being reinvested back into the economy, let alone in a way that actually solves some of the key challenges. So you probably can't see this because it's tiny, but again, the challenge, future of mobility, the mission statement, it's not as sexy as getting to the moon and back, but it was on the back of the civil servants working with us in the Institute around experimenting how a mission statement might be designed to catalyze that investment. And they thought of this wordy one, which was by 2040 to put the UK at the forefront of safe, sustainable, universally accessible travel, creating congestion and emission-free zero accident systems. And what's important about this is that the fact that there's clear criteria like universally accessible travel means that some of those bottom-up projects that had to be fostered were in areas like disabilities, in order to make sure that, for example, the public infrastructure was 100% accessible to those who were disabled. Institutions and tools, very important. Otherwise, this is all blah, blah, blah. So, very important to learn those lessons from changing the cost plus to the fixed price, challenge-oriented procurement with incentives for innovation, and so on, that NASA did. Brian Deese, who I've been speaking to, I don't know if he's there. Was he invited? Are you there, Brian? Anyway, thought a lot about this when he was the director of the National Economics Council. He gave some quite important speeches about this. But this was then at the center of the federal Buy Clean initiative. But this really should be normalized. This isn't just about, the green economy. It's really interesting to see what's happening in Sweden, for example, where their high-level challenge is a fossil-free welfare state, but then they land it, normalize that idea in the everyday. So, for example, school lunch in Sweden has to be healthy, tasty, and sustainable, and they use outcomes-oriented procurement to foster new solutions, investments, which diversify the food supply chain and its interaction with the school system. And what's interesting, of course, is that this becomes basically part of an innovation budget. In the UK, our whole innovation budget is 10 billion. It was actually just raised in the budget of this week or last week. What's today? I can't remember. Anyway, earlier this week, Rachel Reeves, our chancellor in the Labour Party, the new government, increased that. But recently, the numbers were 10 billion for the whole innovation budget. But then if you looked at the procurement budget for each department, it was huge, but it was being wasted. So by using outcomes-oriented procurement around really important goals that require innovation in the private sector, like that idea of school lunches being healthy, tasty, and sustainable, then all of a sudden that becomes part of your innovation budget if it catalyzes innovation. So the Ministry of Transport in the UK has about 40 billion in its procurement budget, right? Much more than the whole innovation budget. But if we're not thinking in that way of sustainable mobility with all those innovative criteria, then it's not part of the innovation budget. Here's just two examples of work we did in Camden Council, my neighborhood in London, also in Brazil, super interesting because Lula has hunger at the center of his policies. This idea, again, to use outcomes-oriented procurement to catalyze that investment in innovation across agribusiness, but also across, obviously, all sectors. In order to fulfill goals. And don't worry, Martin, I have my timer here. I see I have 3.5 minutes left. I will stick to time, hopefully. But some really interesting work we did with public banks globally. You might know there's huge amounts of money in public banks. There's 22.2 trillion in national development banks, 2.2 trillion in multilateral development banks, but often this money is wasted. In Italy, Cassa Depositi e Prestiti, sounds good because it's Italian, just gives out money with no conditions. Whereas what's interesting in Germany, because they had a clear mission, forget whether we like their mission or not, but they have it, the Energiewende, the way that the KfW interacted with the private sector had to change. So the way that the steel sector, for example, in Germany received a very critical loan, otherwise they were going under, was not just here's some money because you're in trouble, which is what happens with many public loans. It was here's some money if you really invest and innovate towards reducing the material content of production. And really, that's the only reason we have green steel today in Germany, which, as you know, will have to be the future of steel because of how the world is going. And those that get in there first, of course, creates dynamic returns to scale. Let me just skip ahead a bit here. Here's a report that I did for the UN around this. Imagine if there was more, alignment and coherence between the big goals like the SDGs, the MDBs, the multilateral development banks actually helping to broker kind of relationships with the national development banks that then have that kind of conditionality at the center of how they work with the private sector to catalyze investment and innovation, as opposed to just sitting in place. And this, of course, comes to a key point about what does it mean to socialize both risks and rewards through these kinds of contracts. Danny Roderick, I think he's there. He and I wrote a paper about this. Again, how can we think in an outcomes-oriented way in terms of what it means for that kind of conditionality, in terms of profit sharing, in terms of conditions on reinvestment, in terms of directing towards goals. I already mentioned the example of the KfW. The CHIPS Act was super interesting at this level. People like Ezra Klein accused it for an everything bagel, but hey, a bagel with everything on it is actually quite delicious. And it's not about making a whole random shopping list of conditions. The ones that actually we engaged with Secretary of Commerce, Gina Raimondo, starting about 2.5 years ago, was on just kind of really obvious ones, right? Making sure that the profits generated from a big public program like CHIPS are reinvested back in, so limiting share buybacks, making sure that there's improved working conditions, and making sure that energy efficient supply chains are used. The people then critiqued some of the details that came out of that, but even just those three things in terms of energy efficiency, good working conditions, and limiting share buybacks, it's kind of shouldn't be rocket science. But also, a fairer reward system doesn't happen also without labor fighting for its own share. And as we know, the labor share of global income is at one of the lowest levels it's been historically in kind of global capitalism. And so really interesting what happened in the US with the recent auto strike almost a year ago now, where in order to prevent the green economy being erased to the bottom, of course, there was that very important negotiation that happened through the UAW, making sure that battery workers were getting paid as much and just as good working conditions. Don't have time to talk about this now, but of course, I've been talking about public-private, but of course, we also know that it's not just public-private. We need labor unions to be at the center of this. Let me just finish with this point. I already said it. Without capabilities, none of this happens. It's not surprising that the head of NASA, by the way, head of procurement in NASA, his name was Ernest Brackett. He already highlighted back in the 60s that he thought NASA was outsourcing too much its brain. And he had this wonderful quote I put in the book. He said, "We will get captured by brochuremanship. If we continue to do this, we won't know how to work with the private sector." It's not about not working with the private sector, but that requires capacity, capabilities to work across government ministries. Any mission like climate is not just for the Department of Energy. Any mission around well-being, of course, is not just for the Department of Health. So capabilities for cross-ministerial thinking, the fact that all these ministries, of course, have procurement. We did a study during COVID, found that those countries that did better in the developing world were ones that had actually invested in such capabilities like e-governance and using digital platforms to fight also the infodemic side, instead of just bringing in a consultant to help you with the test and trace, and not then investing in the capacity of the civil service to use digital government to foster this outcomes orientation. So super interesting also to look at gov labs around the world, like in Chile, Laboratorio de Gobierno, creating these safe places actually for experimentation and embracing that underlying uncertainty. My recent book with my PhD student, The Big Con, kind of raised an alarm bell that, again, none of this happens if we McKinsey-fy our governments, but we don't blame McKinsey. We blame the governments that haven't actually done their job of investing inside. Oh, God. Okay, I promised to finish. Global governance. How do we make sure that this whole discussion about green industrial strategy is governed in such a way that puts equity at the center? The reason, again, that I've been traveling everywhere was to launch this recent report on thinking of the global hydrological cycle itself at the center of how we think of industrial strategy. 80% of industrial wastewater is not recycled, which is crazy given that it's the state water rights that are given to Pepsi-Cola or the breweries. But if there's no conditionality that in exchange for accessing that water right, they need to recycle the industrial wastewater, then we obviously don't get it. But this requires a global governance because, as we know, deforestation in one part of the world is linked to floods and droughts in other parts. So what does it mean to do that? A G20 report that we also just used to launch this idea of green industrial strategy and green financial policy with global governance of equity at the center. This also just came out last week. Again, the reason I'm on all these planes, but this doesn't happen on its own. Green IRA, great for the US, but unless we have conditions of knowledge sharing and technology transfer, then not so great for other parts of the world. Similarly with the EU CBAM treaty. So let me just finish there. Oh, God, don't believe the hype. All these myths around industrial strategy. It's not picking winners, it's picking the willing. I've really already gone down these. I'm gonna share my slides with you all later. But what we do in the Institute is we really argue that none of this happens without a change in narrative. This is my last slide. From fixing to co-creating, from de-risking to welcoming uncertainty, from picking winners to picking the willing, from leveling the playing field, which would kind of be fine if things were okay, towards tilting towards a direction where then we use all those different levers to really catalyze that economy-wide investment and collaboration towards these goals. We must stop the outsourcing, invest in that capacity, and we need better metrics. We need metrics that aren't just about cost benefit, but that really capture all those different spillovers across the way. Again, even if they had blown up just before getting to the moon, one could argue that it would have still been successful given the investment and innovation that was catalyzed across all those different sectors. Thank you.
This doesn't seem to be working. Okay, now it works. Okay, great. So we will begin the discussion. You will need to use a mic. Mariana, if you can't hear the question, let me know, and I repeat. So, gentleman there, both of you, so you first. Can you also introduce yourself so Mariana knows who she's talking to?
Sure. Hi, my name is Yan Xu. I'm a postdoc at Brown University. So I think it's interesting that you talk about the mission to the moon, which is in the context of the Cold War, and there's an eerie resemblance to what the condition we're in right now, which is, geopolitical competition between U.S. and China. So, and you talk about global governance, which is encouraging. I guess if you see any tension between, on the one hand, increasingly the missions are defined by, national states, for geopolitical purposes, but on the other hand, given climate change and other challenges, there seems to be, the need for more collaboration and cooperation. I wonder how you see that. Thank you.
Thank you. Martin, should I answer one by one, or are you going to collect? I'm happy to do one by one.
Do one by one. We have time for that.
Okay, good. Because that then doesn't require me to take notes also, because I don't know where any pens or papers are in this. Okay, so really good question. Thanks for asking it. I think there's two parts of that question. One is that, yes, the moon landing was in the context of the Cold War, and that's exactly the point, that we take war seriously, right? Unfortunately, we're back in a geopolitical, wartime era. But what's interesting is that when we treat things as urgent, we then actually, at the national level, and I'll get to the global cooperation in a second, then have a history of knowing how to foster good public-private relationships. Even when health is spent by the military, because soldiers get sick on the battlefield, they've always used the kind of advanced purchasing agreements that we did during COVID, but then forgot to do both pre and post-COVID. The right kind of property rights in order to make sure that we socialize both risks and rewards has always been used by, again, DARPA. So that kind of outcomes orientation, the reason we have all these technologies on our iPhones that are smart and not stupid came out of purpose-oriented military industrial complex institutions that solved problems like internet, getting the satellites to communicate, GPS. The Navy wanted to know where the ships were. So one of the questions I ask in my work is, hold on a second, if we know how to do it for the military-industrial complex, why don't we do it for these massive social and wicked challenges that we have, like climate change, like biodiversity, like water issues, like health? It's because we simply, I don't want to say don't care, but we haven't actually created really clear missions around them. We just put in money here, money there, not enough money, but even when there is money, it's not done in an outcomes-oriented way, let alone when we don't actually spend money on it. We don't do those symbiotic public-private partnerships. We have very parasitic partnerships in the health industry, for example, where the NIH spends in the US $40 billion a year, and then the prices don't reflect it, the intellectual property right structure doesn't reflect it. So that's the first point, that if we've signed up to the SDGs, not because I think they're important, but because every country has signed up to them, then what would it mean to turn them into kind of serious and urgent priorities? And again, that's one big question. And to admit that it's not that we don't know how, it's that we've decided not to treat them urgently. Because when we do decide to treat things urgently, money comes out of thin air. Like, just look at what happened with Ukraine. Germany said there was no money for its green economy. Big fight between the Minister of Finance and Minister of Economy. And then all of a sudden, for the war, 190 billion comes out of the woodwork. So, which I'm not saying was the wrong thing to do. I'm just saying, where was that money before, when they were saying there is no money? So then the global cooperation, unfortunately, it's absolutely not happening. And in fact, in this G20 report that we just did on governing green industrial strategy with equity and justice at the center, we make that point, not to say that the IRA was necessarily bad, say, for Africa, but unless we actually govern that relationship, it will be bad for especially developing countries which have seen some green capital move to the US in order to benefit from those subsidies. So governing a green industrial strategy globally, first of all, it's important because the climate battle, the climate change, global heating problem that in theory the IRA is also addressing. Obviously, that wasn't positioned that way in the US because the political economic situation is different, but that was very important that it had that green dimension. That requires, that kind of cross-sectoral investment. But also, what was I saying? Sorry, it was good for the US, but unless it's done in a way that, again, has technologies transfer agreements and knowledge sharing agreements, then it doesn't work in terms of the global climate problem, right? Because it's just like with the health pandemic, it didn't work to have vaccine nationalism, given that it was a global health crisis. And what we say in the water report, and I think the reason it's very important, this new water report, which is the trilogy of the Nick Stern climate, the Gupta biodiversity, and then we did water, myself and 3 co-chairs, including the president of Singapore and the head of the WTO, Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala, was to say, look at the science. The science tells us that the problem cannot be solved nationally. Again, deforestation here causes floods and droughts there. So we're globally interconnected. The hydrological cycle goes across not only all countries, but across all the SDGs and all sectors. And yet we are governing the water problem not in a global way. So I think we have to also begin with the science, because otherwise it's just about, if it's just about equity, then countries could say, who cares? And that's wrong. But if you also show that they will not be able to solve their own water problems unless they think in a global way, because it's going to come back to bite, just like in the case of the vaccine, when we allowed a whole part of the world to be unvaccinated, the virus came back to bite, then that's what we kind of argue is absolutely required. And it doesn't happen on its own without new governance systems. And we argue that we need to really admit that the whole WTO system, which has prevented an industrial strategy from even taking off in certain countries because of backwards rules, that needs to change. But also what needs to change is to actually state these missions in such a way that require that global governance.
Next question.
Hello, I'm Gustavo. I work at the Chicago Fed. So when we think about industrial policy, usually we think about Korea, Japan, Taiwan, which are the successful cases. There are industrial policies as well in other countries. So for instance, Brazil, Argentina, Venezuela have been implementing industrial policies for years and years. And I don't think that we can say that Venezuela is a successful case. So my question is, what is the key to make an industrial policy successful? What is that the Latin America has been doing wrong that the Asian countries are doing right?
Great question. Actually wrote The Entrepreneurial State to debunk this idea. That industrial strategy is useless, but also that it only takes one form. So we wouldn't have had Silicon Valley without a decentralized network of purpose-oriented state institutions across the whole innovation chain in the US. It wasn't just basic research that was commercialized by private venture capital. It was actually this decentralized presence of basic research, applied research, fostering science industry linkages, outcomes-oriented demand-side procurement that created markets. So the startups that were funded could actually even have a market, and even more downstream, other kind of demand-side tools. So first of all, those countries that think that industrial strategy just requires any one of those areas. And I forgot to mention patient long-term capital was critical in the US, just not through a public bank. The Public Bank of Brazil, absolutely critical to its industrial strategy. BNDES in the US has found its form, at least historically, more through organizations like In-Q-Tel, the CIA's largest, one of the largest public venture capital funds in the world in the CAA, but also through the SBIR program, for example, which requires 3 to 5% of every government department to fund innovative solutions in small and medium enterprises. That has allowed startups to scale, right? So that scaling up process. So the first point is that industrial strategy doesn't work if you just pick and choose. Oh, we'll just do a lot of basic research. Oh, we'll just bring in some, development bank to provide the patient finance. So it requires that distributed network of different institutions across the whole innovation chain working well with the private sector. Now, what does it mean to work well with the private sector? It doesn't mean just giving out guarantees and subsidies, A. It doesn't mean choosing sectors, which has happened in many countries where they just make a list of 1 or 2 or 3 sectors. In Latin America, often natural resource sectors. The whole picking winners problem refers to that. And it's been used to say we don't need industrial strategy, but that's a very specific form of industrial strategy where you're putting all your eggs in the basket. You're not going up the value chain in those particular sectors because you're just seeing the sector itself as opposed to a transformational growth agenda that's required for that sector to innovate and to invest in order to be part of a solution. So in Chile today, for example, there's some conditions that the Boric government is putting on the copper sector that were not there before, or lithium extraction, as you know, might help us solve the battery problem in many countries that want electrification. But if the extraction of that lithium is being done in problematic ways that is hurting water and is unsustainable, then you're kind of solving one problem here and creating another problem there. So by putting conditionality, coming back to that conditionality to make sure that the way that lithium is extracted is itself innovative, requires change, investment, so recycling, repurpose, reuse, and so on, like that example of green steel in Germany, already that requires investment in countries that have low investment. So my friend Luciano Coutinho, who used to run BNDES in Brazil, the big public bank, used to say, Brazil is capitalism without capitalists, right? So how do you use these tools, industrial strategy tools, to get the business sector to actually do its job, to invest its money, and not just to extract it out, whether it's dividend payouts and so on, to reinvest in, but towards goals. Why are those goals important? Not only because they are goals that can help us achieve, for example, not only, but an example, a sustainable economy, but also because unless there's a goal there, it turns out that that sector is just getting money for standing still. Super interesting example is Fiat in Italy is historically has not invested. It's actually a very problematic company which benefits from state subsidies called Cassa Integrazione. So when times are bad, the state picks up the wage bill. When times are good, surprise, surprise, all the money goes to fiat. When they went to the US to buy Chrysler, which was in state hands, because you'll remember not just the banks, but the automobile companies were bailed out, Sergio Mirchione, the head of Fiat, was asked by Obama, if you want to buy Chrysler, which is currently in public hands, you have to invest in hybrid technology, which Fiat did in the US, but didn't do in Italy, right? So it's not just about industrial strategy. It comes back down to these contracts, these partnerships, relationships, relational value that I don't think modern industrial strategy has thought enough about. And the reason why many industrial strategies haven't worked in the countries you've mentioned is when and you know, Latin America is very different. Brazil actually has had a successful industrial strategy. Venezuela, definitely not. Mexico, not. Argentina, not. So we need to be less ideological and actually look at exactly what happened in those countries, often just due to the lack of proper investment, but especially when that investment was just maybe helicopter money going down to particular sectors versus distributed through capable, outcomes-oriented institutions working well with the private sector with well-designed contracts. And if you look at BNDES, it has both a good history of that, but also a bad history. So even the same institution, we can learn a lot about when it worked and when it didn't. So I really believe in not just looking at big blocks of countries like the BRICS, very different one from another, or Latin American countries, but look at organizational experiences or at the level of a tool. I mentioned the Swedish school meal policy, the public bank in Germany, its relationship with steel. There's, you know, the CHIPS Act, what worked, what didn't, in terms of fostering a different relationship from what we saw in Silicon Valley, where the good part of the story was the part I said. The bad part of that story was, you know, we fostered a massive value creation, but basically socialized risks and privatized rewards. And they could have done that bit better. And I've written about that in The Entrepreneurial State, the kind of Solyndra Tesla difference, which I'll shut up now because I'm sure there's another question. But we really need to learn what it means to set up, you know, public investment in such a way that is an investor of first resort, not a lender of last resort, through a portfolio approach, socializing both risks and rewards, instead of just saying we need public banks.
Thank you. Next, Juan Carlos here in the middle, third row.
Hi, I'm Juan Carlos Halak from the University of Buenos Aires. I would like to ask you to say something more about the organization of the state to conduct the policy the way you propose. I understand that the idea is that all areas of government are embedded in this idea, in this way of doing things, of interacting with the public, with the private sector. But at the same time, you need some projects, you need coordination, you need lines of report. So the question is, are there guidelines of how to do this, how to organize the state, or should each country find its own way? And last request, if you could have, in your answer, a focus on developing countries. Thank you.
Sure. So thanks for the question. And I think we circulated some material, but I'll ask Francesca, who's there in my team, to circulate it on the experience and the learnings we've had in specific developing countries, including Brazil, on what made a difference. So, for example, in Brazil, I think what's currently happening that's very interesting is that the ecological transition strategy, which is an industrial strategy, sits in the finance ministry. There's also, very importantly, you know, green, if you want, goals, but also structures and funds, obviously in other ministries, like in the Science Ministry, the Ministry of the Environment, run by Minister Marina Silva. But a big change, I think, or what's often lacking in terms of the bureaucratic setup of industrial strategy, is that it just gets siloed in such a way that doesn't then affect the structure of the economic tools and the financial tools. And of course, some countries have both an economics ministry and a finance ministry. Sometimes they're together. But what's happened in Brazil recently is the fact that its ecological transition was in the finance ministry, is that very important questions had to be answered in terms of what it meant for the structure of finance. So not just the financial gap, That comes from a market fixing view, but the structure of finance itself. So that long-term patient outcomes-oriented finance, what would it mean for the way that BNDES and other public funds create loans if the ecological transition is at the center? And that's what, in terms of the military-industrial complex before, the whole idea of when people say a war room kind of mentality, it's precisely whether it was COVID, when millions of people were dying, there was the COVID war room that brought different ministries together, or literally during war, you have different ministries together in the war room with the president. But, hopefully, ideally, we wouldn't have wars to remind us why we need that. And by taking something like the ecological transition seriously, it, first of all, requires that, again, war room kind of cross-ministerial kind of thinking. That's the first thing. Second is that attention to the tools, herramientas. I was just in Colombia, where the current president talks a lot about these different goals that they have, but it hasn't translated into rethinking the tools, the institutions. So what's happening in Colombia, actually led by Jose Antonio Campos' own ex-ministerial governance there. He was a minister of finance. He already had set up, alongside someone else called Jorge Ivan, who also left. He was running the DNP, the National Planning Office for Colombia, which sat above all the different ministries, a process that's very important that's happening there, which I think is critical for a mission-oriented industrial strategy, is to have more coherence and alignment between all the different tools. Otherwise, as Keith Pavitt used to say, he was a very important economist at SPRU, the Science Policy Research Unit, he said, otherwise it's just kind of pissing in the wind. Forgive my French, right? So if you just have a bit of funding here, a bit of funding there, and all these little public banks, but not coordinated, that's a problem. Again, in a military-industrial complex, we tend to find much more coordination between the different tools. Whereas when we don't take problems seriously, we don't have it. So in Colombia right now, they have a process which hasn't been happening as fast as it should, but it's called the Grupo Bicentenario, which is not so much a holding company like Temasek, but a coordination device to make sure that their own public banks, which are kind of smallish, they're not like BNDES, but just have more coordination if the ecological transition, again, is going to actually happen. Because otherwise, that kind of lack of coordination means that the sum is not greater than the parts. Third, this whole issue of purpose orientation, right? If we have problems, and I see this even at the very local level, so we have a knife crime epidemic in London, what does it mean to actually put zero knife crime as the goal? And this is between teenagers, so there's different forms of knife crime, but you focus on teenagers, youth, that sense of disengagement. When their own life has no value, it's much easier to kill someone else. Social and economic determinants of crime. What does it mean not to say, oh, there's a bit of money here for social services, a bit of money here for mental health, lots of money there for police and jailing and so on, but then, just hoping that somehow you stir the soup and you solve the problem. So outcomes-oriented budgeting, where you actually say, here's a problem. We're going to get all those different groups, like the ones I just mentioned, from mental health, after-school clubs, youth centers, policing done with empathy. That's obviously for a social goal. It's a bit less about an industrial strategy, but there's no way we can solve our social goals without thinking in that outcomes-oriented way. And there's lots of interesting lessons on that. Again, in Brazil, if we look at Porto Alegre, their participatory budgeting experience was also very interesting. And lastly, it connects to the previous question. What we know doesn't work in developing countries is when this just becomes an opportunity for lots of capture from particular sectors, including, by the way, the sectors that we all like to love, like renewable energy. There's lots of regressive tax policies being done today in the name of having a more renewable energy system. In fact, Joe and I were both in Bellagio with a particular researcher who was looking at that, the kind of regressive lobbying that's happening in renewable energy, but definitely in sectors like agribusiness or different types of natural resources, if they're seen as sectors and not inputs towards problems that need to be solved, it's not surprising that we get failures in industrial strategy.
Question.
Hi, I'm Ishana Ratan, a PhD candidate at UC Berkeley, and I have a question on capacity building in low and middle income countries. So I'm curious how you see technology transfer unfolding, foreign companies are often reluctant to do technology transfer in traditional sectors like semiconductor manufacturing, for example. So how do we facilitate that in even more cutting edge technology like green steel making, where firms have an even greater incentive to safeguard research and development? I'm curious specifically where you see the levers of change. Is it host home country governments in countries with lead firms, the firms themselves, or are there opportunities for international institutions to get involved?
Great question. And the G20 report, which again just came out last week, that Bear-Song and I co-chaired, kind of addresses that. And I think first we need to look at the national and then ask what it means for also the global governance. So again, look at during COVID, there was 8 vaccines. The vaccine was not the goal. It was global vaccination, but only one of the vaccines, the AstraZeneca one, actually had a partnership around knowledge sharing. And that was not because it was a good company. It was because the publicly funded researchers at Oxford is a state school, put it as a condition to keep the prices low, the costs low, and to engage in a real knowledge sharing kind of patent pool agreement. And if AstraZeneca had said, we're not interested, Oxford would have been like, yeah, whatever, we're not going to work with you. So that idea of, again, making sure that we take seriously these concepts of collective intelligence and collaboration towards goals, we should learn, again, where it worked, where it didn't. That paper that Danny and I wrote looked at national policies. So what's interesting is that case with the AstraZeneca case was precisely because the Oxford University researchers were interested in the global dimension. They wanted to make sure that African countries could produce the vaccine and didn't have to rely on the so-called global north to send over expired. That's what happened. They not only hoarded the vaccines, they sent over expired vaccines, which is a crime. Making sure we create that productive capacity in the global south requires a very different type of agreement of how we produce, right? That pre-distributive structure of production and not just redistributive, right? This is an important difference, right? Market shaping versus market fixing can also translate into pre-distribution versus redistribution. How do we get those capital labor relationships right, public-private relationships right, and global relationships right? And that's where, I'm in Barbados, where during COVID, obviously, this little island could not do things on its own. You needed a regional strategy, a Caribbean-wide, a Latin American strategy. We didn't see that. So we shouldn't just blame, the kind of the Bretton Woods system in terms of what the Bridgetown Initiative is currently arguing has to happen, which I support. I helped to I contributed to that. We should also make sure that countries like in Latin America actually revive what there used to be much more of, and we see very little of it, which is regional, not just policies, but again, this advanced purchasing agreements, but also relationships between these different public funds. If you look at how CAF and IDB work, their relationship with national banks and helping to foster those public banks because they're required for a functional industrial strategy in places like Mexico has not happened, in places like Brazil has happened. So and then just, in terms of the actual question around, the big new technologies, whether it's AI, whether it's thinking of good steel versus bad steel, definitely the national policies is that those countries which have had good steel, like the green steel, was from a different national public-private relationship, similarly to the CHIPS Act, which was national, a better public-private relationship where semiconductors had to become better companies in terms of working conditions, limiting share buybacks, and energy-efficient supply chains. But your question, I think, the much more difficult answer to that is what does that mean then for the global, for those global partnerships, which, again, I mentioned the G20 report talks about. But my own experience is that, ironically, we have better discussions at the global level because we have the UN, because we have, the IMF and the World Bank under their current leadership, the discussion about rethinking international finance, that's sort of happening. But at the national level, as long as you have an incapable state or a state that hasn't invested even in its legal negotiation power, let alone, that rethink of what the civil service is for, to not just fix, but to shape, to invest in the training, to set up GovLabs and so on, that's where I see really, really problematic relationships of just systems that are subsidies, grants, and loans. The UK is like that, right? During COVID, we gave $600 million to EasyJet, no conditions attached. It's one of our airlines. In France, the loans that were given to both Air France and Renault were conditional that they commit to lowering carbon emissions over the next 5 years. So I think what we need to do is really look at both local, regional, national policies that represent, that reveal interesting properties that we can learn from in terms of a better public-private relationship that's, again, symbiotic and not parasitic, market shaping, not just market fixing. And then, of course, ask what does that mean for the global governance structure? But without global institutions like a reformed WTO, it's not going to happen. I was just in Mexico, and there's real problems in terms of the knowledge sharing agreements that should be there if Mexico is going to have a functional relationship with the United States.
Thank you, Mariana. And we have time for one last short question with a short answer. So that's Matthias.
Matthias Thielmann, Sciences Po. I'll be very quick. At OECD recently, there was a global industrial policy, green industrial policy event, and one member country after the other came in and said, this is what we do, and this is how we will become the leader in this industry. And it was really funny because it was all on Zoom, and these guys never heard the next guy. And they all said the same thing. And then you were like, but this is not really an integrated, coordinated approach. And I would be really interested in hearing more about integrated and or coordinated approaches to these industrial policies that seem all to aim for the global leadership, or at least in their discursive aspirations want to go there, which seems impossible. Thank you.
Absolutely. I don't even think we learn. I mean, even within Europe, we haven't learned, right? If you think about the whole narrative after the financial crisis was that the Southern European countries had to become more competitive, like the Germans and the Scandinavians, and there was all this conditionality limiting the deficit spending in countries like, well, the so-called pigs, Portugal, Italy, Greece, and Spain, not learning at all what actually made Germany more competitive. In Italy, where I'm from, we don't have the Fraunhofer Institutes, which create science-industry linkages. We don't have a dynamic, outcomes-oriented public bank like KfW. Ours, again, just gives out loans to ailing industries, which, ask for help. We don't have proper apprenticeship and training programs. Anyway, so on and so forth. So even within a limited region, like the European region, we have not actually shared, or the other way, of course, would have been great things that happen in Italy besides the good food. We actually have some very interesting education at the nursery school level in Emilia-Romagna that hasn't, so we don't have a learning region in terms of learning what works, what doesn't. And in terms of industrial strategy, we continue to kind of go back and forth between either thinking, it's dangerous, it's going to get captured, picking winners, it's going to crowd out, or, we just say, okay, we need a greener economy and industrial strategies required for that. And you have every country reinventing what's required, not having proper communication. So one of the things we did in the Institute is we set up this network of 100 global public organizations that were sharing their own experience of thinking in this outcome-oriented industrial strategy way. It's called the Mission-Oriented Innovation Network. And it was super interesting because it required conversations between public banks, whether it's the KfW or BNDES or a new public bank we actually helped to structure in Scotland, and organizations like the BBC, which is a really interesting, well-designed public institution, which has always held itself accountable with dynamic metrics around this concept of public value. What is public value? You can read our report with the BBC, but it was so interesting to see conversations between a public bank, the BBC, a digital agency like the one of Ada Colau, who was the mayor of Barcelona, of talking about this shared practice of what does market shaping look like if it's not just market fixing? What did it require for the new contracts between that public and private actor? What's a good example? What's a bad example? What was the new culture that was required in the institution in terms of welcoming uncertainty and actually investing in the learning capacity of the civil servants to work well with others? This is never just about the state. And so I don't know which conference you're talking about, but I know there was one last week where I did a virtual keynote on mission-oriented policies. The whole conference was around that. But I also think there's the other problem that now it's sort of like a bandwagon effect, and that concept is out there, but it's being completely deformed. And so I think we need to be careful when it's old wine in new bottles. We've already had the cluster, people talking about clusters or smart cities and missions and so on. These should be used to upset the status quo and to be a thorn in the side of a system, which frankly is also one that has allowed us to have the kind of problems we have today, which are not just about global warming, but also this extreme financialization of our economy. 7 trillion, that's a lot of money, has been used just for buying back shares in the global companies in the last 10 years. That lack of reinvestment back into the economy, let alone directed investment to solve our big goals. That's what I think, for me at least, new industrial strategy should be doing. But if you look around the world, that kind of real requirement for also metrics, as I said before, that can differentiate a symbiotic versus a parasitic or predator-prey ecosystem, which a biologist would hold the system accountable to because they actually have metrics for that. I hope that this idea of a new industrial strategy really helps to focus on that also, because I briefly mentioned, but maybe I can just close with this, labor is critical. Inequality that we see in many parts of the world is not due to some deterministic feature. It's due to the result of corporate governance structures we have. Of course, the weakening of unions in many countries. In Colombia, they literally killed the trade unionists. So not surprising that that was also linked to higher inequality. But it's not just about these institutions. It really is about the negotiation and making sure that if what we're trying to do is create also more directed growth towards solving big problems like the greener economy, where do those profits go? How can we make sure that the rewards are truly shared? And that's where I think we really need much more evidence of good practice, because if we don't solve that, we end up with civil war.
Thank you, Mariana, and everyone for the excellent discussion. We will have a 10 minutes break and we'll come back for the next paper session. And we say goodbye to you, Mariana, with a final applause.
Thank you.
So we are going to start the next panel. So we're going to talk about industrial policy through trade barriers, and we have two great papers here, bringing out maybe the geopolitics and some of the international dimensions of industrial policy. The first paper is by Sharon Triberman, Sabotage as Industrial Policy.
Okay, great.
And we have 25 minutes of talk and then 5 minutes of questions.
Okay, great. Is this the clicker?
Yes, that's what you want this or roaming.
I'll do that, I guess. Okay. Oh, okay. Great. Okay, so I'll present this paper on sabotage as industrial policy, which is joint with my colleague Martin and our former student, Jin Liu. So what we're interested in this paper is a little bit different than some of the other talks. We're going to ask this question. We're going to take as given that recently there's been a lot of use of trade policy for completely non-economic interests. And so national security is obviously a big one with the CHIPS Act and things like that. But also people have been talking about decarbonization and other goals. And we think of these goals as, maybe there's economics to them, but they're not necessarily economic in intent. And the question that we want to ask then is a really positive question, which is just simply, can we use trade tools to understand the economic consequences of these actions? Are these only going to be costly from an income perspective, or could they possibly be beneficial? And the policy that we're going to focus on in this paper specifically, we're going to call it sabotage. And it was inspired by this quote from Jake Sullivan, who basically said that we're going to use export controls and other means to prevent competitors from being able to do things. And the idea is that if we can do that in a way that's comprehensive, that this could be a potentially strategic US asset. Okay, so that's I'm going to explain how we're going to kind of operationalize that, but the goal of this paper is to take this stuff and try to stick it into a model and then put some numbers on the economic consequences of that stuff. Okay? And so like I said, there's kind of a policy debate about whether or not we actually can do this, whether we can disrupt productivity abroad, but we're not really thinking about that. We're just going to ask whether or not, if this policy works, or to the extent to which it works, like exactly what it does, what are the real income effects, okay? And the thing we're going to find is that what matters is that the sabotage is comprehensive in the sense that it has to reshore production. It can't be enough to hurt the capabilities, if you care about real income. It can't be enough to hurt the capabilities of an adversary. You have to force them to buy from you. You have to basically reshore production back home. We're going to contrast that with, say, tariffs, where if you're a large open economy, any small amount of tariffs is actually pretty good for you. Here, when you're messing with a country's productivity, you actually have to do it right. That's kind of the lesson, okay? So to make the point, to make the case, and then put some numbers on this, I'm going to start with a really simple model. And if you'll afford me like 4 or 5 minutes of math, I'm then going to try to do everything with pictures and then some graphs, okay? So to make this case, we're just going to start with a really simple classical model of trade. We're going to try to enrich it a little bit later, but to get the main idea across, we're going to start simple. We're going to have 2 countries, home and foreign. You can think about this as the US and China. You can think of it as sort of the US and its allies versus China and its allies. It's kind of 2 hegemons, but we're just going to name them home and foreign. They're going to produce a bunch of stuff. They're going to produce a continuum of goods indexed by I. And here, because we're not thinking about distributional consequences or anything like that, workers are basically going to be homogeneous and mobile. Firms are going to be competitive, okay? Demand is going to be Cobb-Douglas with expenditure shares beta. That just means that basically everyone's going to spend some constant fraction of their income on each good. So I spend 10% of my income on food. I spend 10% of my income on entertainment. Supply, to make a good, you have to use A people to make it. In foreign, you have to use A asterisk people to make it. So if I want to make a computer, I need 2 people here. In China, maybe I need 3 people. For trade policy, we're not going to think about tariffs today. But the planner can engage in targeted sabotage of foreign TFP. And again, I'll explain exactly what I mean about that later. But basically, the planner is going to have to destroy A star, make A star really big. Okay. Oops. So again, the model in a nutshell. Here's demand. We're going to make demand equal to supply. That's how we solve these models. Like I said, demand is going to look like this. All this means is basically that expenditure shares are constant. So again, I spend 10% of my income on good I and 12% on good J. And no matter what the prices are, that amount of my income is held constant. We can relax that, but it makes life easy. Technology, again, labor is the only factor of production. We're going to have linear unit input requirements that are called A. What's going to be really important for us, what's going to make this a trade model and let us think about trade well, is going to be the following. We're going to call this capital function A, the comparative advantage schedule. That's going to be the ratio of foreign to home's unit input requirements. And by the way, I realize, like for the sake of skipping some literature review, we didn't invent this model. This is for those who did trade, this is a Dornbusch, Fisher, Samuelson model. It's all this is. This isn't, I wish we invented it. It'd be a lot more famous. We're going to rank their goods. Oh, sorry. We're going to define this as the ratio of unit labor requirements in foreign to home. And then we're going to rank the goods so that A is decreasing. So again, the identity of a good, whether a computer is good 1 or good 2 or good 3, doesn't really matter. So I'm just going to rank my goods. So this function A is decreasing. What does that mean? That means when A is big, it's very expensive to make a good in foreign relative to home. And so home has the comparative advantage. When A is small, the opposite is true. Okay? Trade in this model is simple. Each I is a perfect substitute. We're going to relax that actually when we go to the data, but for now, you could just think Chinese and American computer are the same thing. I just buy the cheapest one. And so I'm going to import if the foreign price, which is the wage times how many workers I had to hire, is less than the home price, which is the wage times how many workers I would have to hire. There's not going to be trade costs, and again, specialization is complete. So that's it. And that's the entire model. And so how do we close this model? Like I said, we're going to set supply equal to demand. It turns out in a model like this, there's going to be 2 conditions for that to happen. Optimal sourcing is going to be basically kind of like our demand thing. It's going to say this. There's going to be some cutoff good iota where I'm indifferent to buying goods, where I'm indifferent to buying this good at home versus foreign. And then for goods sort of to the left of iota, and I'll show you this in a picture, it's cheaper to buy them at home. For the goods to the right, it's cheaper to buy them in foreign. So that's easy. You tell me the prices. I'm going to solve for this iota, but what are the wages? Well, trade has to balance, right? Imports have to equal exports, and that's all this says. This says imports, how much home buys from abroad, has to equal exports, how much foreign buys from home. Equilibrium sets these two things equal, and so with that, we're going to try to switch to some pictures, and I'll try to get the major idea across. So this is equilibrium in a nutshell. Here's that A schedule. We're in logs now because utilities and logs, but here's that A schedule. It's going down. Here's that B schedule. It has this funny form. Just trust me that if I, that's what the ratio of these things looks like. And where they cross, that's equilibrium. So over here, it's going to be the log of the wage. Over here is going to be that cutoff good. Okay. Why do we like this representation of this simple economy? Because it lets us talk about welfare graphically. So what's the gains from trade? In this economy, why do I want to trade in the first place? Well, there's two things that happen. One, there's a wage effect, a sort of terms of trade effect that comes from trading with a partner. Okay. That's given by this red rectangle here. So relative wage, if it was autarky, it's just going to be normalized to 0. I start trading, it goes up to this number. And so part of my utility is just being able to buy foreign goods at this relative wage. There's also a price effect, which comes from specialization, right? Before, I had to make everything using my technology. Now I can buy some stuff using foreign technology. And so that's going to come from this blue curve. It turns out some of the stuff, they can actually be worse at than me. I'm still going to buy it from them because it's comparative advantage. They can be worse at than me. That would subtract from my utility. There's also stuff that might be better at than me. That's down here. That's going to add to my utility. And so this red shaded region, that's just the gains from trade. That's what I care about. And so now we can start thinking about, this is the framework we need to think about this. We're going to say, suppose the US starts doing weird things to China. What's going to happen? So let's start very simple and define how we think we can think about sabotage in this model. So we're going to find sabotage as if you take a small measure of goods, epsilon, so a little chunk of these goods here, and I just shift foreign's productivity. That might be costly. That might be free. We're not going to take a stand on how that's happening. We're just going to say the planner can do that, right? And so the way that's basically operationalized in the US, I know there's like a bunch of people from the government here, so I'm going to probably get this wrong, but I'll pretend that I know what I'm talking about. But vaguely, I think the US has a bunch of deals with its allies that put all kinds of export controls to prevent China from getting access to parts needed for chips. There's also some restrictions, as far as I understand, on US personnel, US citizens being able to work and transfer basically human capital towards some Chinese firms. Okay? So there's a real effort not to start a war with China, not to use tariffs, but to basically narrowly target a specific Chinese industry and prevent them from being able to do it. Okay? That's exactly what we think is happening, and in this model, it looks just like that. Okay? Again, we're not going to think much about how big this is. We're going to think of it as small because we want to target a policy, and we're not going to necessarily try to tell you where it should be. We're just going to take as given that there's some other reason, national security, to target chips or whatever you want to target. Dirty industries or something. If you look at this, if you look at here, and again, now you can see why this is a handy framework, is right away you get a bunch of answers. If I take this thing and I actually just, did some technology transfer, if I let them get better at stuff, that's better for me. It's just going to increase the size of this shaded red region by making stuff cheaper without changing any production patterns. If I hurt them a little bit, again, I'm not really going to change production patterns. I'm going to make things more expensive, and that's bad for me. And that's sort of this old discussion. There's this old debate with Ron Jones and Paul Samuelson and company about whether or not it's good for foreign to grow or not. Okay, and here it's basically good if you gave them technology transfer. But then notice this. So now we think what we call comprehensive sabotage. And that's when you actually so shock the goods that you do induce different patterns of production. Okay? So here is the example that we're going to give. Here, just suppose I set ASR to infinity. China literally can't make chips anymore. I made it too expensive. They can't get the parts or the people or anything like that. Then what's going to happen? For this chunk of goods, I'm going to have to reorganize my entire aid schedule because it has to be downward sloping. They get moved here. Now the US gets to make them. And there's a little drop down here. Okay? I just kind of start again at the same schedule after I've shifted it. Okay? And so that's the entire idea. There's going to be this sabotage. Why is this kind of a useful way to think about it? Because I think this gets at the key economic trade-offs here, is that if you do a policy like this and you don't otherwise change the trade environment, like China does not retaliate and just shut down trade with the US or whatever, then there's going to be some reallocation. We can't bring chips home, right? We can't bring stuff back to the US without having to give some stuff away just because there's a finite amount of labor, right? If we take some workers and we put them in some new factories, they have to come from somewhere. They're going to free up, they're going to come from somewhere. And so those factories have to go abroad. That's the basic idea. And so here's that in a picture. I'm going to hold demand fixed. Okay, that demand schedule fixed. I'm going to shift this A schedule. And just like we said, there's a little shift in the equilibrium because I have to give some goods away to be able to make the goods that I brought home. And then, just like before, the welfare effects of this policy are going to be entirely summarized by that terms of trade effect, how my wage changes, and this price effect, how my prices change. And so, so far, this picture is pretty nice. I mean, I think it's mostly pretty intuitive. What's nice then is that we can go a little further with this framework, and we can say, and we can analyze exactly, well, let me go back here. So if you want to understand the shape of this red box, this red trapezoid, you need to know something about the curvature of A, something about the curvature of B, right at this initial equilibrium point. If you want to know how prices change, you need to know something about the curvature of A, right at this initial equilibrium point. And that's the point. But it turns out, we show that these have pretty simple empirical counterparts. That despite being a pretty stylized and theoretical model, we can just, it ends up being a pretty empirically tractable one, and it's pretty intuitive how to think about both the gains and the costs of these kinds of policies. So first, when we think about the gain, the terms of trade gain is going to depend on basically three things. One, okay, the extent of sabotage, like how important are chips? If they're really tiny, it's not going to matter much. And then the sufficient statistic, which depends on two things, which is the trade elasticity and home's import share. And those are readily measurable in the data, right? We have a very good sense of what this number is. It's somewhere between like 2 and 4. And this, you can just literally go to the BA and look it up. And it has a pretty intuitive appeal. It basically tells us that, sorry, what is it? Why does it have an intuitive appeal? I mean, I know why, but I'm trying to pause for a sec. It has an intuitive appeal because it says that in terms of trade gain, what's going to matter is how important is trade? Or sorry, how elastic is trade? Okay? If trade's very, very elastic, so theta is very, very large, okay? Then small changes in trade, small changes in productivity aren't going to have huge effects on income. Okay? If it's pretty small, it's going to have much larger effects on income. And then the second one, 1 minus phi h, that's sort of a statistic about how important trade is overall. If you don't import a lot, trade can't be that important, right? Or sorry, if you don't sell a lot, trade can't be that important. With balanced trade, these are kind of the same thing. Okay. What's the cost? The cost is pretty straightforward. The cost is just going to be, well, 4 now has to make this stuff, and home has to make this stuff. This is the stuff I sabotage. This is the stuff I'm moving to them. And so the change in those relative prices, that's going to be the price effect, right? The change in those relative costs. Let me stop here. Well, let me go here. So you might stop and you might say, this is nice, this is kind of cute. At the same time, this is like maybe too stylized of a model. But one reason why we like this framework is because it's actually pretty easy to add a lot of realistic features of the economy that we think people would care about into this framework and maintain a lot of tractability. So we show in the paper, for example, that we can add 3 things that we think are very important to understand at least the trade consequences. First, variable expenditure shares, that's easy. I sort of shut that down without even telling you, but those betas went away, and I'm just going to bring those betas back. And this is now going to matter. 2, I think this is the 2 and 3 are the most important. 2, we know that trade is not free in general. There are trade costs. And you might think that once there are trade costs, this cute picture goes away. And for those of you who know the DFS model, that's like half true. It becomes a lot more complicated. But the tuition's there, and you can basically add them at little cost. The difference is, if you have trade costs, you now need to think about 2 things separately when we think about these efficient statistics. Home's share in global output, that's going to be measured by how big home is. How much power does home have in the global stage? And then also still home's import share, because we still care about how important trade is overall. The second thing you might think are important is incomplete specialization. So for example, we know if you go look at the HS6 code that is chips, it's pretty broad. It's like semiconductors. I think that's like literally the HS6 code. It's called semiconductors. And then we had a lot of talks here about, how really what matters is sort of the nanometer size of these wafers and things like that, right? And so the fact of the matter is, we might think that there's imperfect substitutes. We don't think that the chips that China's making are exactly substitutable with chips that the US is making. That's also just generally true for all goods. The famous example is wine. Everybody likes wine. No one thinks that French wine and German wine and Australian wine are the same thing. If one got really expensive, you might substitute a little bit, but they still all coexist. And so that's the idea. We want to capture this kind of incomplete specialization. If we do that, we need to know 2 more things. But again, the key is that these are very empirically easy to measure. We need to know the elasticity of substitution between countries, between goods across countries. And we need to know goods level trade shares. Again, this is pretty easily, you can pretty much get this out of the BEA. And the elasticity substitution, people just estimate pretty readily. And if you know those things, we get a sort of uglier expression, but it still has the same intuitive flavor, is that if you have this targeted sabotage policy, the gain basically depends on the trade elasticity, how big you are, how much trade you're doing with this, how important this good is, how big China's market share in this good is before you do the sabotage, and then how much trade matters to you overall. The cost has a slightly more ugly expression, but just basically you can measure that comparative advantage by how big of a player the foreign country is in the initial equilibrium. That turns out to be the case. The only wrinkle here now, and then I'll show this graph and I'll stop. The only wrinkle here now is that when we think about sabotage and we have this incomplete specialization, this isn't about reshoring all production or no production. You can also now think about partial reshoring of production. And so you can say we're going to take back all chips, or we're only going to take back 20% of chips, or whatever you want to do. And so I'll close by showing that we kind of do that in the paper. There's more in the paper. We look at others. We look at which sectors are sort of ripe for sabotage in the paper as well. But for this audience, we focus on this chips example. So, like I said, you can basically we like this model because despite being kind of like theoretical, it ends up coming down. The welfare predictions only depend on sort of measurable aggregate statistics, and so we do that, and we find here's our prediction is that if you were to sabotage chips in China, we find that basically it would be bad. Here's the 0. Bad, 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 bad for a long time, until eventually the US reshores so much that they get that kick that we talked about, the comprehensive sabotage. And for nearly comprehensive sabotage, so nearly moving all chips back home, we actually find that there would be a real income gain to the US for this kind of a targeted policy. Again, this isn't a statement about the overall benefits, because there could be you're presumably doing this thing not because you have an optimal trade policy, because this is emphatically not optimal trade policy. But if you care about the real income effects of these kinds of policies, which we think people should when they think about these questions, then we can tell you that it actually might come at not only no cost, but it might have a small benefit to the US economy. And so I'll stop now and just say that we think there's a lot more to do here. But what we like about this paper is that, some pretty classical canonical trade models can actually be used to discuss some of these non-standard new sort of industrial policies. Thanks.
Couple of minutes for questions. The lady here and we're gonna collect, I think, like 3 questions, and then you answer them, or do you want to do them one by one?
Sure.
All right.
Very interesting presentation. My question is that chips is intermediate goods. The implications is on other industries that use chips. Yeah. So you model it as a final goods. So it affects consumption. What if you consider chips as an intermediate goods that affects production and productivity of other sector? Isn't all this will be even larger? It will magnify your terms welfare gains calculations.
More questions, more hands. We go over there to David, and then we start on over there, and these two.
I was wondering a bit about the dynamics of this. So if I think about sabotage, it seems difficult for this to be, a permanent thing. So after, if I've destroyed somehow some knowledge in China, then China will at some point relearn how to do it. It seems to be hard to have this gone permanently. But then it takes me a while to build manufacturing back home. So I don't know exactly, how can I have the reallocation take place?
So I get the value of writing down a simple model to understand data, the fact you can take it to data with simple statistics. Given all of that, have you looked into, or at least I'm going to say I would like you to look into testable implications? Something like look in the data and see, does this actually show up? You're not going to see the full going down and then up, but can you actually map out that here's something we see in the data and it actually does seem to be showing up? So that adds an external validity to the model.
Okay, so on the first thing, I think intermediate inputs, I think they're important, obviously, and I'd love to be able to think about that here. To some degree, I think, the nerdy answer is it sort of depends on how you think they should be modeled. If you just really believe the world is incredibly Cobb Douglas and stuff like that, then I'm pretty sure you could Leontief inverse your way into thinking this is still fine. Those betas are just how much I spend on chips. If that's if final consumer spends 0 on chips, but then chips are embedded all over the supply chain such that once I add it all up, it's 11%, then, beta is 11% and not 0, as you get from the final, And in fact, when we do this, we use gross output shares for that reason. If you think that there's more subtlety to how intermediates should be modeled, then, it's definitely important. It's less clear how it, shoves into here. But I think you get the same intuition. It's like you said, I think it'd give you more kick if the US also owned a bunch of if it was a really important upstream input. Second question was on dynamics. Yeah, I'm sympathetic to thinking about the dynamics here. I think it would really depend on how you model the growth and what China's allowed to do. So I think the one thing that we didn't do here is that the foreign player is pretty passive and just accepts that the U.S. said, okay, you can't do, us and our allies are going to stop you from doing X, Y, Z. If after that, everyone just kind of grows at the same, constant rate, there's learning by doing in these models, blah, 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 then the comparative advantage never changes. Only the levels of productivity change, right? If the foreign player does something to sort of fight back, right? Which I'm sure probably will eventually be where this all leads, then we'd have to think about how to do that. I take that point. And then the last question was testable applications, yes. Oh, so we thought about this, and I'd love to, if you have ideas for shocks, I'd love to talk about that. We looked at stuff if there's big TFP shocks abroad, how does it matter for US terms of trade? The problem is it's it's obviously going to be for US terms of trade, right? So it kind of obviously works, we do that. It kind of obviously works, but that's not quite what you want. You want something that's you don't want if this country got poorer relative to you, then you got richer. That's almost tautology, right? So we were thinking about that. So we did look at some of these TFP shocks abroad on US terms of trade. How, you see some action there, but again, it was not clear to us how to discipline it and say, oh, this is something causal. Like it actually shows that if there's a sufficiently large shock abroad, not just good for terms of trade, but good for U.S. real income. That we were trying to do. So I'd love to talk more about it. We thought about this, and we do think it'd be cool to look into this, but I think it's hard to find sufficiently large income shocks abroad, and then also get like good measures of how that influences U.S. Real income.
To our second presenter, he's from MIT, talking on the firewall of innovation. The firewall for innovation.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for having me. Today I'm going to present my paper, Firewall for Innovation. So in the past 5 years, we've seen there's a growing trend of protectionism in the digital economy. And this is mainly aimed at fostering domestic innovation. One of the rationales for the switch towards the industrial policy in digital economy is an old idea. Basically, market failure due to static and dynamic externalities need to be addressed by policy intervention to cultivate domestic innovation and also increase the competitiveness of domestic firms. What's more interesting about the industrial policy in the digital economy is that several features of digital markets introduce fresh dynamics into industrial policy consideration. One feature of the digital goods is that it has non-reverse nature. Think about inputs like data, intermediaries like software libraries. They all can be used simultaneously with different entities without depletion, which means that it can generate external economy and amplify the technological achievements. The second feature is the evolution of learning methods. Digital tools such as A/B testing, machine learning can enable data-driven decision-making rather than the traditional on-job learning, which means that this can help firms to quickly have knowledge acquisition. So in this paper, I answer traditional whether and how questions of industrial policy, but in the digital economy. And the question is that whether protectionist policies foster domestic innovation, if so, and how? And my answer in this paper is that protectionist policies can indeed spur innovation, and part of the mechanism that I investigate in this paper is by expanded data collection and data sharing. So I use the context, which is about the mobile app industry in China under the Great Firewall. One of the famous and infamous feature of China's internet is the Great Firewall. It is the largest internet regulation system globally. However, although it is driven by political incentives, it is a de facto protectionist policies in digital economy. Around 1,800 popular domains are blocked in China. And for mobile apps, it is right now the cornerstone of consumer-facing digital economy. More than 60% of internet traffic come from mobile devices and is increasingly with mobile apps. China has seen a great success in this industry in the past 10 years. According to the report from the World Bank, China has the world's most localized app market, and it also is the only country that can rival the US in global app markets. However, China's success, the lesson behind China's success in this industry is very understudied. What's more nice about the mobile industry is that it provides novel measurement for technology and data at product and month level. Very different from traditional manufacturing products, digital products are built with codes, meaning that if you compare version by version of all these digital products, you can provide granular data for technology tracking. Furthermore, this is also a very fast-moving industry. 75% top iOS apps update at least once in a month, which means that any market shock in this industry can be quickly reflected on a monthly basis. So in this paper, I first assessed the causal effect of protectionist policies on innovation. And the first variation, to identify the causal effects, the first variation that I utilize is the variation from staggered monthly timing of foreign app blockages. And then I need to define, okay, there's a blockage happening. What's the target app in China? Therefore, I identify Chinese substitutes for blocked foreign apps using machine learning tools, and I apply them on the baseline text descriptions of the apps. And then for outcome, I construct the measurement for technology and provide product month level measurement for technology change from 2 dimensions. One is quantity, and the other is competitiveness. Combining the 2 variations and apply them on outcome, I show that with a positive demand shock after the blockage of foreign substitutes spur domestic innovation and cultivate local tech ecosystem. And secondly, there are a lot of ways that blockage can influence innovation, but I focus on a new policy relevant channel, which is how blockage influence data collection practice and how this further influence innovation. And I first show that after the blockage, Chinese apps are collecting 22% more types of data within the app, and also share 9% more types of data with third parties. And this indicates that the scope of data that owned by Chinese apps are increasing. The second piece of evidence is that there is an internal economy of data. By leveraging a quasi-random experiment from the introduction of new data access, I estimate that 1% increase in the types of data that an app has will induce 2% more increase in technology development. And the last piece of evidence is the external economy of data. By leveraging a specific type of data sharing network, which I will introduce later, I show that there's a positive spillover effect on innovation through this network. And with the 3 evidence together, this suggests that the expanded data collection and data sharing can potentially be one important channel for the positive effect of blockage on innovation. Okay, so let me dive into how I construct a measurement for technology and also what's my empirical strategy. So to measure technology and data collection practice, I collect monthly data on 230,000 iOS apps from 6,000 Chinese firms in the past 10 years. And to measure technology, it is commonly used patents or R&D investment. However, in this paper, I use libraries to track technology. So what is libraries? If you decompile any app raw codes, and here I decompile TikTok, which is developed by ByteDance, and you can find a lot of libraries that I'm showing you here. And this specific library, you can find this is a live stream functionality for TikTok, and it's developed by ByteDance. So this is an in-house library that is, which means that this is developed by developers themselves. However, so using the number of libraries, you can quantify the technologies in an app. What's more, like not only in-house libraries, you can find domestic third-party libraries. And the second example that I'm showing you here, this is a functionality which is about crash report, which is developed by Tencent and for TikTok. And you can also have foreign third-party libraries. And the third example that I'm showing you here, this is the image pipeline functionalities that is provided by Facebook to TikTok. And on average, for each app, in our sample, we can observe 0.5 times at monthly level. And this is the trend for the average number of raw codes that are in my sample. So after we have the measurement for technology, now we want to measure data collection practice. So in the raw codes of an app, you can find something called you can find a configuration file for an app. And this here, I'm showing you an example of the configuration file. And in this configuration file, there's something called information property key. And for the rest of the talk, I'll just call it key. And the key is a unique identifier for data access if they are related to user data. And the example that I'm showing you here, this app is collect location data, camera data, photo data, face ID, and microphone. So this by counting how many keys in this app, we can have a measurement for data scope. Furthermore, Apple also requires apps to provide privacy labels, and these labels are for users to understand what kind of data are collected by each app. And this provides two main information for a data collection practice. The first is whether this data is sensitive or not. The second is whether this data is shared with third parties or not. By counting how many keys are under each privacy labels, we can have a quantification for the number of data that falls into each data collection practice. So now I have the outcomes. The second task is to estimate the causal effect of blockages. And this is an event study design which combines two sources of variation. The first variation is the variation in treatment timing, which is basically just come from the fact that foreign apps are blocked at different times on a monthly by monthly basis. What I want to mention here is that all this blockage that I have in my sample is mostly political. Even 40% are by accident. And very different from traditional industrial policy, I know. And also, like, by the nature of these blockages, the government won't notice the public, so it's very unexpected, at least on month level. The second variation that I use is the variation in exposure. Basically, I want to define which app is targeted, so I apply machine learning tools applied on baseline app descriptions, and I classify foreign domestic app pairs into three categories: substitutes, complements, and neutral. And because complements is just end up with a very small sample, it's just 2% in my sample, so I drop them and just focus on substitutes and neutral in my following analysis. Then I can estimate the causal effect of foreign app blockage using this regression. This is an app month level regression. Basically, I just compare domestic apps before and after the blockage of their foreign substitutes to domestic apps that are not yet and never traded. So, why is technologies or data collection practice? The quantity of technologies that are in an app in a month, and also data that an app has in a month. So, yes. Oh, that's a good question. So, one very good example, and it's the only example I know, is MIT. So MIT is blocked in China, and it's not because MIT is political or I don't know. It's because MIT shares the same IP address as a radical organization in China, and because the radical organization is blocked in China, and therefore induce cause the blockage of MIT in China. So that's an example of an accident. Okay, so the first set of evidence that I want to show you is the effect of blockage on innovation, and I will investigate them from two dimensions: quantity and competitiveness. So the first thing that I want to show you is actually the effect of blockage on user bases, and is measured by monthly active users. I think there are two purposes to look at this. One is to validate my measurement for substitutes and neutral, and the second is to show you, although this is a political-driven policy, this is de facto work as a protection as a policy. And indeed, before before the blockage, there is no effect on user base, but after the blockage, it increased by 30% after 2 years. And then we can move to the measurement about technology, and we find that the number of technology developed by an app, which is measured by the number of in-house libraries, also increased after the blockage, and is by 14%. Furthermore, what we can look at is the third-party libraries. Basically, how many Tencent libraries are used by TikTok. And we can find, similar to domestic apps, TikTok is now using more Tencent libraries, which is indicated by the red lines and dots. However, if you look at libraries developed by Facebook, there's a decrease in foreign third-party libraries after the blockage, and this divergence in domestic and foreign technology adoption suggests that there's expansion of domestic ecosystem. And secondly, I want to show you the competitiveness of Chinese technologies. And this is measured by the percentage of apps that are adopting Chinese firms' technologies in each month and in different countries, foreign countries. So the regression that I'm showing you here compares Chinese technologies before and after the blockage of their foreign competitors to the technologies developed by companies that are not yet and never traded. And you can see that after the blockage, the percentage of apps that are in the foreign markets with Chinese apps increase, and especially for Asian countries. And this evidence shows that Chinese technologies are getting higher quality, and their competitiveness are also increasing. Okay, so I already showed you the first set of evidence. The second evidence is about how blockage influenced the data collection practice and how they're further influenced the innovation. So I already mentioned that the number of keys can be a measurement for data collection. And here, the specific measurement for the data collection is the number of sensitive and non-shared keys in an app. And we can find that after the blockage, the number of sensitive and non-shared keys increased by 22%, which means there's an increase in the scope of data. And also, if we further consider the 30% increase in user base, the total overall data collection increased by 50% in a Chinese app. And for data sharing, which is measured by the number of sensitive and shared keys, we can also find there's a 9% increase after 2 years, which means that there's also an expansion in data sharing network after the blockage. So we see, okay, there's an expansion in data collection and data sharing. Then how would this increased data influence innovation? And the first evidence is about the internal economy of data. Basically, we want to estimate the return of data on library development. And here, I'm regressing the changes in innovation on the changes in data. And this changes in data is instrumented by this IV, which is called data enhancing keys. And this is a shift share IV. The shift part comes from the fact that the new keys are introduced by exogenously introduced by the iOS system, which is unexpected for apps. And the share part comes from the pre-existing condition of an app's data collection, which will determine whether this new keys introduced by Apple is data enhancing or not. So this is a shift share IV. And because the possible endogeneity of the pre-existing condition of an app, we want to control for the average number of data enhancing keys by reshuffling all the introductions. Therefore, we can guarantee that the variation that we are using here is just come from the quasi-random experiment from the introduction of new keys. So here I'm showing you the regression result. And for the first stage, we can find that when there is one increase in data enhancing keys, the app will react to that and will increase 0.016 keys about user data. And this shows the relevance of the IV. And then you probably will think, okay, this changes in keys in the iOS system might relate to other changes in the iOS system and will further influence innovation. And I'll show you two outcomes which use non-user data related keys and the number of iOS libraries, and I find minimum and no effect. So which means that the effect is mainly come from the fact that apps are increasing their data collection. And lastly, I show you the IV results, which suggest that one increase in data will further increase more in-house library development in an app, but there is no effect on the third-party libraries, suggests that this is mainly come from the internal efforts of an app. So we've seen there's evidence for internal economy, and the next thing that we want to see is whether there's an external economy of data. And to do that, we want a data sharing network. And the specific data sharing network that I'm using here is the data transmission through insecure network. And before 2017, most of tech firms are using insecure networks in China. This is largely just because GFW is more effective with insecure networks. And starting from 2015, data transmission over insecure networks need to be reported in their configuration file, and this is requested by Apple to all the app developers, which means that I can establish a linkage between data provider and data receiver, and using the data between 2015 and 2017, I established a network between 3,000 apps and 5 firms, and this is basically the structure of the network. Then the question is, what if the foreign competitor of data provider is blocked, and what's the influence on data receiver? And I can interact the data sharing linkages with the blockage of foreign substitutes to estimate the effect on data provider. And here I show you the results, and this is the results now think about this is Tencent, and who is the data receiver, and TikTok is the data provider, and Instagram is blocked as the foreign substitutes of TikTok. And we can find that after the blockage, Tencent also increased their in-house library development, but there is little effect on the third-party libraries. And this suggests that the blockage of substitutes for the data provider induce positive effects on data receivers' in-house library development. And I also do 2 placebo effects to isolate the treatment and also the insecure network, and both of the placebo has no effects, and suggests that these 2 factors need to be combined to have so that the blockage can have positive effects on data receiver. So to conclude, protectionist policies can indeed spur innovation in digital economy, and it's in part through the expand data collection and data sharing. And here I want to reassessing the arguments for industrial policy that we bring up at the beginning of the talk, and especially for protectionist policies. To finally determine whether protectionist policies is optimal is a very difficult empirical work, because we need to pin down the source and also the magnitude of externality. But I think here, the evidence that we've seen provides some very strong suggestive evidence for the protectionist policy. And the first is the growth of domestic ecosystem and data sharing networks, which indicates the externalities that is generated by these network effects. And the second is the positive spillover from expanding data sharing networks. However, I think, externalities won't be generated unless we give the property rights over data to consumers. And this is discussed in Jonas and Tonetti's work published in 2020 AER. It's a very good paper. Please check that. I really like that. And finally, the dynamic learning from data that we've seen can probably support the argument for protectionist policies if firms are credit constrained or myopic. And with that, that's the end of my talk, and thank you very much.
Perfect timing. We have 5 minutes and a little bit for questions. How about we start with Eric, and then we go over to you, and to you with the blue shirt.
Super interesting. I guess I'm wondering whether, social media is one where network effects and scale effects are sort of obviously, this is a sector where you expect these things to be very strong, right? And so I'm wondering how the external validity of this for other sorts of industries or products. But you could even look at this, I think, maybe even within the set of apps. There are going to be some apps that have a stronger like network effect than others, right? And I suspect that you're going to find it stronger. These effects are stronger for the ones with stronger network effects.
I see. I think it's indeed like I didn't differentiate different kinds of apps. So right now I'm just clasping all the apps together, and also the variations that I'm using, it's actually from different categories. Like they're evenly distributed. So I didn't differentiate app categories, but I think the network effects here is mainly not come from the consumer side, which you think is usually the network effects for social media, but it's actually from the network of developers and data sharing networks. So that's the network effects that I think I can see in this paper justify protectionist policies. But I think the network effects from the consumer side is also very interesting, and it's something I was worth look at in the follow-up work. Yes, Steve.
Thank you. Super interesting talk. Have you thought of looking at excess stock returns for domestic beneficiaries versus adversely affected foreign companies or their parent holding companies around unanticipated blockages or certain policy events? That could be super useful, I think.
I think that's very interesting, but I think it's more data demanding that I need to maybe spend another 1 year on data collection. But I think that's indeed something worth to check.
Hi, Arno. Oh, sorry. Postdoc at MIT. Congratulations on the fascinating paper. I have a question about the quality of the domestic innovation that is being produced by the Chinese firm, because you report numbers on the quantity of libraries being created. I'm just wondering, from a welfare perspective, do you have numbers or anecdotal evidence about whether these new domestic innovations are comparable, better, or worse than the foreign innovation?
Yeah, I think that's the purpose for my competitiveness measurement, because I want to see whether foreign apps are adopting more Chinese technologies after the blockage, and that's the outcome for the competitiveness part. But I have to admit, I don't have the competitiveness of Chinese apps. This is just for technologies. But anecdotally, right now, if you look at the top downloads at the US app list, the Chinese apps at least have maybe 3. So yes, does that answer your question?
Right, Joe, you had a question?
Your study was of China, and there are a lot of discussion in other countries, not of protectionist actions, but of actions like Elon Musk refusing to obey the laws in Brazil, and various platforms refusing to obey the laws, and blockages. And the question has been whether that blockage, because of their failure to comply with the laws, would be good for the country. You might call it a protectionist measure, but I would call it enforcing the rule of law, or negative. Do you want to speculate about whether South Africa and Brazil should enforce their own laws in order to actually enhance their digital space?
That's a very difficult question. I think like the point that in the paper is that digital markets is a very has a very strong network effects, and if there's any industry has this kind of future, we probably need to think about, if we want to develop domestic innovation, how that's some factors we need to take into account. But I cannot speak for other countries, so this is what I found in Chinese mobile apps industry. Yeah, thank you.
All right, thank you so much. We are out of time, and let's give another round of applause.
Okay, thanks everyone. Thanks for staying. As promised at the beginning of yesterday, we have an exciting final session on on the title, Industrial Policy and Economic Development, Gustavo de Souza from the Chicago Fed, and then our own Joe Stiglitz will be presenting, and then a few closing remarks at the end after Joe's talk. Let me say before I forget, I already asked for this, but let's give a round of applause for Gabriela Plum and Savannah Lucas and Alina Jennings, who have done a lot of really great work in organizing this conference. Okay, without further ado, so we'll do 25 minutes, or even 20 minutes, I guess. He said he's going to try to keep it to 20 minutes and have 10 minutes of discussion and see how that goes. Please take it away, Gustavo.
All right. Thank you very much for having me here. And I want to talk to you about how trade affects the diffusion of knowledge across countries. The canonical view, or the standard view in economics, is that trade facilitates knowledge diffusion. So the intuition there is a bit like this. The country opens to trade. That allows firms to be exposed to foreign products. And by looking at those foreign products, the firm can sort of reverse engineer the best technology that are used behind those products. And because the firm figured that out, knowledge flows across countries. And this idea is very important because it has implications to policy and to growth. Because if this is true, then it has to be the case that trade openness leads to economic growth. Then this is another reason for why we should support trade openness. But the problem is that the empirical evidence for this idea is very shaky. So what we know so far is that there is a correlation between openness to trade and the adoption of frontier technologies. And also we know that trade increases firm-level TFP, all right? But the problem with this empirical evidence is that, as we know, correlation is not causation, and trade could increase TFP through many forces. Diffusion is only one of them. Trade also increases innovation. Trade increases the quality of inputs. And now those things would be loaded on TFP. What we want to do in this paper, we want to investigate how trade policy affects the diffusion of knowledge across countries. And we want to isolate knowledge diffusion from these other forces that I just described. And to do that, we're going to study the case of Brazil. So Brazil in the 90s implemented a large trade liberalization. So import tariffs went from around 30% to about 10% nowadays. And I'm going to study two metrics of diffusion. The first one is technology transfers. That sort of measures whose technologies firms are using. So just to have something in mind, when I say technology transfer, think about patent transfers or a technical consulting. I'll be more precise later on what that means. A second metric is patent citations. I'm going to look at whose technologies Brazilian patents are citing when they are published. And what I'm going to show to you is the following. I have two main results. So the first one is that tariffs increase technology transfers from foreign firms to Brazilian firms. The second result is that tariffs also increase the citations that Brazilian firms are making to foreign firms. But that in a very particular group. Tariffs increase citations only to firms that are transferring technology to Brazil. And these citations are being made by firms that are on the same zip code of firms receiving technology transfers. These results have two important implications. The first one is that more trade leads to less diffusion. So here we're increasing import tariffs, we're decreasing trade, and you're increasing diffusion, which is the opposite of what is sort of the canonical view that I showed you before. The second main result is that knowledge diffusion is somehow linked to technology transfers. And I want to give you one concrete example of that. So in the 80s, before the trade liberalization in Brazil, Nippon Steel, which is a large Japanese steel producer, made a technology transfer to Gerdau. Gerdau is a steel producer in the US. That technology transfer had two components. The first one was a set of patents owned by Nippon Steel, and the second one was the application of those patents and those ideas to the production of steel round bars. Basically, Nippon was teaching Gerdau how to produce round steel bars. After that, a few years after that, we observe CSN, which is another steel producer, creating its own line of steel round bars. And that has a set of patents that cites the original Nippon Steel. After the trade liberalization, Nippon has never made another technology transfer to Brazil. And we're going to argue and model that the following way. We're going to take the model by Boer and Oberfield. That's a model of diffusion of ideas through trade. And then we're going to add one trade-off to that model. Firms, they have to choose, foreign firms, they have to choose between transfer technology to Brazil or exporting directly. When import tariffs are high, the profit of exporting directly to Brazil is very low because they have to pay tariffs. Then the profit of transferring technology is relatively higher. So then firms are going to transfer technology. That is great to Brazilian firms because that technology is going to allow them to become more productive, and then it's going to diffuse in Brazil, making more firms even more productive. When the government decreases import tariffs, Nippon Steel would prefer to export directly rather than transfer their technology. And that's bad for Brazilian firms because they don't get to learn. The main implication of that is that if you're going to open up the economy to trade, we need to subsidize technology transfers as well, because those are important for spillovers and diffusion. All right, so let's get deep into how I arrived to those conclusions. And the first thing that I want to say is a bit about the data. So what happens in Brazil that is very interesting is that the patent office and the central bank, they record all international royalty payments associated to improvements in production. How does that work? There are two basically there are two types. One, the first one is royalty payments associated to property right ownership. Those would be patent or trademark transfers. But we have a second group, which is a know-how transfer, which is a knowledge that's not directly protected by intellectual property rights. So they're going to include things such as technical consulting, R&D support, trade secrets, all right? And then what I'm going to do is look how import tariffs in Brazil are affecting these technology transfers. For that, I'm going to use this model. So here, YOST is an outcome of origin country O in sector S and year T. There are two main outcomes here. The first one is the number of technology transfers. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to aggregate those technology transfers in the next 3 years. Why aggregate? Because technology transfers are like an investment. So it's very bumpy. So you cannot look in the current period. And also because it takes time to engage into these agreements, so most likely tariffs are affecting them in the future. So then we're going to aggregate the next 3 years of technology transfers. The second variable is citations. Those are citations made by Brazilian firms in sector S to country O. And then in the right-hand side, I'm going to have the variable of interest, which is the import tariff the Brazilian government imposed against country O, sector S, in year T. Then I'm going to have a set of fixed effects. I'm going to be a sector time fixed effect, whose goal is the following. So the first one, I want to capture productivity shocks, industrial policies at the sectoral level that could correlate with import tariffs. So the first goal is more for identification. The second is to isolate diffusion. Import tariffs affect competition, and competition affects innovation. I don't want to capture that. I want to only capture the citations that are coming from being exposed or not to new ideas. So the sector time fixed effect is going to capture any sort of effect of tariffs that are sector level, such as change in the environment or the competition level. Then I have a country time fixed effect, capturing things such as intellectual property agreements. And the parameter of interest here is the beta. This is the effect of tariffs on diffusion for a particular country sector pair. So the canonical view that I showed you before is that beta should be negative, because you increase import tariffs, that means that you decrease imports, meaning that you decrease learning from foreigners, and then beta is a negative number. That's the canonical view. To get to the causal effect of the tariffs, I'm going to use an instrument. It's come from the literature. If you know what it is, great. If you never heard about it, doesn't really affect that much for the story. Just let's interpret this beta as causal, all right? Okay, so what do we get out of that? The first thing, is that a joke? Serious? All right. Oh, one sentence. All right, I can't. Yeah. All right. Okay. So the instrument, the idea is the following. You have two types of import tariffs. You have preferential trade agreements, and you have MFN tariffs. According to WTO regulation, MFN tariffs apply to all members of WTO. The fear is that the government is changing MFN tariffs because of some connection with large partners. So if the Brazilian government expects Chinese IVs or electric cars to become very popular and very productive, it could increase tariffs against electric cars from China ahead of time. So the idea here is to select the sample to only small trade partners, and you're going to make the comparison between preferential trade partners against small MFN trade partners. And the idea is that the change in tariff on small MFN trade partners is exogenous to them. It's just endogenous to the large one. That's the idea. Okay, so what I get out of that? The first result is that tariff increase technology transfers. The first column here, the left-hand side, is the inverse hyperbolic sign of the number of technology transfers. All right, you can interpret that as just as kind of a log. All right, it's a log that accepts 0. The elasticity is interpreted the same way. What the parameter there in red is saying is that if I increase tariffs, if I impose a 100 percentage point tariff against a particular country sector, technology transfers from that country to that sector in Brazil is going to increase by 15%. Column 2 showed the number of different unique technology licensees. So those are the firms receiving technology in Brazil. Column 3 is the number of unique licensors. So those are foreign firms sending the technology. And what I want you to notice in column 2 and 3, that these numbers are very close to what happened in column 1. What that means is that technology transfers are increasing due to an increase in the extensive margin and not the intensive margin, meaning that you have now more firms sending technology to Brazil and more Brazilian firms receiving technology. It's not the same firm receiving more of it. And this is the dynamic effect of that. So in the x-axis, have years to, this is an impulse response function in which I change in the left-hand side. At 0, is the current number of technology transfers. When you go to the right, the positive numbers are years forward. The backwards is years before. We like to look at the backwards because there shouldn't be an effect. And as you can see, there isn't. But after an increase in tariffs, you can see that that leads to an increase in the number of technology transfers, and that peaks at around 5 years and then comes back down. This is the effect of tariffs on the number of citations that Brazilian firms are making. So column 1, again, is the inverse hyperbolic sign of the number of citations that Brazilian firms are making to foreign firms. And what this is saying is that an increase in a 100%, imposing a 100% import tariff leads to a 57% increase in the number of citations by Brazilian firms to foreign firms. The second column shows the effect on a dummy. It takes the value of 1 if that country in particular is cited by the given sector in Brazil. And it shows also tariff also increase the probability of foreign firms to be cited at least once. This is the dynamic effect. And again, there's no trends, and you can see after import tariffs goes up, there's a slightly but surely increase in the number of citations that foreign firms receive. And that peaks at around 5 to 6 years. All right, so the main takeaway here so far is that tariffs increase the number of technology transfers the Brazilian firms received and the number of citations that Brazilian firms make to foreign firms. That suggests that more trade is actually leading to less diffusion. Now we're going to investigate where that's coming from. Here, the left-hand side, I have citations to technology licensors, the first column. So those are the firms sending technology to Brazil. In column 2, citations to firms that have never sent any technology to Brazil. What I want to get from this table is that only citations to technology licensors are being affected by import tariffs. In this column, we look at the location of these firms making these citations. Column 1 shows the effect of import tariffs on citations to foreign firms, but they are made by firms which are on the same zip code of firms that received a technology transfer. Column 2 shows the effect of tariffs on citations made by firms that are on different zip codes of those that have received the technology transfer. What I want you to notice is that the effect is much larger on firms that are on the same zip code of those receiving technology transfers. The same is true in column 3 and 4 when we look at different or same city of firms receiving technology transfer. So what this suggests so far is that there is a connection between citing foreign firms and someone nearby you receiving technology transfer. The conventional wisdom that trade leads to the diffusion of ideas implies that firms that are connected to international trade should be the ones making the citations to foreign firms. We're going to test if that is true. Column 1 and 2 breaks down the effect of tariffs on citation by firms that receive technology transfers in column 1 and firms that didn't receive technology transfers. Most of the effect is on firms that didn't receive technology transfers. Column 3 and 4 look at importers. All the effect is coming from firms that are not importing inputs from foreign firms. So they have no connection, direct connection to international trade. Column 5 and 6 look at exporters, and they show that most of the citations that are increasing are by firms that are not exporting to foreign markets. This suggests that connection to foreign markets is not an important variable to understand diffusion of technologies after an increase in tariff. All right, let me skip this. And what we have so far. So it seems that tariff is increasing the knowledge diffusion across countries measured by the technology transfer and citations. And this increase in citation is related to technology transfers, because what's being cited are technology being transferred to Brazil, and these citations are made by firms that are on the same zip code of firms receiving technology transfers. What we want to do now, all right, let me skip that as well because I have 2 minutes. What I want to do now is to understand how important this effect is in aggregate. So for that, I'm going to take a model by Boer and Oberfield, and going to add sort of 2 important elements. So the first element is that foreign firms face a trade-off between transferring their technology directly to Brazil or exporting. And the second important insight of the model is that Brazilian firms, they can learn from exporters or they can learn from technology transfers. But the rate at which they learn is different. So then what happens in this model is that when you increase import tariffs, that's going to lead firms to increase technology transfers, simply because exporting directly to Brazil just became more expensive. And that's going to increase diffusion if firms learn more from technology transfers than they learn from firms exporting to Brazil. What we're going to do to calibrate this model is very simple. We're going to reproduce the same regressions that I showed you before on the model. You're going to run the same regressions on the model. You're going to calibrate the model parameters to generate two particular moments in the data, which is first the effect of tariffs on the number of technology transfers and the effect of tariffs on citations. All right? Let's see what this model delivers. Unfortunately, I don't have much time to go through details, but I can show you some nice figures. So here, in the x-axis, I have years to the trade liberalization. And I'm reproducing on the data the same type of import tariff change that I observed happening in Brazil. At 0 is when import tariffs decrease. And here what I'm plotting is the welfare gains, the consumption of households in this model. When you reduce import tariffs, consumption goes up because things just became more cheaper. But as you can see, over time, the consumption decreases. What's happening here is that now firms are exporting directly to Brazil rather than licensing their technology, and Brazilian firms are missing on all this learning. And this is why, in the long run, they lose. And this is what happens when you liberalize the economy together with a subsidy to technology transfers. So in the blue line is just what I showed you before, no subsidy. But in the green line is a subsidy with a subsidy technology transfer. And in the red line, in the red line is just the subsidy technology transfers. Because you have to pay the cost of subsidizing some firms, in the short run, at 0, you lose because you're having the cost but not the benefits. But over time, as you get more and more technology transfers, Brazilian firms learn more and more from foreigners, they become more and more productive, and then you start getting massive gains from technology transfers. And those gains are even larger if together with that, you open the economy. All right, I showed you this picture before. I think this is maybe how many of us used to think about trade and the diffusion of ideas. What I want to bring to the table is that maybe that's not the full picture. What we find to be happening in Brazil is that when we increase import tariffs, firms are going to transfer their technology to Brazil rather than exporting directly. And that's great because ideas are going to diffuse. And that has important implications to policy, because that means that then we should subsidize technology transfers when we think about trade openness and trade liberalization. That's it. Thank you.
Thanks, Gustavo. We do have time we have maybe 5 minutes for questions. So, Gustavo, can we collect 3 or so and then respond? Okay. And let's try and be aware if you've asked questions before, maybe I'll try to get people who haven't asked questions. Marnie, and then Rodrigo, and then Tim. Sorry. Marnie, yeah.
Okay. Hi, I'm Marnie. I'm a PhD candidate here. I think this was on the slide that you skipped, but I'm interested in why you think this is different than tariff hopping using FDI. And that's it. That's my whole question. Thank you.
Okay. Then I said Rodrigo. Yeah.
Hi, good afternoon. Thank you for the presentation. I'm Rodrigo. I'm a PhD student at the University of Maryland. A question. I understand that there are effects from additional effects from clustering from your additional checks, but I wanted to understand a bit better the dynamics that you mentioned when you're separating or looking specifically at small trade partners? You mentioned something about that. What is actually the dynamic there? Do you consider balances of power between large companies and weaker governments? Brazil is obviously a large market with strong institutions and a strong government, but what would happen if we looked at a slightly different power dynamic between large multinationals with very strong headquarter operations in terms of IP and technology and R&D, and their willingness or their ability to skew this relation that you find in the data?
Yeah, Tim Sahai from Johns Hopkins. The question is, how is the ideas actually diffusing without a human capital policy from the government? So are they increasing the absorptive capacity by creating universities, science industry links, and actually trying to increase the knowledge base so that they can actually absorb that technology in that sector? And relatedly, if so, which sectors do you see the largest sort of gains in knowledge transfer?
Okay, Gustavo.
Great questions. Okay, I will answer the first two together because they're sort of related. FDI. Okay, so is this different than FDI? And why is this paper not about FDI? So let me answer why this paper is not about FDI. That's because FDI is not affected. So this slide that is kept showed the effect of these import tariffs on FDI, and I show that import tariffs are not really moving the amount of FDI made in Brazil or the ownership structure of these firms. Why has that happened? Well, maybe Brazil is not such a large market for many of these firms. We think that the fixed cost of making FDI or doing business in Brazil may be very large, and this is why these firms decide not to move in. But the real point is that I do not find any effect in FDI. So how is this different than FDI? And now I'm speculating a bit. I believe that you're making technology transfer, so you are letting someone else handle your knowledge and your technology, and that person has access to it for 5 years. I would imagine, they're going to take less care of your knowledge than you would. So my guess is that technology transfers, they diffuse more because of that than, a traditional FDI. But if you just, if you're curious about the model, if you relabel the model technology transfer to FDI, it will be all the same. But my gut instinct is that you should calibrate the model differently. All right, the third question that Tina asked. So how is technology diffusing and what sectors are they diffusing the most? It's interesting and it's related to what you said. The sectors that are getting more technology diffusion are the ones that were innovating more and that have hired more PhDs before. How is technology diffusing in practice? The honest answer is I don't know. I have tried empirically finding different ways. Other than the regional one that I showed you, it doesn't seem that I can find much explaining the diffusion aspect. It doesn't seem like workers moving across firms is part of the story. What really seems to be part of the story is how much innovation the firm was already doing, or the sector were already doing when tariffs went down. That seems to be matter a lot.
Great. We're unfortunately out of time, so let's move. Thanks very much, Gustavo. So let me pass to Joe. Do you have you're going to use a clicker, or how are you going to?
Use the clicker. Okay. Okay. So this is a paper with Martin, and so all the questions will be asked of Martin at the end. But the previous paper really fits very well within the context of this paper, because we're really concerned here with how trade affects the production and diffusion of knowledge. And obviously, knowledge is key to what we've been concerned with in the past 2 days. And two of the hypotheses that we assume, he provides some empirical evidence for. We assume that knowledge moves within a country more easily than it does across countries. And a further assumption that we're going to make is that knowledge creation can be enhanced in one sector more than it can in other sector. There are asymmetries in the production of knowledge. There are some sectors that are more likely to be conducive to knowledge creation. If you go back to the old discussions of tariffs, and it was mentioned yesterday, Alexander Hamilton, and the whole point of tariffs was not so much of the issues that were raised just now, but the issue that if we produce something, we'll learn how to produce it better. That you can't learn how to produce steel by reading a textbook or going to Columbia. The only way you can learn how to produce steel is really to produce steel, and then get better at it. And that's a concept that in the literature now is called learning by doing. There's also learning by investing, learning by learning. And so that means if you're going to have that kind of learning by doing, you have to do. And the only way you're going to be able to, may be able to do that is keep out foreign goods that today might flood your markets. And so tariffs give you a greater opportunity. So we're focusing not on the mechanism that's just been described, which is the transfer of technology. We're really talking now about the creating of knowledge within the country, which is a substitute for other methods of transferring technology. And we, you know, in the current context, there are lots of ways besides trade to have the interactions that would lead to transmission of knowledge. A lot of people come to American and European universities. So a lot of knowledge gets, you know, you interact in ways, you don't have to trade to buy the product and do reverse engineering. You can just go in to order on Amazon, get that one item and do the reverse engineering. But the thing that you can't do in that way is the learning, the tacit knowledge that comes out of learning by doing. So this paper is going to be somewhat different from most of the others in this conference. There are no numbers. Well, there are a couple of numbers, but they're just made up. And so there's no empirical work other than I view empirics, the fact that there is learning by doing, and there's a lot of empirical evidence in support of that, but this paper won't have any new empirical evidence. But it does something that most of the other papers have not done, and which is very important in thinking about one of the two objectives of the rebirth of industrial policy in the last few years, which is you have to see industrial policy within a global general equilibrium framework. But we aren't going to pursue it as fully as it could be. But if we learn more, we're getting a competitive advantage. That all depends on what other countries are doing. And if they respond, then those terms of trade don't exist. So we're going to have a very simple global general equilibrium model. So one of the big points we're making is you can only study some of the effects that we've been talking about within a global general equilibrium model. And we're going to have the simplest global general equilibrium model. And we're actually going to revisit the classical theorems about Ricardo and Smith about the benefits of trade. And to get ahead of the story a little bit, we're going to argue that with any reasonable global social welfare function, which is inequality averse, that free trade is a bad thing. Now, that's a little bit heretical because there are only a couple propositions that if you say them, you'll lose your union card as an economist. Saying industrial policy was a good thing used to be one of those things, but that stopped about 10 years ago. Another one was saying that minimum wages were a good thing. You'd lose your union card. But Card and Kruger took away that. And the only proposition that's been left now is free trade. And this paper is going to explain why you should be worried about that. Now, of course, those of you who've studied some of the earlier literature know that going back to the work of Arrow and DeBrew and work I did with Bruce Greenwald and David Newberry, we showed that in a host of conditions, free trade was not a good thing. In fact, David Newberry and I showed that in the absence of good risk markets, free trade could make everybody in every country worse off. So that was an assumption that's been left out of a lot of the discussions. It's an important one because a lot of people, the risk effects of trade have been an important concern for many people, except for our trade negotiators. But the aspect that we're focusing on here is not risk markets, but the endogeneity of technology, which is the same one that we've just been talking about. And the Arrow-DeBrew model, which is the backstop of our minds in talking about what is a competitive equilibrium and why free trade is good, assume fixed technology. There's no endogenous learning. And obviously, you can say understandable for Smith and Ricardo because Smith was writing just at the beginning of the Industrial Revolution. Ricardo was just after it started. The example of Smith was of industry was a pin factory. And you got better by doing the same thing that had been done forever. It was just repetition. It wasn't learning. It wasn't learning in a systemic way. But everything we're talking about now is about endogenous technology learning. And so the question is, what is a better economic architecture for learning? And the basic insight comes in our model comes out to the idea that knowledge doesn't move easily across borders. In fact, firms work very hard to make it move in a more difficult way across borders. But knowledge does move within countries. And it moves within countries, as some of your data supported that. it moves, people move. They move from one job to another. People actually talk to each other in most places in the world. And when you talk to each other, you do convey ideas. And so ideas do move within a country. And since you talk more with people that are near you, there's going to be more diffusion of knowledge to those that are nearby. It seems almost obvious that that's the case. There's another mechanism that we talk about, and that is that we create institutions as we develop. And those institutions have spillovers. So if you succeed in developing an industrial sector, for that industrial sector, you'll wind up with an educational system and a financial system that serves that industrial sector. But a spillover of the creation of an industrial sector, of a financial sector, and an education system that works well with an industrial sector is that it may increase the productivity in the rural sector or in other sectors of the economy. So there are both direct diffusion and there are institutional benefits that go across markets, that go across sectors of the economy. So we're going to have a really very, very simple model that illustrates these ideas. It's a very stark model. There is learning by doing. Productivity increases the more you produce or more employment in a good, but it only occurs in one sector. It's a two-sector model. So manufacturing is a sector with learning, agriculture is a sector without learning. But there are large learning spillovers. So, and we assume perfect spillovers from the learning sector, from manufacturing to the rural sector, to the agricultural sector. But there's no spillovers across countries. So let me just show you the model a little bit, and then I'll go back to the mechanisms and results. So there are two countries, two commodities, and two periods. And as I say, output per worker in period one is just a function of the size of manufacturing within the period. But in period two, his productivity goes up in proportion to, as a function of, the input in period one. So the more you produce in period one, the greater the output. And we have just to make things really simple, utility function, which is perfectly symmetric in the two goods. And in autarky, you can see very easily that you're going to spend half your income in the two goods, and half the labor supply will go into the two goods, and everything expands in parallel. Okay. Now, once you think about this, let's perturb this perfect symmetry by a little bit of comparative advantage in one country and a spillover to the and a converse in the other country. You can show that you go through the calculations and they're a little bit different, but the two countries basically are going to grow in parallel. Okay, there be only slightly difference in the two, but the utility functions will utility levels will be actually the same. What's really interesting now in these two stories of two islands, Alpha and Beta, that are almost identical with that slight delta, is now once we have free trade, if we have free trade and there was no difference in delta. The two islands are the same. With free trade, what is going to be the amount of trade? Obviously, zero. They're identical. But now with that little delta of difference, one country has a comparative advantage in manufacturing and one has the comparative advantage in agriculture. And we know what the general equilibrium is going to be. It's going to be that the country with the comparative advantage in manufacturing specializes in manufacturing and that in agriculture. But what does that mean? That means in the next period, one of the islands has its productivity increase and the other island is totally stagnant. Well, in the short run, it turns out in this particular example, when they trade, the island that was disadvantaged and had no growth because of the scarcity, agriculture is not doing very well. In the second period, the price of agricultural goods goes up relative to, and it turns out that that island benefits from the learning as much as the other one does, and there's total symmetry. But trade balance, that's right. There's total symmetry, and but we can still ask the question: what is true about global output? The second period is the world better off? The second period, and the difference is. Now, agriculture is stagnant, okay, because it's not getting any learning. But manufacturing has increased because all in that sector, all the labor is going into manufacturing. And so there's more learning. But if there isn't much more learning, if it's just a little bit more learning, if there's diminishing returns in the process of learning that's fast enough, in fact, it turns out that the lack of productivity growth in agriculture is more detrimental than the gain in learning in manufacturing in the country that's specialized in manufacturing. I don't know if yeah. So the point of that is, it turns out that in the second period, GDP is lower. Both countries are worse off than if both countries had undertaken autarky. There's less growth. And this is the trade-off between, there's no diffusion in this model, but better distributed learning if you have autarky. And a little bit the kind of picture that you drew in those curves. Now, we've also done a more difficult to explain model where it goes on for more than 2 periods. And then what basically happens is there's an initial period in which you take advantage of comparative advantage. That fact that one country has a comparative advantage in agriculture and the other in manufacturing does give a spurt, leads both people in both countries to be better off. But the fact that agriculture is stagnant and in manufacturing is growing a little bit faster, but not that much faster, means that the growth path is slower than in the autarky. And then eventually it comes to the point where, where the price differential is such that the manufacturing economy starts producing both agriculture and manufacturing goods, after which the relative price stays fixed, and after which incomes, there's no terms of trade effect in the agriculture economy, and it remains stagnant forever, and the manufacturing economy continues to grow. So this is a story, the title of our paper sort of reflects, this is a story which over the long run, if discount rates are low enough so you don't value the gain you get in the short run, and you've put enough weight on the loss in the long run, one of the countries, the one that had the ever so slight comparative advantage in manufacturing, is better off by free trade. But the country that has the ever so little comparative disadvantage in manufacturing is unambiguously less well off from free trade. And global growth is lower, and global inequality is higher. And this model says free trade perpetuates neocolonial patterns of trade. That the patterns of trade, agrarian that began, are exacerbated over time. So it says that the WTO, the neoliberal ideology that ignored endogenous technical change, once you bring it in, it was an ideology, it was a set model that enabled the rich countries to maintain their comparative, their wealth relative to the poor. Now you have, I don't want to accuse anybody of bad motives, that they really understood this, or whether they really were so stupid that they didn't think that technology was endogenous. You can make your own decision, and this is more for political scientists or sociology. This is a interdisciplinary conference, so you can all use your own models to think about whether this, but I do want to go on to the last slide, which is a critical issue left out of the paper is the issue of power. There are distributional consequences from free trade within the disadvantaged country. And you might say, why did the disadvantaged country sign up for this agreement? And it could be that there are threats, power exerted against them, or it could be that there are groups within the disadvantaged countries that have benefited. And they were the ones that induced the country to sign up, a certain corporate interest benefit. But I also can't help but notice that as industrial policy is back on the agenda, the country that is doing industrial policy the most is the United States. It wrote the rules against industrial policy, and now that it's convenient for it to ignore those rules, it's ignoring them at a level, at a level that, anyway, you probably shouldn't see what I wrote. They are ignoring them. Anyway, the point is that we all, and the answer that they are ignoring them. Other countries, particularly emerging markets and developing countries, can't compete in the provision of money for industrial policies. And that is creating a fundamentally unlevel playing field that we haven't talked about from a global point of view. And particularly when we're talking about an issue like climate change, where you need global cooperation, having a global architecture which is fundamentally unfair to developing countries is not one which is likely to enhance cooperation in dealing with what is a global existential issue, climate change. And so what Martin and I have argued for in another paper is that there really needs to be transfers, not just of money. Money is not suffice. Transfers of money and knowledge, technology that would allow for a more level playing field and a faster global growth. And maybe I should just mention, because I just came back from Brazil, one of the, in their negotiations, G20, and this was in the context of the health negotiations, the health ministry, they've been advocating for creation of capacity in the developing countries for the production of vaccines, therapeutics, trying to learn the lesson of what happened in COVID-19 with a vaccine apartheid. The advanced countries had been resisting this, and Brazil, with its brilliant diplomacy, succeeded in getting it into the communique. So at least now there is an initiative of transfer of technology and hopefully the money that will go with that transfer of technology.
Okay, thanks, Joe. Maybe we'll give a round of applause. Maybe we can have a few questions. We can take 5 minutes for questions on this paper, and then Joe can make a closing statement at the end, or at least any closing remarks you want to make. So let me try and be equitable again in the allocating the questions. Okay, Andrew in the back, and then here. Yeah. Let's take 3 maybe. Is that good? And then you can answer it together. Yeah.
Thanks, Joe. This was great. It starts from an assumption that knowledge flows more readily within borders than across borders. And to be provocative, I'm going to assert that we live in a world in which knowledge flows more readily within professions across borders than across professions within borders. And that's increasingly important in a world where producer as well as consumer services are critical in sectors like software, biotech, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And that it actually suggests that there's a professional class across the world that is capturing rents by the lack of diffusion of knowledge from engineers to other competitors within their own labor markets. And one might solve that problem either by increasing things like the H-1B visa program on steroids, or by radically reconfiguring education within countries so that rural, Texans could be trained to be engineers or computer scientists or what have you, but that unless and until we consider that possibility, that the professional boundaries are at least as important as the national boundaries, we're going to continue to confront inequalities, and not just national inequalities, but interprofessional inequalities.
Yeah, Martin, do you want to take that? Okay. Go ahead. No.
Well, should we get another? There was one more question, and then we'll...
Hello. Thank you for your presentation, Professor. So I'm Faris. I'm a pre-doc at the IMF. And I just have a question that's related to what you said at the end of your presentation on how there's this uneven playing field in terms of industrial policy subsidies between developed and developing countries. Do you think it's possible that given this imbalance, so for example, United States could spend billions of dollars every year on subsidies for chips, whereas developing countries may not have the same sort of physical resources, would it be likely that this would incentivize developing countries to resort to perhaps cruder forms of industrial policy, such as export bans, for example, because this is what is being seen, for example, in some countries, like Indonesia, where I'm from, is resorting to export bans because there's a lack of fiscal resources. We can't compete with the United States in terms of subsidies. So as a result, we resort instead to something like an export ban to force a reshoring of manufacturing to domestically. Do you think it's likely that if this unevenness continues to the future, that there's going to be backlash in terms of that from developing countries resorting to more cruder forms of
well, first, let me say, I think Indonesia's move to, for instance, demand higher value added associated with nickel rather than exporting raw nickel was a good policy, even without what the U.S. has been doing. And I know the finance minister, who is in most, historically more on the neoliberal side, has been persuaded that it's actually working. There are some problems with pollution and other issues, but in terms of development, it has had positive effects. And much more positive effects, by the way, than price interventions. And this goes back to some of the things that Danny said yesterday about Pigouvian taxes. It turns out that for a whole variety of reasons, simple Pigouvian price interventions are not optimal, and that stronger measures often in these contexts for development are much more effective. But I think it provides even a further argument, and particularly a further argument for maybe some of the developing countries to get together because and use what leverage they have to basically say, unless you transfer your knowledge, we have to have some way of rebalancing the global architecture. So yeah, I think it really does. Now, on Andrew's question, it is really hard. I still think that much of the rent is appropriated by corporations and CEOs within those corporations, and they have a location. Martin has a...
Maybe, I mean, totally speculative, very interesting, but what I would expect, it is outside of the mall, right? But what I would expect is that if there is free trade, the goods that are intensive in the work of professionals, that kind of human capital, will be produced in the countries that have more relative abundance of the factors of production that are complementary of the human capital. So as long as there is learning by doing, learning by production, though the asymmetries would still grow over time, which is a point that the paper makes. But again, it's a different assumption, and it's one definitely worth exploring.
We have maybe 7 minutes before we were scheduled to adjourn, so should we take another couple of questions, and you could short, I don't know how many in terms of closing remarks you wanted to make.
I'll give a few.
Okay, so let's take two more with Hernando, and then in the back, and then that will be it.
Well, thank you. I have a question regarding terms of trade. So this model has a similar flavor of that of Previch long ago, but in Previch, terms of trade go against the developing countries. Here, as productivity grows in developed countries, but not in developing countries, I suppose, I don't know, terms of trade will grow for the developing countries. So first question, is that true? And second, what are the effects of this behavior of terms of trade in terms of inequality?
Question in the back, and then.
Hi. So I very much agree with your critique of free trade, but I think in developing countries, there seems to be concerns of a bigger problem, which is intellectual property, and that actually goes with the WTO, like the TRIPS agreement. So I wonder if you see IP as a bigger problem, or how is that related to your critique of free trade? Thank you.
Yeah. the model that we've formulated here is one where it's really focusing on tacit knowledge, learning by doing, and intellectual property. And let me say, I think both are important, as well as mechanisms of transfer of technology through joint ventures of FDI and through licensing fees. And I think this whole line of research of trying to focus more on how does technology diffuse across and within countries is really an important line of research. Anybody particularly focused on industrial policy for those trying to catch up, which means the United States trying to catch up in EV and batteries, but more historically for the developing countries. I think this whole focus on knowledge and the production and dissemination is really should be more center. And when I was at the World Bank, we started talking about that. The WDR, the first WDR that I was in charge of, was about knowledge for development, but that strand of thought somehow got lost subsequently. So I think that framing is important, and I do think within that intellectual property is an important piece. And I've written a lot about why the current rules don't make sense. They don't make sense particularly for health, and that's been the issue that we've recently been talking about. They also don't make sense in agriculture. There are lots of problems in agriculture where they've given rise to problems. After the development round was started, there was at WIPO an initiative, the World Intellectual Property Organization. Remember, the development round started in 2001, which was we wanted to have a round of development negotiations where the agreements were pro-development. There was an initiative at WIPO for an intellectual property regime that was pro-development. Even less came out of that than came out of the development round trade. But I think rethinking the rules of intellectual property that would be pro-development is important. But just to go back to reemphasize, there are many more mechanisms. We've emphasized intellectual property too much, I think, because it's the easiest thing to get our hands on. We can understand it. But all these mechanisms that we've been talking about are really important. And if you think about China's success through joint venture and learning through joint ventures, U.S. says it was a theft of intellectual property. You could also say they structured the investment strategy of FDI to be one in which they would learn. That was what it was about. And most of what they learned was not covered by intellectual property and was not a violation of the rules. And if it was, the U.S. should have gone to the WTO and made an allegation, but they never did on most of these issues. So that's why I say IPR is not really the most important. It's a lot of these other things that are more important.
And the first question in terms of trade for the developing countries. So in the models, Joe explained what happens is that at the beginning, at t = 0, there is an improvement in the terms of trade for what you would call the developing countries. So here there is initially no developed or developing country in terms of a productive capacity. They produce exactly the same in the first period, but there is one country that has a slight comparative advantage in what creates knowledge, the manufacturing sector. So I'm going to call that one the advanced economy right? So it's true that initially the developing country benefits from a term of trade effect. But the point is that while agriculture remains stagnant, the production of agriculture remains stagnant, the production of manufacturers increases and continues increasing over time. And at some point, the terms of trade are so high for the developing nation that the advanced economy finds it convenient to produce agricultural goods. And that's when you see the stagnation in terms of trade. But not only that happens, but also the advanced economy is better at producing the agricultural good because it learned more. There is a within-country spillover from the manufacturing sector to the agricultural sector. So while the developing nation initially benefited from the improvement in terms of trade, it ends up being a bad idea, abandoning the possibility of learning. That's when you see the divergence over time.
Yeah, I think we could make a variant of our model that's consistent with the Prebisch hypotheses and viewing this learning process on top of some underlying dynamics that are going against the terms of trade of developing of agriculture producers. So you should think of this as marginal changes over some other exogenous long-term trends.
Let's close off the discussion of this paper. So I don't think round of applause for that paper, but Joe, if you want to make any closing remarks about the conference itself.
Okay, let me just a few. We began with the discussion that in some ways industrial policy had never left, but the intellectual discourse had left, and the intellectual discourse is back. And I think the richness of the discussion over the last 2 days has shown that there is, just so much to be said about it, all the way from the governance, the administrative law, the issues that we've just been discussing of how knowledge flows between and across within countries, to how best to stimulate the development of new ideas. What is clear is that the neoliberal presumption that had been for 40 years that leave it to the market is not right. That no one here has said that, as far as I've heard. I was at a meeting in the spring of the Peterson Institute, as you all know, a bastion of free trade, on industrial policy, and nobody there said that leave it to the market. So I feel that debate is over, but there is a real problem of it hasn't always worked well. There are these problems of capture, and many of those issues go outside the usual remit of economics into political science, into issues of governance. And that's why we conceived of this as a multidisciplinary project. And I think the discussion here has been, I think, somewhat different from what it would have been if it were just an economist where we would, I could very well predict an economist conference would all be about how to design incentive structures to maximize the bang for the buck. And that's an important issue, and we probably haven't discussed that as much as I would have liked. But we know where that's a well-defined terrain. And I think the more difficult terrain of how we, embed industrial policy in a national and international system in ways that will actually increase living standards in an equitable way. And seems to me a really important topic. And I think we've gotten some ideas. And for me, the fact that there's so many young people doing such amazing work. Some of so hard. I mean, the amount of data that some of you have gathered has just been mind-blowing. The studies have been, in many ways, mind-blowing, but they clearly are showing that, giving us new insights into the process of industrial policy, and I think are fundamentally changing the way we think about how our entire economic system works.
Joe, that was a great summary. So I think my main message is to be continued. We're hoping that we'll have funding for another conference next year. We'll tell people about it. Please come back and let's build the community of people working on these issues. And over the long run, we'll be able to sort of again develop that knowledge base that will help guide things in a smart direction. And it's been a real pleasure interacting with you all. And I hope you had fun. Oh, and Martin.
No, if I may, just one last comment. Eric was actually the leader of the scientific committee, so I just wanted to thank you for all the work. It's been great. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I call out the other members of the organizing committee? So Andrew, there's Josh, Niels, Felipe over here, Nathan. Rekka's not here, but it was an important contributor. Juan Montesinos not here. Important Bilga, who was here yesterday and was at another NEUDC. Is there anybody I've left off? Joe, I think that's it. Is that okay? Anyway, thank you very much to all of you.